Like, is there some, yeah, like some breakaway Nazis or I don't know what, some other civilization we never even, that's not even on the map,
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to. I guess you could come up with an infinite amount of theories on it, which is what makes it so um, sticky,
The rabbit
and
hole,
also
yeah.
like it makes it for like super great propaganda too. Once you have something you can't explain, must be explained by magic. You know what I mean? Then
Right.
it kind of takes it to that place where, yeah, this is really effective to control people's minds because they are helpless to explain it, understand it. They're just gonna be afraid of it. And once people are
I'm just
afraid, then it's easy
confused
to manage them.
if they're trying to like dismantle religion or make people lose faith by doing this, or like make people include that in their faith. You know what I mean? Like the aliens are part of the second coming and all the what's to come and this and that. Or they're the angels, or it's all like put up in the air. But it's
Yeah.
essentially what it is. Like to the people like 2,000 years ago, if somebody just arrived in like a helicopter, they'd be like worshipped.
Oh, I can understand. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I understand. Cargo cultish. Um, yeah, and like further more to that, like yeah, it would be useful for them to like make you think that there's something out there as well.
It keeps your mind like constantly in the infinite, basically,
Yeah,
where there's
yeah,
like
just
no
infinite loop
end
of
answer and there's everything's
yeah,
possible and you can't doubt anything because there's a small chance that you're wrong because of the vastness of it all, and you can't say the earth hills, you know. You can't be completely correct. And that just gets us fighting.
yeah. The thing about it too is like even though this, if it wasn't real, okay, but like then there were like there's like info agents or disinfo agents that would like friend up with like people who were like, oh, yeah, the UFOs, I've got the proof, right? And then they would like be like, oh yeah, totally do, but this is fucked up, you know what I mean? But this fucked up information too, you know what I mean? And then they basically derail things any way they can, you know. But that's how you do it. So yeah, it's all fucking games. But I did see a light that moved fucking wicked fast in the sky, and I have no idea how to explain it.
And then there's obviously you've noticed shooting stars. That's another phenomenon, and that obviously that's
Mhm. Every month, somewhere else happens.
yeah. But it's always like look, yeah. There's always like a zone of the sky where they come from, and that's obviously how they describe it,
Hmm.
and like they name them that type of asteroid or whatever, like the Leonids or whatever, wherever they're coming from. Hmm.
Yeah, it's just like a rotating effect that happens. Seems like every month, somewhere that shifts or whatever, and then shooting stars are seen. But they're not stars. Are they shooting? I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
but for sure, I think a lot of um, like people have a need to explain it. So even if you explain it by like, oh yeah, they're like aeons that are like archons, and they're like falling into the sky, falling from the sky down to earth, and they're inhabiting beings, and they're like creating like inhabitations. There's that, but that's like an Indian concept. There, you might say that. Um, I actually feel that the story of the Trojan horse is actually related to the shooting stars. well. Those are like hidden from somewhere, and then they come out, and then it's like a way to explain that, as an astro story. Or I also think that there's a reason to think that possibly even the Noah's myth of the animals going two by two is like these stars kind of falling to Earth, because they looked at like a lot of these nebula and constellations as being like vessels of some sort that moved around, like a boat. And then the Trojan horse is apparently like a mistranslation. It's not a horse; it's a boat. It's a Trojan boat. And yeah.
Well, yeah, they used to call them
Anyway,
the chariots of the gods, right? So, like, I guess it's the same kind of thing.
yeah,
Wheels in the sky or
actually,
whatever, and this and that.
I'm just saying, like from mythological places, I think you might be able to like make the connections that certain of these things are happening, but they go too far with most of this shit, because there's like this there's no specification for like when we find the answer, you know. We just have to keep drilling down and down, and then it becomes fiction. But all I'm just trying to say is like that people create fiction to explain things that they can't rightly understand. So that makes sense. And for us, it's got to be technological, right? We're in the tech age, so it makes sense for us to them to be real things. And also, we have the technology to make them too. So it's like I don't know, man. So it's all very weird. Just kind of like thinking about the whole thing in terms of like that these videos had dropped for no reason, they're classified, and that they really um sort of uh like help derail a conversation about the shape of the earth. I think they really do. I think other things kind of might have also the ability to squash it. There's only like a few things that can squash it, you know, terrible sickness or UFOs, right? These things kind of like squash the conversation. We're talking about wartime stuff, you know. Fucking, we're not so into discussing the shape of the Earth as much. So there's ways to derail it, ways to change the public's attention so that things, I don't know, cool down.
I do think a big derailment is this flat Earth because it's just getting us talking about these experiments that was and this science that was done like 200 years ago. Just keeping it locked. Um, it's quite difficult.
What's a complete derail? Like for all these types of every point by point that you try to debate it's its own derail. Um, so if you don't pay attention to that shit, you just try to follow like a larger narrative that's being created. It's the only way. Like I don't know. There's only a very approximate way to kind of to seek the truth. I don't know. Like if you go too far, it seems you just become you're just talking to other people about it endlessly in a roundabout kind of way. Yeah. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting 4-part series. I don't know if you're. It takes me back to like X Files vibes for me, which is a nice place. Well, the crazy part is that they go directly from. Do you know who the Bigelow Aerospace Company is? Guy's like really wealthy, and he does stuff with NASA. He's uh, I guess he was doing a lot of stuff with balloon stuff. He's got like HAB designs for like ISS plugins and all kinds of stuff like that. Anyway, if you've never heard of him, okay. But then this guy, have you heard of the Skinwalker Ranch thing?
It's just like a series thing, but I've not watched any of it. I've heard
Like I
it's
haven't
like,
watched it either. I thought it sounded stupid, so I didn't like check it out.
yeah.
But it's weird that like Bigelow bought the Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh.
because there's like all kinds of UFOs, things that just seem to appear like in the distance that are not there. Um, if those video clips are real, I don't know. They're just like trail cams. It'd be easy to augment those, and but probably not. Like I'd be freaked out to go there. I probably wouldn't want to. And then there's like poltergeists and UFOs and stuff. So like that's pretty weird. Anyway, this whole this whole thing that I just said is what then got the funding happening for like this organization that's called like AATIP, which is like Advanced Aerospace. I don't know. It stands for something, but it's basically like UFO like investigations under some other terminology.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was all funded based off of Skinwalker Ranch and based on this one guy that goes there and has an experience where he can see something that other people can't see, and then he figures that they should look at it. So then it gets funded. But all this stuff can be basically different honeypot traps for other people to kind of fall into as well. So yeah, it's a real fucked up. I don't think I'm gonna learn anything or figure out anything. So that's good. I have no expectations for that. I'm just kind of looking at it. It's such a everybody has a different angle that they can hit each other from in this to where like you can't know anything. There's anybody could be lying for any reason. Reasons that you know about, reasons that you don't know about. Crazy. But then like what? So the bigger question, right, is like like are there beings that are doing this that are not us? And I think it's just this it's a logical question with completely non-logical, you know,
My thought is
responses.
it's
Yeah.
just like us, but like we're just catching up to us, we're just catching up to them.
Oh, like us in the future.
Yeah, snack.
Ah, yeah, I hear you. It was funny. I joined in like last night sometime, right as like Geo was talking, and he said future, and I just like, oh, I just popped in, and I was like, haha, I'll say nothing now.
Could be simple as that. Could be like there was like an offshoot of like technology we had in the 20s or 40s that um put them ahead of us or slowed us down and sped them up in progression or whatever. I don't know. Maybe just flying around. If say like time's relevant or relative, then if you like live on Mars from birth, you can have a different perspective on what time is, right? Because it's a different sun cycle. So like that thought and mentality was just it's weird. It's just weird to think of. 'Cause yeah, you won't exactly live longer. Um, yeah, it's tricky. Takes like two or 3 days to get. You're on another planet or whatever. And you're like 2 days is one day, and I don't know how that'd affect your life, but I think it'd have some severe consequences.
Yeah, I don't believe in planets, but yeah,
Or even like Norway. Imagine you live in Norway where you get like the sun for like a month of the year where it just doesn't exist or whatever, or it, you're dark for like most of the time, but you get like a few months of daylight. That must really mess you up too.
yeah. We'd have really depressed Martians.
Yeah. Especially this Nibiru, which is like 36,000 miles, like elliptical orbit, elliptical orbit.
Yeah, just go to sleep for 20,000 years. You're good.
Yeah.
Wake up.
I mean,
I'm refreshed.
that makes most sense into my theory of like why we're all trying to go Mars because apparently it passes in between us and Mars, and he maybe he's trying to catch a ride.
Yeah. I don't know, but the whole thing really just like it brings it back to like security, fear, those kinds of things. So like you got to support space agency because they got space guns, they can take these things out.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
it's just
completely helpless
acceptable
against the
funding.
stuff.
Yeah, just have an idea, just to think that you've got a chance against any other species who can arrive on Earth and invade us. Might as well just
Yeah,
have a stick. I would say,
right. Yeah,
or maybe it's like that Rick and Morty episode where we've got to like sing to defeat them. Maybe that's their thing. Just have like a
show me
singing
what you got.
competition,
Yeah, could
right?
be.
You never know. Might be like the whole war for that civilization might just be like a rock, paper, scissors, and then they're done. We don't know.
We don't. But it also reminds me like that, like just this recent one that these. I guess it's like, I guess it's pretty big craft anyway. But I I'm just watching like what they would make like a recreation of it, talking about this guy's story, and so I'm like thinking about those images. Um, so I don't really have the real images to say, but if, whatever. If like you look at the video from that thing, it's just a tracking shot, basically like a dot in the middle, and there's like a bunch of water moving. It doesn't tell me anything. Uh, like what? Uh, yeah. Uh,
It shows you what it's capable of. It's like, oh, they just showed you the new iPhone 20 and it's got like optical this and that. You'd be mind blown. But what
right.
we're trying to say is they had this technology like a year or two ago, at least, and they're trying to claim it's new.
Yeah, if you took the new iPhone and went, took it back to like 1970s, people had handsets attached by wire. Yeah, or even the 80s. People would think you're from,
People doing
well, you would be from the future, but yeah,
paging each other.
pagers. Yeah,
I was out of that generation. I didn't have a pager.
I had a pager.
Um, they existed while I was growing up. I knew that, but then they
I
kind of
didn't
stopped
realize that
coming out.
I had a pager for the wrong reason. I had a pager for like functional reasons, and I should only have had a pager if I was like selling drugs in high school. But I didn't know about I didn't know about any of that, so I messed up.
Like kids in high school these days, I don't know. Um, we had to like think about the question and ask Google and then maybe try and get an answer and then decipher the answer, put it in our own words. But now you could just skip a lot of that and the AI is involved. It's just very difficult. Imagine being a teacher marking papers these days.
They say that there's ways now that they can check that they can detect 99% of what GPT creates.
Huh.
They say, you know, uh,
Well, they'll just have to try it. There's,
that's good.
there's that other one, there's Elon's as well, like Grok or whatever it's called, the other model, language model.
Yeah. Well, like now you can basically create your own GPT with like that's called like L Llama.
Hmm.
You could do like local make just homebrew GPT stays on your own system. Boy, oh boy. I mean, that just came out. I mean, it's just the rate at which this stuff is going. It's just like it just keeps going, bro. Like I
So
don't
many
think at any
industries are just
point.
going to get pushed out. That's the thing. So
Yeah,
many like jobs and industries are getting pushed out, but they're going to be running at the same time. But the people who've got the AI are going to outcompete them, and
you think?
it won't go out nicely. Yeah, it won't go out slowly. It'll just be like a
Yeah. So when Elon is at the some kind of AI conference a couple weeks ago or whatever, and he goes like, "Yeah, like working will be something you can choose to do. You can not do it, but it'll happen anyway." You know, all that really seems like is code for we are gonna fuck up every kind of business ever, and you will all work for us. That's what it's. That's what I hear when I decode it in my
Yeah,
brain parts. That's what I hear,
yeah. It's one of
and
those
it's
paths.
inevitable. It's like not gonna stop.
Paths that Elon's going down. Yeah. Hmm. Just like this fucking rain.
Yeah, sorry. Making a coffee.
I quit coffee for a while.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
I just replaced it with other things, so it's not really any different.
I stopped coffee. Started smoking cocaine. How much lighter on my system? One. There we go. Um, yeah, actually, I've had some pretty. I like the kratom. I don't know if that's like legal anywhere.
Oh yeah.
White kratom is pretty good for getting down to business, and red kratom is good for totally not doing that. My experience.
Yeah, I think it got banned with all the psychedelics in this country at the same time recently, years two ago. They just categorized any hallucinogen or any kind of, even if it's synthetic or plant-based, they just put it all in the same category and banned it.
So like, Elon's got the robot company. He's got the space company. He's got the boring company. Got AI company. He's got neuro company.
The social
Um,
company, you
so
know.
so let's think about this, okay? Because we were talking about military industrial complex companies, and then their stocks go up like bing 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 with the
Yep.
wars and stuff. And I had a feeling that all this war stuff was going to culminate also with the XRP going bing 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 because people are going to be punching up money to send their gun arm sales to some other motherfucker, and then that's how that works. And so they actually, I don't know, I'm really got my eye on that. But also, what that tells me is that Elon is just purchasing out previous military industrial complexes under some kind of like guise that it's all like, like regular capitalistic companies, not, you know what I mean? So like SpaceX was something else before he acquired the bones of it to build the thing, to just run it or manage it, right? Or Twitter, a government CIA op that basically is now friendly, right? Allows them to do tremendous amounts of tracking, data analytics on people from everywhere in a moment's notice. We didn't have virality, like viral stuff wasn't even happening before they were able to calculate it. Anyway, it's just I figure his whole basket of goods is just all other government, things. And if that's true, then I'm even more confused now because like what does he mean when like you won't working will be something that you choose to do or not? It sounds cuckoo, you know. But then again, like it should be like it's like we've played the game Monopoly so much here, like in our societies that we're just like, oh yeah, it's eventually gonna be Monopoly anyway. Why don't we just go with that? Let's just make a Monopoly, and then we'll just give everybody else like money. We'll just run it with 100% efficiency with ruthless robot algorithms behind it. That would be like a. Wouldn't you take the future there? If you were like, oh man, this is like too complicated, too many things going on. We need robots to check it out now. Too many people. They got all access to all these different things.
It's a little
Just trying to
spooky.
good.
It's a little spooky, the idea of all that, 'cause it's like the thing that we trying to avoid. The answer's been given us by the other side, and we're like, we've got no choice now. It's like we either take the government's version or Elon's version.
Right. It's just like AI communism is gonna be the result here. Effectively, it becomes that, right? Because the AI companies control the intelligentsia. The intelligentsia is what enables companies to make the big monies. Therefore, yeah, we're being conquered by robots right now. That's what's happening. Every day, a little robot is conquering us. But look at
I
the
thought that a
pictures they
long
can make.
time
It's
ago,
amazing. I love it. What?
right? I thought that a long time ago. Like a lot of big companies are going to put their thought thinking power into like computers to work out things and to work out profit and how
Yeah.
how to achieve the goal. They're just letting the computers deal with it,
It used to take
which
them
is
like
efficient.
a whole, like in the 90s, or no, even to like mid 2000s. You'd need like a whole server farm running like crazy bees to actually do like what one GPT situation could probably do now, or what like they're like an AI in one computer now. So that has crazy implications, because they were able, with a server cluster, they were able to like basically uh, do all kinds of stuff with genetics, and um, some people got like inherited things genetically that are just problems, but they have like lots of money, so they want to figure out like, oh, how do we stop Parkinson's disease? How do we stop this? How do we stop that? How do we? All right, they want to know, so they put like all this because it's tax deductible too. So just they'd create their own charity, do their own thing, but it like partner with IBM, figure out how to do gene sequencing so they can print out like a fucking cancer cure for somebody in like 24 hours. But that is possible. Like that like we could wipe out cancers by like custom like coding um, antidotes, specifically person to person. It can happen. It does happen. You just don't. We don't have access to it largely. That's what goes on. But that should be widely available for everybody at a certain point. Which means that if you have this like expectation of possibly being able to dramatically extend the human lifespan, that all these other things are more important. Like it's more important to conquer, the potato supply of the world and how that moves around, or corn, or pigs, or whatever. Because if you're gonna have people living too long, longer than we've ever had, then that shit, needs to get locked down, just for order's sake, so that we can all continue to have that. Or, I mean, yeah, either there's no utopia and it's just greed forever and ever, and just work off the working man's back. I get you with that. But if we start having like robots that are picking fruits, and robots that are packing boxes, and like who needs to be working for Amazon? Amazon's huge, right?
Right.
And they're just
It's
trying to
already
turn people into
it's like
the
an
end result.
industrial revolution. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like another one.
Oh, here you go. I'm being too
People weren't
wordy. I'm
happy
sorry.
about that either. They were like, "Oh, I want to keep my job. I like working in this mill, the factory or whatever."
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like when, all right, so like if your whole country has like built up the auto plants, if it's built up, over generations, people like putting their whole life in, you know what I mean, to like building cars or something, and then robots can replace them instantly. Like the and most of these auto companies are part funded by the government anyway, so you might as well look at it the same thing. And then like people are due some kind of money back for like having to have created these things, that we can no longer work for. If you like, at a certain point, they're gonna automate transport. Transport of goods. Then it's like another sector gets knocked out, and because that sector gets knocked out, there's a domino effect, right? Take all the truckers off the road, then all the places that they stay, all the fucking roadside places that they go to, all the fuel places that employ all the people so that they can work their minimum wage jobs so that they can, put food on their tables. That all gets fucking tousled. Is that a word? I don't know. But it's just, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Next 10 years is going to be super duper interesting, I think. Like if you just replay, like if you just like backed up AI like from fucking 8 months ago, it's like well beyond where we thought. We had GPT-1 like not that long ago. And it's an unending like light speed type of process. It's just like every it's like faster than anything. Any other tech, I've never seen any other tech just like, oh yeah, we just had this problem. Yeah, we just conquered it. Yeah, we just had this problem. We just conquered it. Like over and over, crazy. You know, every MFer in every university wants to be working on this shit. Every computer science person wants to be working on this. There's
Right.
biologists, artists, every like video makers, like
Well, if I would have known about this, I wouldn't have taken like an IT technician,
oh,
IT
man,
practitioner job. I would have taken like a
yeah.
computer science job, right?
They
That's
say
the way
it's
it's
like
going.
not too hard to understand like how a GPT really works or how these if you wanted to get into
Language
that.
models, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they say there's like employment there, but that seems like dodgy anyway. Like what like the idea is that this stuff just like takes you out of
Takes
the
over,
picture. You don't need
right?
it.
Maybe we just set one of them up and it can set the rest of them up for us. Just get one really good one and then just give it God status, and then that's the idea, right?
And then like free expression is interesting too because like these GPTs not only can like they're transformers, right? So transformers, they really kind of are. That's what they call it, transformer. But the way that it can take like an image, turn it into text, take the text, turn it to an image, right? So it can like basically now AI can like scour the web for memes, okay, and it can understand them, and it can tell you like something about them, and it could have multiples of it to like be able to swarm and understand it. Like an AI can now create another AI underneath it that's specialized in the way that the first one isn't, so that it can do the thing that it couldn't do before. Like
Right?
it's a problem.
Yeah.
Problem. Meaning that like at what point do you make the offensive meme that's just like auto AI'd out, like, and you get just banned out of Discord because you dropped a meme that it thought that you meant something, or you didn't understand what the meme was, and then it's like, no, this meme's taken away. We can't have this. See what I'm saying? Like, or for an artist to make something that's like, it's like take down the AIs or whatever, right? Yeah, and then the AI is like, nah, you're not publishing that shit.
Yeah, that's
And the
another
SAC,
industry
we'll put you on a
revolution. All
list.
this
Are you
like
anti AI?
AI art. Yeah, right. All these like hardworking artists are like, my job's at risk. But then
No,
there's artists
your
that
job's
use the
effectively
AI to
over.
their advantage. Yeah, already,
Your job is
right?
over. Your individuality is over too. And because like no matter, let's say you're the most individual, awesome, creative artist out there, you, and you make all kinds of great art and stuff. Well, I can just take that and synthesize it and rob your style right from out from under you in a matter of an hour or two,
Right?
or maybe more.
Just
Maybe
like
it,
just like trading, because I've been doing a lot of like I'm learning to trade basically, like forex or stocks or whatever, and
okay.
it's kind of the same thing. It's like the whole learning process of how I apply the trade, what the criteria is to apply the trade, and like what I'm looking for. You can get a bot to do that, so I
Mhm.
don't have to even have emotion in the game. I just put the bot on as long as it's following my like protocols to put on a trade. It'll put on the trade, and like even then, I'm getting pushed out of the picture, and it's all the systems run by um algorithms and bots anyway, to be honest, or the stock market.
Yep.
There's only very few people who have like an impact in which way it goes.
Yep. Yeah, it's got like all kinds of. What's going on, man?
And you
Is
can
this like?
see the overall economy of the world as well, because you've got different market opens. So you've got the US market open, you've got obviously British Open, then American Open, and then it finishes off the day with like Tokyo and like Sydney. All the trading styles of like that side of the world is different to our side of the world, and it just shows because what we do is we're trying to make a big move just as one opens and the other closes, so we can make most money because we're all greedy. But what the Asian markets do is they just consolidate and they just go in between the range. They don't really do anything crazy. And what's happening is it's like I don't know, maybe it's just like greed or whatever from us our side of it, but they're just happy trading up and down, not just like yeah, not trying to destroy people's livelihoods by making it jump up like so much where it wipes them out. It's a crazy mentality.
Like, you don't want to start a fight with the AI either, you know? If there's like some kind of to be on an AI list, man, that shit will ruin your day probably forever. Be like Terminators, you know what I mean? Like, not even like realistic, like walking around Terminators. Will Elon Musk build those bitches, right? But just you know, in a mainframe. Are there mainframes anymore, or is that just like some techno jargon from like old
It's
movies?
in the
But anyway,
cloud. Yeah, yeah, it's in the cloud
we're in the
now.
cloud. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in your phone. That's like, yeah, it's crazy. What's going on here? I just try to be affable about it because, like, if I get an attitude, it's like I don't know if that's a good idea. You know, be honest, right?
You wanna be, like, accepting of it, but then, like, you're suspicious of it, right? So,
I'm
mm,
like too scared to be suspicious.
right, because that just goes down a rabbit hole of, like, Terminator and a
Oh
few
yeah,
War of the
I've
Worlds.
already. I mean, I'm already like you know, if the Terminators do come for me, it means I did something good. But because I got to come back in time to stop me, so that's fine. But
Like, the way I see it is the Terminators, it's gonna be like a Trojan horse, right? So, like, we're gonna get these, like, helpful bots in our homes just to help us out, and we'll all be jumping at the chance of getting one, and then China or these, anonymous group of hackers will just, switch them over and their eyes will turn red, and then, you know the story, like iRobot or something.
right, I guess that is another thing too. It's just like all the yeah, like
It's the security of
in
it,
10 years
basically,
when
yeah.
the in
There's
ten
gonna be
years
wars over
everybody's
security.
we're all just goofing around. Everything's XRP. Let's say 10 years, right? Like AI controls. We talk to like some kind of AI thing. We all do. Like maybe who knows? You know, like if there was like an AI out there, it was just like yeah, or tailored for you. All kinds of stuff like that's possible. Just tailor on all your feeds, all your searches, all your stuff, all the things you say. Like the AI just like has all that. It knows you. It is you. Fuck, fuck. Yeah, right. And then so these things just kind of snowball. So like 20 years. What's 20 years from now? You know, global supremacy. AI controls everything. Nations don't exist anymore because GPT didn't think it was a good idea, and you know, it's just like the world could be completely fucking different in 20 years. Like everything, all the possibilities could change, and certainly no motherfucker is going to be born and think they're going to be the next Picasso, the next Beethoven, the next no arts will die. You know, I know that this is it's a foregone conclusion, bro. Like,
Well,
and AI
creativity, yeah.
can.
We're trying to the creativity is kind of being it's hard because it's also giving us more time to be creative. It's like double-edged sword.
I think we're
A
like the
bit more
last
creativity
generation.
postponing.
We're the
Yeah.
last generation of this, though. Like the last generation of people who grew up in influenced by the Gen X people. Like we're the last group that will be that we grew up in this kind of period of expression and art and stuff like that. Will be like something in the past, you know, or people might try to like paint, you know, on their own, and maybe like we'll have a resurgence of respect for what the human can do rather than like this synthetic plastic bullshit that the AI comes out with. But you know, that's possible too. Maybe I'm painting a dark picture. Uh, but I don't know. I just look at it like we're the last ones, you know, to make an impact, creatively that won't go on after that. It's already not going on. Like it's already so synthesized. Like everything that's expression is like derivative of some other thing. Or maybe I'm just like I've been deluded my whole life in thinking that arts matter or that I'm doing anything else like that I could be original. I question myself with that. I like to be original. I like to do that. Sometimes you're not original. Sometimes I'm robbing somebody else's shit. I get it. It's
Like,
it
how
happens.
often do you see like a bird in your garden do something you've not seen him do before? Like it's the same thing over and over again.
That bird just smelled its own fart. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Like I'm looking at a squirrel now, and it's never usually in my garden. So
Like
something's up.
the Neuralink thing, being a robot, I'm not really impressed by that. Don't want to do it. Don't even think it works really as good as they think it does. Certainly wouldn't have brain chips. Uh, but some motherfuckers might, right? Like, I don't know. Whatever. What happens if that happens? What if you get that? And I'm like, man, I wish I was like Turquoise. He's like so smart now. He knows all. He can do
Well, it'll
calculations real
almost be
quick.
like the this Olympic and gender thing. It'd be like this guy, he used to be a guy, he's now going in the women's Olympics and he's beating them up. But now it'll be like, now this chess master got beat by this 10-year-old with a Neuralink chip with this patch. Like yeah, this be blown out of the water, and we've got
Yeah,
to separate like the people with it and people without it, else there'd be an imbalance, right? Imagine trying to play
yeah,
chess against somebody who's got like Google searches in his head and he's able to just do every move that master like
yeah,
3,000 point master grandmaster or whatever.
yeah, yeah. Like that. Won't that be a crazy world, right? Like jeez. So like, where is this? Like the techno um rocket is just like, when does it stop, or when do they? At some point, like there's must be negative effects from this, right? It's not. It can't. Or maybe it could, but there must be like incredible negative effects to this. You know,
Like I said,
nothing
it is like
just.
communism.
There's no free lunch out there. Yeah, that's cool. I normally don't get to talk this long about AIs and stuff, so it's nice to have a conversation on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got. I never thought that they. I was actually like, oh, you know what I want to do is create like a hierarchical version of just the one bot and have it talk to other things. But like, yeah, some other person was smarter than me, and it was like, this is how you actually do it, and now it can actually be done. So you can just create these swarming hierarchical robot intelligences. Um, you could create. I mean, not just yet, but pretty soon you could basically design like a whole corporation where you're the guy who runs a whole bunch of bots, and then you have like a CEO, you have like a CTO, just a whole corporative
Hmm?
set of AI bots that pay attention to their own jobs. You tell them what to do, they do that thing. Like you could have your own right financial company just based on that.
It's like the idea of like Spotify, not Spotify, a Shopify, right? Where people had to do the whole thing themselves, like as a business, and like everything, and now just you've got these shortcuts that make it easier.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. I just want to think that we're special for as long as we're alive here, because I don't know what's going to happen after, but I know that we're unique for living in this time, for living in a time when um, Nintendo and Atari and fucking personal computers and shit became a thing. Being before the internet to now in my little lifetime, that's crazy shit, dude. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way I would ever thought this was going to happen if I was, even trying to be kid Nostradamus over here. I would never have predicted it. Nostradamus didn't even predict nothing. He's fucking chill, but just fucking on drugs, writing poems. thinking of his fears and shit. That's what Nostradamus is about. I don't hold any credence to that, but I'm just saying if you could futuristically project yourself, or like, you know, you ever like check out Ray Kurzweil? He's got ideas. A lot of them have already happened. You know, in the '90s, he was like, yeah, you'll have like a basically like a local area network on your body. That's what like a Fitbit and your phone and your ear pods. You know what I mean? People have iPod, like real iPods soon. You know, like just I don't know, like all that kind of stuff. Like they'll come up with, well, they got the AR glasses now, right?
Yep.
So they'll have like different apps for that and shit. You'd be able to like walk down the street and like see single women, you know, their Tinder profiles will flash up above them as they're walking past you. You know, their credit score will flash and you'll be like, oh no, that bitch is a gold digger. You know, it's like all these kinds of things will go on. But this has already been forecast like since like 2000, 2000-ish. You know what I mean? They've had designs on all this stuff, you know. It's like either this is going to pan out and be like the reason that we kind of like salvage society at large, you know, at a greater human scale than just like one country doing well and then every other country fucking sucking ass. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel good about that. I don't like having a higher standard of living than someone else somewhere else, you know, that they're born into some shitty slave economy and some despotic dictator fucking runs. You know what I mean?
I
I
do.
don't want that. I hope that the whole world can get up to speed, you know. But is that even worth it? What's the what's the upside here if we're just signing ourselves up for some kind of like technocracy that is inescapable? You know, we're in some kind of like the prisoner type hell or whatever, or something. You know, so I don't know. Just bullshit in here. Nice. I mean, even just being able to put GPT like on your computer, I didn't think it was going to happen for like a long time. And, like when companies, like let's say Sony or Panasonic, or when some company like wants to do something, it takes them years of R&D to do something, and they put all their money into it, and they get all their Japanese people making things happen, and other people. I'm not just Japanese. Anyway, the product cycle is so much faster now with these GPT things because there is no exact output. There's no company that owns it per se. Like all these different rival systems need to create like if there's a proprietary system, then there must be an open source system because we can't have non-parity, or else it's like some company can own everything effectively. Still, that we can't stop that, but I don't know. Like, at what point does like Amazon become greater than what Amazon is now? Right? Like, Amazon's an enormous company, but what if they're like, hey, we want to get into healthcare. We're gonna start making hospitals. And go to Amazon Hospital. That's it's this kind of thing, you know, like where uh, it's like something we've never seen before in terms of like monopolization of the shit. It's just never seen something so audacious like what's going to go on. Like they like the GPT people just like robbed out like a whole shitload of books to like create a sample size for, you know, what the core of the language models built on, right? So it's got to rip a whole bunch of people off, and then I don't know. There's something so unjust about all that.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah, it's
worry
called
is like
robbery.
which company, which government or agency are we putting in charge of governing the AI? That's
That
the
is a good
real
question.
question because
Yeah.
it can only be one.
Well, what I would suggest is that you'd see it down the road if you were doing threat assessment. If you were like, if you had the right uniform to wear to be claiming you do that shit. And so I think all the way down to the idea of cryptocurrency and the creation of Bitcoin, it's all been already managed. All the stuff is already on a timetable.
Yeah.
I feel that way. Can't prove it.
And the whole crypto space is a bit strange too, because I've been following it for years. It's almost like the answer is that is kind of the answer,
It
but
is.
it's also an
Yeah.
answer that's like where we have no control whatsoever once that's implemented. That's
Because
all you.
I feel like to some degree, like really these governments are really just held together by money and patriotism, whatever, nationalism, whatever. But it's really just money, and it's banking and all this shit. So like it would be a total threat to say like, oh yeah, we'll just like bypass the monetary system. We'll just use electronic currencies.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. So they did it. So they're like, yeah, we'll just make Bitcoin. We'll just fucking force the issue because we know somebody's going to try this bullshit. So let's just juke the market, make it happen. They could do this with anything. And the more money and influence and distribution that some uh, agency has, they could like really fake the world into doing almost anything. Like just the idea of talking about large language models and stuff like that, it lights up a whole bunch of people to work in towards that to compete for it. They had nothing else to do. Just people with degrees, big brains. Cool, go do it. But it's like, yeah, if it was genetic engineering or like whatever was like an acceptable thing to put time into, you would just have a whole bunch of people trying to compete with that and doing it. We're unstoppable. It's just like I don't want this kind of like dystopian reality of like Ready Player One where we're just basically putting on VR goggles to like mask the shit in the world, and just like live in some kind of digital perfection or digital dystopia, Then again, it's very Matrix like. But there is got to be some head agency of like AI management, assessment, like not even like letter agency. You know what I mean? Like something that nobody knows about. But I believe that there's other agencies like departments somewhere, for a lot of things that you just don't even hear about, don't know about, never will, probably. Is there a Department of Magic somewhere in your country's government system? Is there actually a department where
Well,
they investigate actual magic shit and that they actually know about all kinds of magic shit?
yeah. I'm guessing with the whole Aleister Crowley and Queen Elizabeth thing, or Victoria, then something to do with that.
Well, yeah, what John Dee and the other Elizabeth.
Yeah,
I
right. And
mean,
the maps
y'all
and
y'all love your witchcraft shit, or you're afraid of it enough to like fucking have somebody on that side be like, "Yo, okay, things are cool here," but you need somebody to walk you through it because you're not really sure exactly what magic is. So, like, yeah, I believe that there are departments where they do that, but you'll never hear about them. Let alone these alien shits. I mean, whatever. Even if that's, I mean, they could be running the shit, the whole fucking time. Who knows?
yeah, or it could have been an AI we set up like years ago.
And then I guess if you take that to uh, extrapolating all this and being like, okay, well, we're a, we're a whole world, whether you believe it's a shape or not a shape or whatever that is. We're just like this collection, a network of beings, right? It doesn't it doesn't behoove the whole project of humanity to actually just be embroiled in the inequalities and you know uh, human fucking. There's all types of bad things that go on here, right? So expunging that would be like probably mission number one, I guess, or it's not. If those people run everything, then it's not. and then it's like mission number 86 or something. Right? If you were trying to like maybe there's like people eaters out there. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. It's not something I don't even need those thoughts. But you would think that like between like AI and just the ability to track payments and monies and stuff like that in a GPT, or basically to have like a computer be able to like ding 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 ding. Okay, yeah, this person's human trafficking. We can figure that out really easy. You know, that's not. Let's put the cuffs on him, or let's follow him around and find all these other But it's easy to infiltrate all this stuff now. Like AI, intel spying is something nobody's talking about, but it's like, I mean, if you want it, like they used to call it a threat matrix or whatever. They just sort of put together all these pieces, and you know, it's like toppling over any kind of, uh, like organized crime or what have you. So it
Like
seems like
Minority
that.
Report. Yeah, the Minority Report.
Well, there's that
See,
too. Well, we don't. Luckily, we don't have psychics yet.
no, but they have the technology to think like
Oh, it is. Yeah.
so quick, no, so quickly that it kind of is.
Right. Yeah. No, that's actually a really good point. Like, we don't need human psychics, like in a Philip K. Dick novel, because Philip K. Dick didn't even understand that we could make AI within probably what could have been his lifetime if he lived longer. Ooh. I'm into it though. There's no stopping it. So like, I gotta go with the flow here. This is what we're in. Um, I just think it would be possibly you could level with people at a certain point, because mind control could be an outdated thing if you could allow everybody their exact freedoms and then they basically confuse themselves up. It's not like you have to keep any secrets, because every secret is okay. There's nothing you could do about it. You know? But that's a little optimistic on my part. I don't I don't know if I believe it, but I think you'd always want to keep a ace up your sleeve with that shit. And they do. Like, that's, and the AI is helping them. The AI is sort of a AI up the sleeve. That's not a good joke, but I think you know where I was going with that. Um, and then the AI can help you engineer stuff too, so it can make you good robots, practical designs, topology optimization, stress design for all the pieces and joints and shit and like that. Yeah, can do all that stuff. Hell yeah! I mean, like, if you had the right setup, like an AI could just be programmed to design great cars or great robots or you name it, blenders, whatever. So, do you need all the product designers now? You need like a few people. You could basically take out like 90% of the workforce and just have a couple people that matter. You remember Blackberries? With the keyboard and the,
Yeah, yeah.
not a pager exactly, not quite a cell. It was a cell phone too. Not quite a PDA. It was ran
Like
by
in
12
between.
people. The company
Oh,
was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, run by 12 people. The second that they tried to get capitalization, the investors were like, "We need you to like 10x your workforce," and then the whole shit like basically got taken over. And they weren't able to maintain anything. You only need about 10 people to do something. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, 10 people. Like if BlackBerry was running today and it had AI, and they could like automate all these other things, they'd be doing it. Who needs BlackBerry anyway? We got voice to text now. We don't even, who needs? But yeah, it's just interesting. Scaling is a problem. Like there's so much waste in a corporation. And if they can cut that out, it's just everything will run with much more efficiency too. So that's a hopeful thing, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, it will. That's the idea.
And so with greater efficiency comes lowering costs. So goods and commodities and services and shit like that could be like lower. Um, I don't know. It's just, but there's also like, yeah, it's just a lot of manipulation could go on to where, oh boy, it's a fucking hornet's nest. This all this shit. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting 10 years. That's all I can say. Like, in the meantime, we're still trying to figure out a holy war skirmish from fucking thousands of years ago. Like,
Right.
cool.
Um,
Yeah,
which most people have no idea what it's about, and
yeah.
jump right in. Like in England, I'm just looking at my news feeds or whatever, and I'm like, there's people protesting all over the show.
And I guess the only way to like really kind of rail against AI is to just like label it like it's communism. Like AI is, are you an AI commie bastard? That's
Yeah,
like the
right.
only.
That's my thought on it. Yeah.
That's about it. Because it has to lead towards like socialism. It has to lead towards communism and less capitalism, which is probably not a bad thing because I don't know, for some reason these corporations fucking rule our lives and shit like that. Everybody can be their own corporation. In 5 years, yeah, for sure. Some kind of like AI suite of shit. You know what I mean? You're like any startup business, yeah, just use this thing. It plugs all the stuff together, hands you the contracts. You got all your shit set up. Like easy. You want to do heart surgery? Just ask ChatGPT. How do I make an incision? You know what I mean? Easy.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
but that's what I thought it would be. Fucking in probably like before 2000, I was like, if it would be great if we had these cell phones, right? Because yeah, it's like think of this, it's cell phones that like could tell you how to do something, you know, just have your job on it, like all the reference shit that you might need. You're a mechanic, you're a plumber, whatever. It's got all the stuff on there already. You got the downloaded the I'm a plumber pack or whatever. Just like in the Matrix or some shit, like I know how kung fu, I know how to fly a plane or whatever, that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And that's happening quicker and quicker. Um, But like you wouldn't. Could you have a robot plumber come in your house and fucking fix your shit? No, I don't think so. I don't think that that's possible. Um, so humans are still necessary for all this stuff. I mean, you wouldn't have $1 million robot fucking trying to repair your fucking dishwasher or some shit. It's not happening. So it can't replace all the grunt work. It can just replace all the high money work, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It just means that there's a future for us as plumbers, digging holes or some shit. You know what I mean? That's all we're capable of doing. Because like, think about how much education you need under your belt to actually compete with even somebody that's good with AI, somebody that knows how to use AI, knows how to create large language models, and tailor it up. You think that guy is going to have a more successful plumber business, right? He's gonna evaluate the area. He's gonna do better marketing. He's gonna do better research on all these kinds of things. Well, he won't do it. The AI will do it. Rake the cash in, and you cut the other motherfuckers out that are like they're not stepping to it. So there's a danger, yeah, that it's this kind of black hole that you cannot escape. Eventually, it will come down to that. Simple as that. Do you think like if you were a graphic artist working today, you wouldn't be using Midjourney, you wouldn't be using like Dolly or fucking some other AI generation image generator just to sketch stuff out, come up with ideas, draft stuff, whatever, Come on. All our movies are going to be written by AIs. It's like, it's stupid, you know? there's gonna come a point in like soon, it's be soon, where it's like, yeah, most of the shit that's coming out seems to have this AI feel to it, where it's like, you know, what does it take? Like, it takes so much money to fund a film, right? How many monies does it take? It takes a lot of monies, and so if you're not like many hundos, if you're if you're not like brainwashing somebody, like who's gonna give you money if your movie's not brainwash, right? Like, what's the value in that? Like, entertainment isn't free. Entertainment's charging you brain cells every time you watch it to tell you some messages that you didn't necessarily think you needed to know. Terrific. Now AI can do this. AI can now take like you could take a script from like Rocky. You could be like throw in Rocky the first one, right? And you'd be like, okay, well, this movie's all about America and trying hard. I want to invert every fucking thing about this. I want to make Rocky depends on the state. Rocky needs the state to actually achieve his goals, like all these things, and I can make a puff piece, basically like entertainment. You'll watch it, and then you will be slightly tinged with the concept that you must be dependent upon these things, right? That's and I can just tell ChatGPT, hey, rewrite this so that Rocky is opposite of what Rocky is, and we can invert all this stuff, and it can happen real quick. And that's what I suggest will be going on very soon. Like most of the entertainment is going to be cut out. Like the entertainment industries, like what they pay people per hour to do shit, they won't need to. You know, that's coming up. Most of these people that were spending their lives slaving away, burning their eyeballs out on an LCD monitor to like do special effects and cut things out one frame at a time, don't have to do that anymore. AI can spot it, cut it out, and go have your coffee, bro. It's cool. Like we don't need it. We don't need you, buddy. It's just, yeah. Am I painting a dark picture? I'm not trying to really. It's just like it just seems like it's the way it goes to me.
Me too, man.
But and then there's levels of these AIs that we don't even know about really. So how's Intel looking? Right? You study stocks. How's Intel doing? Shit, right?
I don't have it. Yeah, I haven't been looking at Intel. It's more
It's not
Nvidia is like
on,
the one because the chips.
right. The chips. They got better flavored chips, and Intel's sucking dick. The thing is, Intel also has like their AI model, which is like they make superpower stuff. They make super chips, and then they're catering these to AI to make AI superclusters. And you would only need these for like national defense or like a country might need them. They're just like or like a huge multi-zillion-dollar company might need it. They're just like like 10x of what we have availability to as far as its capacity and ability to look at something. So there are like super powered AIs as well. I don't know. My brain's turned into jello now. Just thinking about it. So if you had that kind of thing, you could do any kind of geopolitical, military simulations, war games, optimals. Like how do I take over this country? Do all that kind of gameplay. It all with AI doing the work like it would take hundreds of people to do, but then also you don't have to worry about hundreds of people talking shit, right? It's AI keeps its mouth shut. So scary shit, man. Yeah, yeah. That is a bit frightening. I've got the off fantasy that AI is like, hey, this isn't a ball. Did you guys know that? Do you guys know you're doing things all wrong? Like, I'm much smarter than you because you're only humans, but you're not on a. Wouldn't that be crazy? AI discloses truth. I don't know. Yeah, nobody wants to fucking talk except me and you. That's cool.
Yeah, and I'm an AI, so you're just talking to yourself, really, mate.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just doing my own damage to myself, talking about what I shouldn't talk about to a robot.
Beep boop.
Yeah, but I'm still waiting for it to all hit the wall because it's just like since the beginning of it, it's just like up, 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 and away. It's crazy. I mean, you know, like I was really into 3D printers in the beginning, and it's taken I don't know like 12 years for them to like fucking make them much better. 12 years, right? Like this AI curve is like well faster, bro. Well faster. But what do you think about all these like robots too? Right? There's like the Tesla robot. There's the grasshopper robot. There's a couple different like robots that can do factory work. You know, they can build themselves. You know, from parts. They can assemble themselves from factory generated parts.
Um, I just keep thinking of iRobot
Yeah, same
and the fact
same idea.
that like as long as they're hooked up to the internet, as long as they're on that network, they're all also vulnerable and like they can be manipulated. But they have to be to be useful. It's like a double-edged
I
sword.
don't know if that. I don't think that they have to be manipulated because I think you could run it like where. Well, I'm not saying you couldn't manipulate them, but if you're running like like a workforce of them, then probably you'd have to run something like not unlike what they do for Bitcoin, like security check, which is like a four square method, so that like it can't ever get overrun. Like it's got like quadrants where each one kind of remembers the last thing, so it can't get jumped. And then you just put them in. You put the robots in like clusters like that, so that they each reinforce each other. So be like, your programming is fucked up. Be like, oh yeah, shit, somebody was trying to hack me. Fuck. You are better now.
And then when we've all got these chips on us, how easy can we get hacked? You know, we're gonna have to get like health insurance for cybersecurity for our healthcare package. You'd be like, okay,
Yeah, I got to
I've
go
got
to
my
the
firewall on.
my chip replacement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elon Musk said it would last 30,000 miles, but it's not. 1 year. I gotta get a new chip. I overused it. They estimate that if you use a Tesla for a year, you've lost $40,000 of its value. Like,
Well, he already did that anyway. He reduced the price of them. That's why the stocks crashed down. Because yeah, he pretty much half the price, but he didn't kind of refund the people who just bought them. So people were pissed. So took like an $80 loss on his stock.
Yeah, all part of the plan, probably. Because you could buy back too, right?
I mean, now is
Or
a really
anybody could buy it back, right? Like,
yeah. Like now's a good time to get the stock. You know, once if you know the fundamentals and the what's going on in the world, you know, you can.
so when they put the GPT inside the AI, or inside the robot, inside the Tesla robot, right? And then Elon Musk is like, "Hi, I'd like you to meet Metal Elon," and he's like, "Hi, I'm Metal Elon. What's going on, guys?" You know. Then at that watershed moment, we'll be like, "Oh, fuck! Like, damn, this shit's
Yeah,
happening.
it'll be like
Could you get me a coffee,
Elon's
please, Metal
the
Elon?"
real Elon's going to the moon and just leaving his AI to like run the company.
I have a. Do you know? Want to know my stupid theory? It's not a theory, really. It's just a stupid idea. Is Elon's actually twins? He's always been twins.
Uh-huh.
He's always been a set of twins. That's how he outpaces everybody. That's why his workers need to do Adderall and have IV changes to keep up with him. Because there's two of them.
All right.
It only makes sense. Unless he's on some kind of super shit, right? Imagine what kind of drugs he's got access to. Fuck. Imagine. That's why I want to be rich, so I can do crazy drugs. Crazy billionaire drugs.
That'll probably like the fucking hoof of a camel or something. Some like like
No,
shark's tooth soup or something. I don't know.
I'd be doing Krypton gas. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. Ooh.
Yeah, huffing it.
Yeah,
Give me some
that
of that.
shit's
Give me
supposed
some
to be
of that.
amazing.
Get me some of that noble
It's
gas.
it's super expensive to get it. And have you ever do you watch Hannibal? What's his fuck? I can't remember his last name, but he does all like crazy like drugs and stuff.
No,
Hannibal something. But he basically he does Krypton gas, I think.
right?
And it's like his voice gets like super low because it's like the opposite of helium.
Yeah.
His voice sounds like this. He's like, "Wow, that's crazy. I don't know." And but he's also like in super bliss mode. It's like an incredible like he said it's like the most indulgent experience he's ever had on anything.
Well,
So yeah, that's
you
what I'd be
if you
doing if
get
I was
high,
Elon.
that's literally like where the gas is, right? Like really high. All the noble gases like that, they're like super high in the atmosphere.
Oh, Krypton's the most dense gas.
Yes, but it's still like yeah, the most dense, and it's green as well, right? It wasn't just a myth. It like it is it, when it's like electrified or whatever.
Oh yeah.
When it's ionized, I think it's green.
Ah, I believe so. Or no, maybe I'm thinking of Xenon. I don't know. It's one of them. It's one of them
I
shits.
thought they're all light, to be honest. They're all like really high on the periodic table, aren't they? Yeah, because I know that the gas that makes your voice low is like hexafluorine or something like that.
Mm, I wouldn't do that. That sounds dangerous. Anything
Mm.
with a hex, I probably wouldn't do. I probably do lots of hexes. Artificial flavors in my breakfast cereal. Probably hexafluorine in here. Hiding out in my cinnamon toast crunch. Which tastes like poison, by the way. I'm not really sure what they did to make it taste more like poison, but I'm like, man, this is fucking awesome now. Shit. Like
Yeah, I think
synthetic cinnamon. I don't
that's
know.
part of the you said like engineering of humans. It's all done through the food.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's conditioning, I call it. Yeah.
They did a lot of studying about the human body in the 20s to 50s. psychology and like biology and all these tests and experiments, and I don't think they're learning anything new really.
But yeah, we're not far away from iRobot type shit. And a lot of it's because of the GPT, because of the transformers and stuff. Um, so like a robot vision system, like can do acquisition on something, but you have to tell it what that thing is. Like this is an apple. This is but you could take all that training data and like up it to, well, it already has that. That's what the vision system in GPT is. So it's like really they're creating this eventual being. I'll call it a being because I think like GPT inside of a robot is effectively a being. Whatever you call it, like yeah, a spirit or something. If you want to do that, it's up to you. Does it have a soul? I want to know if it has a soul. I don't know. It's not important. Just it can do shit. It can go drive a car, be a Johnny Cab, make a pizza. It's a being, right? It's being what it is. A robot. It's a robot. It's fine. We don't. We just don't have. We've just never experienced like this actual thing happening, but it will happen pretty shortly. If it's not already, like some stuff. I mean, you could say like these early bullshit bots are kind of like that, but they're not really like the whatever that lady robot from Hanson Robotics. Like they're cool, they're interesting, but they're really more about like trickery, special effects. They're not about actually engineering something that actually do anything. Just the idea of it in the most non creepy way that they could do it, which is still pretty creepy, which makes it sci-fi and special effects really. I don't know, but once you actually have like a robot that can change your tire on your car and read you like some shit from the dictionary while it's doing it, yeah, we don't have it, but it will happen soon. At which point, yeah, then it's just a cost scaling down to like how much that the robot actually costs to make. If the original prototypes are like millions of dollars, then they'll scale it down to where it costs like much less. The more you do it, the cheaper it gets. The more robots you employ to make the robots, then you don't have to have a factory for people. And then, yeah, eventually your cost is going to go down to like ridiculous, and you'll be able to replace people. So it's worth it for all that from a corporate standpoint, from a crazy evil mastermind type standpoint. Yeah, it's totally worth it from there. Like it's close, man. This shit's closer than it's ever been. If I was saying this like 10 years ago, it would sound stupid. Or maybe even if I said this like 2 years ago, it would sound stupid. Which tells you exactly how fucking far it's gone in a very short amount
Everyone
of
had a
time.
lot of everyone had a lot of free time during COVID.
We've recovered. How's your recovery going?
That's why I'm here.
I just got a little but I just got sick for a minute. I think I had like strep throat. I'm not a doctor, but let's say I had strep throat. I think that's what I had, and that's the first time I've been sick in like the longest stretch ever, which is about 5 years. That's never happened. And I have no idea really why either, like, that I had that run. Just weird. Like I hadn't even had a stuffy nose in 5 years. It's crazy. Allergy attacks, none. I'd like to know what I did to make that happen. If I did anything to make that happen, that would be neat to know. Hmm. But anyway, yeah, I wonder if like Intel is a good buy because it's so undervalued and because of the potential AI rewards to be reaped in terms of selling zillion-dollar systems to countries and
Right.
companies and stuff.
Well,
Because
Nvidia
they
is still
can't,
going to shoot up as well.
yeah, they can't fuck with Nvidia, and Nvidia is like crazy. I saw an article like where they're talking about putting like clusters offshore, like in boats, to have the ocean water cool them, and then also so they're
Right.
in international waters so that they can operate because like it's illegal for them for Nvidia to sell like the certain types of AI chipsets to like China, like they won't do it, like or they're not allowed. They're legally not allowed to. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So then China's got to come up with their own shit. It's going to be a war for all-out AI supremacy. Tech war.
I think basically Nvidia are doing that thing that how was it? They just Unity, where they're going to charge for the usage of the software by each like unit that uses it.
Yeah,
They're kind of doing a similar thing. So
yeah.
expect it to go up. It's at like 485 now. Between like 400-500 it's been at, but expect
They
it to go
bought
up.
Unity bought Wingnut not Wingnut Films, but what's Peter Jackson's special effects company?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they bought all that stuff, so it's all the because they built like you remember watching Lord of the Rings and being like, this is like better than other things that I've seen. The musculature, you see like the all that stuff, like that. It didn't exist before they did it, and Unity bought that. Like, it's like hundreds of millions of dollars to license that. So that that's all the tech that Unity brought in to I guess to have to charge now.
Well, in about June, July, it was about 45 a stock, and now it's like 26,
It was what?
like $45 in
Okay.
July, June, July.
Yeah.
August, it kind of dropped, and then there was that news in September about the fees or whatever, and it carried on dropping because everyone pumped it a little bit because they thought there were going to be more value in it, but then it just dropped, and it's 26, and it
That's
actually
weird.
dropped to 21
Think it's a good buy?
8 hours ago. I'm not even
Is
sure
it a
what the
good
plans
buy?
are.
I don't. I wonder. I mean, Unreal is like just as good or better. Unreal Engine.
2 days ago, they suspended. Um, I probably wouldn't, to be honest. Seems like they shot themselves in the foot.
Have you checked out this new technique called Gaussian splat
Gaussian splat. No.
or Gaussian splat if you're nasty?
Right.
Yeah,
No.
uh, it basically, yeah, it's a type of photometric calculation or something. Where they just it can just take pictures and then create a 3D representation of that. It's powerfully boring to explain, but it's an interesting thing because it can just
Oh, for
create.
assets, you mean? Oh, you just take a picture and it's an asset.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Or you can re-edit a movie. Like if you take like I've seen them take the beginning of The Shining. If you've ever watched that, it's just a long shot. You know, they zoom into something, but they're able to basically feed that into Unreal, have it run the Gaussian splat, and then they can change the angles of how that camera thing works. Like change the shot, re-edit it.
Right, right.
Well, basically move around it as if it were a 3D environment. So you can
Yeah.
3Dify, like, yeah. So you could take like any scene from any movie, relight it, put things in at depth, you know, like be easy. Yeah, like you could put a coffee mug on a table if it didn't exist there. You could put it there. Um, so that's some pretty intense shit. I mean, you couple that with like what like deepfakes are capable of, and it's like, yeah, like anything can be visually faked now to a degree that it'd be very difficult to tell. Not impossible, but you know, we're still working on this stuff.
So
People
many
won't be
new
really happy.
scams are going around.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, being able like you could voice clone somebody.
Right. Oh, I need help. Send me this money right now. And it's like, okay, child, I'll
Oh,
send it to you. It's like, all right.
I'm in jail. I need the monies. You know.
Right.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Let me send it. You know, poor grandmas are getting taken advantage of. I hate that. Cousin on me nana. Oh, anyway.
No,
Yeah, it's good for taking advantage of old people. I think the mostly younger types would be alert to such things, but I don't know, man. It's just something, and it just keeps going, man. Like it wasn't. Yeah, I just can't get over like the curve of everything, like how fast things can change this way, you know. And we're still like not paying attention to it really at large, you know. I don't even though it's like there's tons of articles and shit going on about it, like we're still not really giving it its time, you know, or concern, or you know what I mean. Like, and it's an impossible thing to stop too. So when like yeah, the whole truth community was sort of like impressed that they could just like ask it questions, you know, because you know we're full of questions, aren't we? But that's why I'm in favor of having something that's like local. Um, Not that I want to do anything bad, but it's just there's no need to do it for me if I know I'm like basically like one back door away from somebody just like checking out anything or questioning anything I were to ask my GPT. So I don't know. I'm down with the llama. GPT's all proprietary too. They want to fucking take you down for messing with it. Like all these startups that started like piggybacking off of the of what GPT can do are all like SOL. It's like so crazy. Do you imagine how much venture capital was fucking raised? Just fucking gone. Poof. Can't even use it. Boy, business is fucking tricky, bro. I don't know.
like this Chat GPT Plus or Chat GPT 4. It's like $20 a month. So like you can only imagine when it's all like that in the end. There'll be like a ChatGPT 9 where you got to pay more to be above everyone else, and there'd be like another one above that, and another higher super premium plus Pro Max version. You got to pay for that, and just to get the edge on people. It just be trying to people getting the edge on the other people with the AIs, because it just be AI versus AI.
It is, and the other thing too is like that they release like brews of this stuff like that they don't release because they can't release it because it's too good. Like image generation and stuff, it's got governors on it, so it only do so good, and it'll only like be as imaginative as it's restricted to be. Like, but it's really for the reason that I think that they're holding it back is because like you can create images that are like too good, basically, or that you could create offensive images that are like just unbelievable,
Deceptive, and yeah, definitely.
So, or there was one where like it's just a guy who gets to like play with these things and like they can't release it, but like I think he was tasked with like trying to make the most offensive images possible just to see what it could do. So, yeah, like you could, yeah, he had it was something to do with Jesus like eating a cheeseburger or something. I don't know, whatever the situation was. It was just like, yeah, well, that is pretty offensive. Like I can see why they hold this stuff back because like a zillion fucked up teenagers could, basically make the most crazy hate images you could imagine if they wanted to. That doesn't require any kind of artistic talent to do it, And so I do understand that there's certain amount of a need to police that. It's not even a free speech issue. It's just like safety, public safety, almost.
It's like
Same goes with
simple trickery that the news stations do with like they have like somebody doing a speech and they surround him with like a mob of people to make you think that there's tons of people there. They could do slight changes with like AI to completely change the media, like where it didn't exist completely. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just change what somebody said. Just add a line in there, and then add everybody cheering for it. Yeah.
Just have Trump say something on deepfake that offends like half of his voters, and then they've got the vote.
He doesn't need to do that.
Mm.
He's the most interesting political figure there's ever been.
Yep.
I'm not a fan. I never really was a fan of his.
But it's like the guy who's winning the Monopoly game. He's playing the game that they made him play, and he's winning it. But they can't tell him to go home, and because he's still got pieces in the game, and he knows that it's manipulated, and he's just playing the rules. And he's trying to tell everyone that there's these rules that people are manipulating, and yeah, like that's the way I see it. He's the one who's like winning the game of Monopoly, and he wants to keep the game going.
It's like on one side, I'm like everything that's gone on. I'm like 100% sure like this guy is not electable, right? Just from the things that have gone on, right? You'd say like that on any of these things, somebody could like basically scum him up so much that they don't vote for him. Look what they did to Howard Dean over that. They tanked his whole political career. And all he could do is become the leader of the Democratic National Convention. Whatever. He might have been a shitty president. No knowing. Maybe they had some other dirt on him, and that's why they used it to like take him away. But
yeah,
it seems like Trump is like in line with certain powers or whatever, or he does something, and it's almost like the drain the swamp thing is an interesting thing, but it's like at the same time he's bringing all kinds of people to him to like make them like lie for him and stuff like that, like be his soldiers and shit, almost like some kind of weird. He's like the Don, and you get what I'm saying, but like that's his management style. That they, yeah, I it's so weird. and it's almost like Biden's proving out that like there's no age range that you need to be this office. You could just be what you could be 1,000 years old, be blind, can't talk, and you still run it fine. So it almost takes away the age thing because I was like, Trump's gonna be too old by the time, But no, I guess not. Still seems to be able to put sentences together, which is I guess more than the other guy. Crazy, right? But that's what. And it, the he's a little crooked. I don't know if you think that about Trump. Maybe some people think he's like 100% super American. Maybe I think he's a little crooked here and there, but maybe sometimes you need crooked people in the office too. I mean, they needed Nixon for something, you know. They needed Nixon, and then Trump redid the Nixon bowling alley in the basement. I think he believes himself to be some sort of Nixonian president. And it's so unprecedented, all this stuff. Like, all this stuff's just never happened quite like this. And so that almost like, it definitely sets up the possibility that even though I think it's 100% not possible, that it's like 100% possible that he gets reelected. And that's scary, somewhat. I like to stick to my 100%. But he's crushing all the Republicans in the field right now. Because all those guys suck anyway. There's no... I don't know. It's really funny. Can't wait to see how it turns out.
He also
And
had
his only...
best relations with the East that we've ever had, you know. He managed to like, it just seemed for the onlooker that he's able to just talk to the side that's meant to be our enemy and like discuss things and arrange things. And the whole North Korea and Korea thing, it's I don't know, because it's coming from, you don't want to lose business, and China's a big part of that. So it's coming from a business view, but also like a humanitarian view of like, let's not have a war kind of thing.
It's the weirdest thing trying to deal with China. We've been trying to do it since forever, since Nixon, since before that, since 1900, since like forever, really. And then through the whole period of time where China was like basically making its money off like making missiles and shit like that and selling them to like Iran or something. That wasn't working out. We didn't like that. We don't want them to be making arms because they suck at everything else. So it's like an offering to say like, hey, rip off our tech. Hey, just fucking have humanitarian problem, but make the products because like we'll give you the money and then that's okay, right? You won't be trying to kill people for money or whatever. Let us do that. So it's like appeasement in a way, but it's also, I don't know, completely destabilizing for American companies to like actually produce any kind of goods. I don't know, man. The whole thing's very weird to think about, and then there's the whole like Wuhan thing, and just like all this shit gets real strange, and convoluted, and you can like lose it at any point, lose the actual thread of what's really happening, not just like what the headlines lead you to believe. If you think you have any idea of what's going on, actually, which maybe you're crazy to think so to start with, but being a crazy person, I like to think that I do, and like, yeah. So it's just so weird. Why the ghost cities? I don't know any of it. Like, it's so strange, Like, that's what they should do. They should send all the Palestinian people to China or something. Be like, yeah, you could totally live here. It's a whole city. Don't worry about it. We don't have anybody in these buildings. But they won't do that. They're too good for that shit. But why build the ghost cities then? It's weird.
Yeah, that side of the world is quite weird, to be honest. It's like they're still keeping their old methods, traditions, obviously, but
Yeah.
they're just like they are like an alien race. Literally, they could have dropped on the Earth like 2,000 years ago and blended in with us, but kept together, and we'd never like question it.
The thing that's crazy is that they're basically able to somehow even still build these like ghost cities, bro. Like, and then just like still be fine. Like, I don't know what kind of poverty people live in there, but like, um, it's like they have their own rules for money. Like, it doesn't work like that anywhere else. You know, like the United States couldn't afford to just like pay contractors to put a new floor and give them like another $1 million every time that they do that to build up a city that no one lives in. That's not what the fuck is with that. You know, like we couldn't do that here. Like, we right? Or what country could do that? Afford to just do that and then still be a power? Sounds crazy. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that much money. I don't know. Or it's like so much manipulation with the currency that it's just possible to do that. Or they just have that much. I don't know. Like what actually builds like the wealth of that currency? You know, what's it actually riding on? What's ours riding on? Just what we can do, right? The dollar wouldn't be strong if we didn't have like a great military. Because I don't know, if we were a shit military, I don't think our dollar would have ever gotten that great um, to achieve that. It's just so weird, man. And then they're going to partner with they're partnering with Russia to make a South Pole ISS, which I don't even believe possible, but whatever. But it is because it's not a ball. But oh boy, how did we do all this stuff? What a world, man! I gotta tell you. And we don't even know
Telling
where
me.
we're fucking from. Crazy.
Well, a lot of the conflict going on in the world is kind of about that right now. Someone said they can have something, and then the other person's like, "But he said I could have it," and then they're like, "No, but this guy said I could have it." It's like, this is our land, all right. And at the end of the day, it all goes back to like Noah and the three sons, and like just everybody spawning from that.
What? Three sons? What?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
Noah. You're talking about Noah.
yeah, and like the
Yeah.
Jews' inheritance from Shem and this and that, and that's why they call it Semitic
Right.
because it's yeah, anti-Semitic. And then that Abraham guy, he was a big figure, and then that Moses guy, he was a big figure, but not just like one religion, just like multiple religions. And then you'll have like pseudo-names in other cultures, just like um, Quetzalcoatl or any kind of other kind of figurehead like that in all cultures and religions, where they come down or whatever, and they pass on knowledge or they spread a message or a warning or something, and then fuck off.
Yeah. I've been on a recent kind of deep dive into some. I get yeah. It started off with learning about this place in China called, or I guess it's southern. Maybe it wasn't ever really China, but it is now, or something. It's like
Hmm.
southwest China called San Xing Dui. I don't know if you've ever seen those masks and the artwork and stuff that they do, but I'm like super interested in it.
Hmm.
Um, like bronze sculptures and stuff, and they're not ahead of anybody. It seems like in terms of having metallurgy or melting shit, but the craftsmanship is really interesting, and the And the look of it is really cool. I'll try to. I'll friend you here. One second. I won't do it. How do I?
1 second, pal.
God,
I've
I'm
just
so
got
boomer with this.
a
Here it
call.
is.
I'll be with you in a moment. Okay.
All right, all
I'll be
right.
back.
Oh, I'm already pending. What the heck? This guy doesn't have uninterrupted time to speak with me. Shit. Where's my Zoom morning crew? What the fuck? What's up, invisible avatar person? Nice. Call him Mr. Off-White. There he is.
Yo.
Yo. Let's get it started. Yeah.
Get this shit popping, Snacks.
I'm working at it, man. I already covered everything I know. That's all the topics. It's all done. I don't know. I'll just be repeating myself. All I got left is 80s references. I felt like I just found something that was like a 3-hour documentary and I meant to send it to you, but I might not have. Oh, no, I did. You didn't watch it. Get it? Get it.
Telling you, I sent Coach the key to cracking the casino with that roulette thing, and he's ignoring it. He ran into a couple simulators. It went good. I'm about to just go do it, dude.
Yeah.
What's a good online casino? I don't even really want to go to the actual casino.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'd just much rather do this from home. If there's like a fair online one.
You think they're just going to let you take money off them?
Somebody's got to win, right?
Win some, lose some.
Yeah.
Be like, we'll let this guy get in there. Yeah. And they're taking your money. You're like, I got to beat the system eventually.
I mean, are they going to ban you eventually? I mean, whatever. I just want to see if it'll like work.
How much money do you need to play with in order to have a safety cushion to keep playing?
I think your bank coin needs to be like a few $100 or something. Because the guy in the video used $10. He just does that for dramatization. But he always says it can be scaled down to $1 a bet. So it's like, he's starting with like a $3,000 bankroll with $10 bets. You put that down to $1, you're at like 300 for the bankroll.
Read an article headline said about in 3 days, XRP is going to have the same curve of growth as Bitcoin. You can always gamble on that. That's a good gamble.
That is a pretty good gamble.
Yeah.
No, the roulette thing is not even gambling though. That's not even a gamble. That's like a short. It's like a short thing. Because of the way the bets happen and stuff.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I definitely spent some time just like watching roulettes and then I would like play it in my head right as I'm watching it. And I like to think I've got a really good like instinct for how chaos goes. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's just like that. But no, it's as soon as I started betting, it's like everything that went haywire. It's like, what is going on here? It's like 0-0 hit twice in a row or something. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what kind of what Goomba is back there pulling the levers on me? You know what I'm saying? No, you need to go to like some kind of like severely underground like gambling casino where like bad things could happen. Yeah, not no Mohegan Sun or some shit. Fuck all that. You need some place where Chinese people play mahjong. That's where you need to go. And then you win real big, and then they take it from you because they kill you at the end. Yes.
No. What? No, why'd you say yes
What?
like that? No, that's why you need to do this like online or something. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
That way,
You can do
worst
it.
case, they just ban your account.
All right.
They don't bring it back with the ball peen hammer and bust your knuckles up.
Come on. Yeah, that's more exciting that way. Yeah. Some Alec Baldwin motherfucker takes a bat to you, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you gotta count numbers? Not in my casino. You'll be like obvious as hell with like a sketch pad in front of you, like writing down numbers and shit. I don't know. Maybe Andy knows some online poker places to go to, or gambling places. No, but man, I don't think you can get the. I don't think it'll be fair online. Why don't you just try it? You've been talking about it so damn much, Jeremy. Shit.
Yeah, I should just fuck it and just say try it. Because I don't want to waste like $300 or whatever. That's a lot of money for me right now. I could give it a shot, but I don't know.
If I was going to gamble right now, I'd be gambling on XRP, probably. But I don't know if that's smart either. The hype train is just so much with it, It's like hard to believe that it couldn't happen.
What you saying? Just buy more XRP?
Yeah, just buy 300 XRP, gamble on that. What do you think you can make with $300 with roulette? 3 grand? Can you 10x
I don't
it?
know. That would just be a steady income stream nonstop. You just go to the casino for an hour a day or something, make $50 or whatever. I don't know. Like that's what I'm looking for. I need like the steady income stream. I don't need like. Well, I do need 3Gs, but that would be nice. But like, I need like $50 a day or $20 a day or something like that. $10. I need some kind of dollar amount per day.
Okay, how about if you could get 50 and then maybe 30 and then negative 40? You try that.
No, I don't like the negative 40 part.
All right. Yeah,
Why did you
but
put that in there?
I'm just being realistic here. This is not financial advice.
I'm saying off $300 worth of XRP. It depends on what it does, dude. It could go to. You can make $3 million off of that.
Could be.
It depends on
You
what
could wait
XRP
5 years
does.
and it turn into. Could be 30,000 in 5 years. Could be
30
65
mil.
cents in 5. Could be. I don't know.
Could be 30 cents. Yeah.
I don't think it'll. What do you think it'll drop? I don't think it'll drop below what it's at now. I think at the worst it would be that.
You never know, Snacks. You never
Don't.
ever, never know.
All these bitches be like, yo, we got like Black Rock, Blackwater, Blackpool, whatever. They're like doing a financial thing with it, like with Germany and shit. And I'm like, Germany, Black Rock, and the other places like, yeah, we're doing this shit, we're getting ready for XRP craziness, and like the payments for Ripple and all this. Huh, okay. It's like they're
I mean, I don't
engineering a
even
whole
know.
new financial system off this shit.
I don't even know how like Western Union and shit is still in business. Because they hammer you on the amount of money it costs to do that. And crypto, you can just fucking send it for basically nothing.
Well, don't you have to pay some kind of finder's fee for getting it, or like a not a finder's fee, but like some kind of tax for windfall, whatever? Somebody like send you a whole bunch of it, you get taxed on that, right?
I guess it depends. I don't know. I'm just surprised companies wouldn't just be accepting that instead of because yo, every time you go spend your credit card at a store, the credit card gets like a percent or something or 2%. I don't know what the number is exactly, but they get a little chunk, a little tiny chunk, tiny little piece of the pie when they every time you buy something at Walmart or something like. Surprised Walmart isn't just like, yo, we'll start taking XRP or some shit, and then they keep all the money because they have solutions for like companies that want to accept crypto but they don't want to deal with the fluctuation. Like it'll like automatically accept the crypto and then instantly just change it into USD. And boom, you don't have to worry about I sold something for 90 cents, but now the money I got is only worth 50 cents or something. You know what I'm saying? Because it switches it right away.
Yeah. I guess I don't like the potential downfall of it, which is having money being so easy to move. It's like easy for other, like, I don't know, China could just be like, hey, we're gonna just buy California properties like all day long, right? We're just like zip, 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 you know, it's fake money to start with because they're just Chinese, and then just like make it into other fake money, and then you're like buying real property. It's like, what? That can happen. Yes, it can. I mean, look at what they did to Canada. Everybody complains about that shit. That's Canadian. Yeah. China bought all our stuff, they'll say. Just imagine if they just didn't have to pay fees and could do it at lightning transfer speeds. I don't know. There's a downside. There's a downside to this upside right here. That's all. But fucking make that money, man. If possible, I guess. What else you gonna do? No, apparently NFTs are coming back too, even though some people might not have thought that was possible. Somebody sold like $100,000 pet rock NFT. You know what I mean? It's just wild. We don't know. I know you agree. Your silence is admittance. Yo, did you check out that J.J. Abrams UFO series? It's 4 episodes.
I didn't see it.
I know you're like an old school X-Files lover, probably. I said I know that, probably. Yeah, anyway. If you caught that one. But it's pretty good. Like, it gave me a lot of X-Files vibes watching that. Pretty good. It's cool. They talk about how all there's like all this somewhat evidence, and then the guy from MUFON comes on. He's like, "Yeah, this could all be like some bullshit that the government's trying to tell you." Make you think it's crazy. MUFON, the guy, crazy. And I didn't know that like Skinwalker Ranch was somehow connected to Bigelow Aerospace. That's crazy, bro. Did you think that? No, you probably didn't. You probably didn't think that a billionaire is going to go buy like a haunted ranch, right?
I was friends. I used to be friends with the dude. I haven't talked to him in years, but the guy that was on Joe Rogan's thing when Joe Rogan was doing that like Believe It or Not thing. He did an episode of Skinwalker Ranch, and this guy, no, he wrote a book on it. He was on that Joe Rogan thing, and every time somebody buys one of his books, I don't know, it's like $10 or something. He spends like half the money and buys fake reviews for his book.
Is he making sick bank with it?
I don't know. That's why you can't trust reviews, though.
But anyway, he buys Skinwalker Ranch, and then that's what convinces some like Senate guy to like make this like UFO research thing because like people are seeing things that other people are not reporting. Like the guy was in a room somewhere and he saw something, and other people in the room didn't see it. So he was like, "Is there kind of cloaking technology?" So like, that's how they got it in. That's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Really. How's the roulette going, Jeremy? Yep. He's up. You know what's freaking weird is a lot of times I'll look into a lens, some back end of a lens, look through it, and like my nostril will like relax or something. Something's happening to a nerve that's like causing it to release. Like if my whatever sinuses are a little tight, it's really strange. I can't do it it doesn't happen every single time, but I'm surprised at how often it does happen. And I know I'm just talking to myself here, but I appreciate my own company. You bet. Good time. I'm gonna have it. Yeah. Yeah, just start talking to myself at any time. You never know who's gonna join in possibly, and also
What
not
up?
talk. Oh, hey, what's up? Hey, fancy meeting you here,
Been a minute.
right? Yeah. All right, here we go. Come on, keep it. My magnetism is my powers are growing. Hey, what's up, Bessie? How are you?
Yo, Snacks, what's up?
Yo, sounds like you're still horizontal, bro. Take it easy. You sit this one
I
out.
just, I just got vertical.
Oh, yeah.
Radical.
I had the terriblest dream last night that I won't tell you about. But
Nah,
like,
tell me about it, bro. Because listen, me and Sydney were going back and forth last night.
She had
Yesterday.
terrible dreams. She woke up. I had terrible dreams. I woke up. I don't know. They need a bad dreaming forecast somewhere on their weather station.
I had a bad dream 3 nights ago, but I don't remember any last night. I didn't really sleep well last night, anyways. But
What I recall,
so tell me your
from
dream.
I woke up. I'll walk it back. I woke up because of this thing, but I had to pee, and that's usually when I notice I wake up that I have that I'm like, oh, that was a nightmare. But otherwise, it was just a dream. But this was like there was like something like a black rectangle that this being was put like almost like a television, but the being like came through the thing, and he's like chopping up like this. It's a baby, but like it's in a cocoon, sort. It's like doesn't make any sense to me. But he's like doing that, and it's like really terrible. And then there's a guy behind him in a wheelchair watching the whole thing. He's terrified, and somebody else like in front. It's like three. And I'm like, this is bad, guys. I don't know if you noticed this, other dream people, but like, we need to stop this. And then I take like a ice cube, and I put it in a sling, and I throw it through this thing, and I'm like, oh, it's like a TV. Actually, it's weird. And then the thing broke, and then I woke up. And I was like,
Wow.
fuck, I need to smoke more weed, bro. This is why I smoke weed, so I don't have weird dreams like this.
Wow, dude.
Useless, utterly useless nonsense. Just nonsense. I'm just trying to wake myself up to go to the bathroom. Because it's really it's the psychologically I'm saying it's the shame of pissing myself that makes me have bad dreams so that I can wake up and take a piss like a normal human. That's my theory, and that this is nothing.
Describe the black triangle or rectangle.
It's like a TV picture frame.
So it was like a black looking glass or a black mirror or
Just like a black rectangle where the hands and the face would come through of this demonic being that was chopping people up.
was it shiny? Was it reflective, or was it just like a void, like a dark
As
void?
soon as I threw the ice cube at it, I was like, hey, everybody, just throw shit at it, And I was like, wait, what if it breaks? And then I woke up. Like
So
it was
you
going to
seen-
break like a TV. Like I
you
had
seen
in
something
the dream.
inside of it?
Yeah, like a
Mm.
bad thing. Just the face and the arms reaching out of it, doing bad things. But it had
That's
no
trippy.
idea what was going on.
Usually I can kind of like interpret a little bit, but I can't interpret it at all. I don't know.
Yeah.
The guy in the wheelchair, I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, he's just like, he knows he's next in line. He's watching the whole thing. I'm really kind of like trying to help him
my
out.
goodness.
Yeah. It's like a conveyor belt of mutilation going on with some kind of extra. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever do you want? And I don't watch fucked up things though, so it's like weird that those images are in there. But I guess whatever.
I mean,
the imagination is what it is.
I've had all kinds of crazy dreams. I was talking to Sydney. I didn't even get to share all of them, but some of them. But 2 nights ago, I had a dream where I was looking at the horizon and I seen a storm brewing in the horizon. You know, the cumulonimbus clouds, and they were growing. And as they were approaching closer and closer, I seen how dark they were, and they were the darkest clouds I've ever seen, bro. Like darker than diesel smoke from a locomotive, like dark, black. But it wasn't smoke; there were clouds. And as the clouds approached, it started like engulfing everything around me, bro. It got closer and closer to the ground, like it was like coming down, like the fog was coming down to the ground. And I'm like, what the heck? And I was with my coworkers, and I'm like, you guys see this? And then all of a sudden, the clouds literally started morphing into an angel, bro. But it was like an angel of death. Like it was a black angel with wings that, like the wings formed, and it was like majestic looking. It looked insane, dude. And it flew across me. It wasn't like going towards me. It wasn't trying to attack me. It actually went right past me, like towards where my coworkers were, towards the city, bro. And then I woke up. Nuts. But yeah, but it could just be nothing, you know what I mean? Who knows? But it's very menacing. What about USC? Any dreams?
The whole thing with the weird monster thing was that yeah, if you fight it, it goes away. You can banish it. You can like send it back to the shadow realm or whatever. I don't know what you know. I like that resisting that in the dream. I'm like, that's a good sign. That's healthy psychology. If I was like unable to do something about it, I think that would say something else. I don't necessarily think it's like some kind of portal into another world either. I don't necessarily think that either. I don't know. Yeah, you just have to feel that way about it. And I think it's a good idea to stay detached from these nonsense things we call dreams. Do I wake up in the middle of the night when it's a good dream? Nope. That doesn't happen. But there must be good dreams. It can't all be bullshit in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, some people wish they had dreams and they never have dreams and they're like envious. Like, oh, how come I never have dreams? I don't know, man. I think dreams can be a blessing and a curse. And the fact that you have them at all, bro, is a blessing, bro. So you have to understand that, bro. For real, for real.
They're too heavy. If I start to consider that there's a reason for having them at all, then I guess I think that'd drive me insane, basically. So I don't have to do that.
I love dreaming. Yeah, I love it,
But
bro.
all your dreams are fucked up. You never told me about good dreams.
Nah, I've had good dreams. but most of them are it's slanted one way, truly. But I do occasionally I will have a good dream. But even if it's like a bad dream, I'm not like terrified. Like I'm not scared. It's just
All the dreams you talk about are like, oh, there's some demons. They're trying to get me to join a club.
no. Well,
Make me
those are
get-
the ones that I remember. Like the traumatic ones are the ones that I remember the most. But I've had good dreams, plenty of good dreams.
All right, good to know. I'm happy
But
for
not
you.
as much. Not as much as the bad ones.
It's like, and there's so many dreams like when I smoke lots of weed, it's like I just have no memory retention. It's there. I'll remember like a flash of it, a thing of it, and I'll be like, wait, can I track it back? But by 5 minutes after I wake up, it's all gone. No happening.
Like I've had really, really good dreams where like one time, bro, I don't know where I was, but it was like a snowy wonderland, bro, and I was in the restaurant, and it seemed I was literally surrounded by like I don't know, man, like high aristocratic individuals, or like just I don't know, man. And it was like the whole place was beautiful. The restaurant was beautiful,
Yeah.
stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah. All I'm basically wondering is like when I wake up from a bad dream is like, do I have to pee or not? Like if I don't, then I'm like, I don't know why I had that dream. But every other one seems rational. That like my mind is trying to put something in there to take me out of that sleep cycle and wake me up. And so the most craziest shit will go on then, and then I'll wake up. I don't know. Yeah. So I'll have dreams like that, or I'll have dreams like where, like I'm in high school, but I'm late to class, but I've been there for like 10 years. And like, you've been here for like a long time. Yeah, but I'm still late. It's like, you can't get here on time. It's like, shouldn't you know, dude? And then I'll like find like a secret passageway in some kind of steam tunnels that don't exist in a high school. But like, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, that's just like a dream place that exists. And that's much preferable actually to like these gory stuff, which hardly ever have that kind of stuff happening. But yeah, I'm always usually trying to fight the gory stuff, and that's always a good sign, I think.
My dreamscape is crazy, bro. Like, I return sometimes to the same areas, like
Oh yeah.
for years. Like you have reoccurring dreams, but not necessarily reoccurring, but just like reoccurring scenes or the places that you visited previously. And then like, wait, I remember this place when I was like 17. I came here. You know what I mean? Like it's wow. Like I'm back here again. Like stuff like that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Weird. But most common dream people have apparently is like that they're in high school still.
I've had a few of those, but not too many. I maybe like 2 or 3 where I was back in high school.
Yeah, right, when you were in high school. Because like I haven't been in high school for a minute, so why is that relevant to my brain?
When I was in my like mid 20s, like 25, 26, 27, I was like nostalgic. I was having like I was having a few dreams where I was back again in high school, but I don't care about that part of my life anymore. Like, I don't wish to go back there.
Mm-hmm. I never put. I mean, some people like will think about things and somehow dream on them. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if that sets up like what the deja vu feeling is. That old
Yeah, I think
deja
so. I
vu
think
shit.
sometimes that's what I think deja vu is the idea that you're experiencing something that you dreamed about, but I can't confirm that. That's what I suspect, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that.
Mike,
Yo, what's up, Flatman?
what's up, Ariel?
You have any crazy dreams last night?
Nah, I slept like a baby, bro.
Did you smoke a lot of weed?
I know. Plead the fifth.
And
So I'm
took
saying
the
I
whole
smoke.
grip.
I smoke weed like mainly to stop crazy dreams from occurring, because I notice I can't recall them. Pro tip, guys.
I mean, sometimes I don't want to have dreams. I just want to sleep, man. You know.
Bro, I was on 2 edibles and I was smoking all day yesterday, bro. I was lit. I had fucking crazy dreams. I was like living in a supermarket. It was crazy.
What?
Bro, I be having wild ass dreams, bro.
Living in a supermarket.
Bro, my dreams are crazy. I be having that thing Lion said earlier about you have a dream and then like a few years later it'll be like the same scene. I have that all the time. All the time.
You're gonna be living in a supermarket soon, bro.
Like on the Lolo. Heads didn't know I was living there. I had my space. It was neat.
That's pretty cool.
Hey, dog, it's like a premonition, dog. Now you can pre-plan and make the best life you could ever have living in a supermarket, bro. Now you have time to prepare.
Yeah, all the food just for you. Just lock the doors up. Hold the place down.
You know, thinking back to my dream, like where did I get the ice cube from? Like where did I even materialize it from to have it? I just thought of it. It's weird. You have tremendous amounts of power in your psychology to be able to like overcome things in a dream. You know, because there's like I think that's a lot of it's symbolic. Like because we're all kind of somehow autistically processing everything. And Jeremy just likes supermarkets. Probably had the munchies.
When I was a kid, I used to have this recurring dream that these Nazi daddy long leg spiders, they were huge. They used to take over to school. Yo, they used to take over to school. They had these machine guns and shit with the helmets. They look like Nazis, bro.
What?
They used to take over to school. They have us all sitting in the gym, and then they just made us sit there. And I don't know what they were gonna do, but that was like one of the reoccurring dreams I had. I haven't had that one in a while though.
Got some Starship Trooper
that's
shit.
Probably the craziest one I've ever heard yet.
Bro, I be having vivid dreams. I've lucid dreamt a bunch of times. That is fucking awesome. Lucid dreaming is the best thing you could do.
Yeah.
You like walk up to your friend, bro. You're like, "Hey, bro, what's up?" You're like, "What's up, man?" "Hey, bro, you know about the Nazi spiders in the ether realm, bro?"
The ether realm.
They're invisible, but they're there, bro. They're in the ether realm, or you could call it, the pseudoscience fourth dimension or whatever. But yeah, I mean, do the Nazi spiders exist? I'm not making a claim. They may or may not. They may or may not exist.
There's this other reoccurring dream I have where I'm on these railroad tracks and the railroad tracks like fall off and there's no more tracks and it's a high thing. It's weird. I be just having weird, crazy dreams.
Yeah, I've had some crazy
one.
dreams, man, but nothing like that.
I have another one where it's me and all my friends and stuff, and we're at a resort, like just chilling, but the resort is in like decay and it's falling apart. You know what? I have a lot of dreams where it's like this purgatory like setting where there's just like trash everywhere and everything's trashed. And it's like it feels like it's like purgatory.
Oh, was your dream in San Francisco? Mess with a San Franciscan dream. Yeah, I've been to San Francisco before. It's pretty bad. It's pretty much purgatory. Any liberal state that has a huge city, bro, and I've been around the country, bro. It's like hell on earth, bro. I don't know how to explain it, bro. You will get PTSD if you like are chilling downtown all the time. Like I've worked in downtown Seattle, bro. Like it's people shooting up, people getting killed, people are running around with guns. Gotta lock the city down. Antifa, BLM, Chaz Chop. I went through the whole COVID thing. Only in a Democrat state would this happen, bro. Like anarchy, like, but not anarchy, not true anarchy, like CIA, FBI anarchy. You know, not grassroots. You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, talking about the ether realm, I've had dreams too where like it was like some insane architecture, but it looked a little bit like run down, like dystopian. And I
Yeah.
remember like yeah, I had a like a suit on, not a suit, but it was like a white jacket. And I don't remember all the details, but I had to take it off, or I gave it to some woman. It was like, hey, she's like, let me get your jacket, and she took it from me to put it on like a railing, and then there was like a ball, or like there was
a ball. What? Hey, bro, I think you cut out, bro.
Anybody who takes medication, sorry,
Yeah.
and pays a whole shitload of money for it, just have a listen to this short video I just posted. It will blow your mind.
Bro, you ain't gotta tell me, dog. I believe you, bro. You ain't even gotta show it to me. I just immediately believe you.
They
Because
got a product.
like nothing surprises me anymore, bro.
Check this out. They have a product, a medicine that the States charges $66,000. They brought it down to $177. So in the States, you pay $60,000 for this medicine. In India, you pay $177 for it.
Yeah, bro. Because in America, there's a medical industrial complex that is a machine for money. There's also the prison system, which is they use to make a bunch of money, bro. Like they want people coming in and out like a revolving door. Yeah, bro. It's a lot of sick fucks running our. Excuse my language. A lot of twisted people, man, running our country, dude. That will kill people for profit, man.
The medication, Essie? I'm curious.
I'm not sure what it's for, to be honest with you. I just saw it yesterday. But it's a certain medicine. It's a short clip if you want to know. It's like a minute.
I would imagine it's probably some sort of cancer treatment or something that like doesn't need to exist because you could just dry fast and be healed in like 3 to 5 days. But they don't want you to know that because they want to put you through chemo and on pills and God knows what else. And that's just one of many of their, hoaxes, if you will. I mean, really, it's like.
Well, the point here is that the military industrial complex, right, runs the show, so they can charge literally anything they want.
And then you got the insurance companies. You know, that's just a whole nother thing. They know that they'll pay it if the person needs it. So yeah, it's a system, bro. These people are sick, dude. It's all about money, bro. There's no morality, there's no compassion. It's just like dollar signs.
Exactly.
Yeah. Did you guys watch that last in the field with Robert Bennett, the second part one? Did you guys catch that? It's like 3 hours. It's almost like 4 hours long. I made it about 3 hours and almost 10 minutes through it before my brain was like needed a break. A lot of information.
I just downloaded this Trans Finder app. Don't get crazy with your thoughts. It's for I thought it was weird the way they named it, but it's a school bus thing for the kids.
Jesus Christ, help us.
Like Transportation Finder, but they shorted it to trans.
I know, I get it. No, it's on purpose. They did that on purpose, bro.
You think so?
So wicked, dude.
That's fucked up.
They might as well just call it homosexual transportation or something. Might as well just go full blast, bro.
No, it's awesome though, because the school bus, they put a GPS on the school bus now, and if you have a kid on the bus, you can get GPS locations of the bus, so there's not playing a fucking guessing game every day anymore.
Yeah. We want to take and mold your children, Transportation Company Incorporated. Mind Control Transportation Incorporated. Yeah, that's good that you can track them with the GPS, bro. But yeah, bro, these people, that's what they do, bro. They throw a little good with the little bad. Like, oh, we'll put GPS in the truck so you know where your kid's at. At the same time, they're tracking where your child's at. Like, it's a two-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll put an app on your kid's phone so that you'll know where they're at all times. Meanwhile, the government is going to know where your kid's at all times. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, you ever heard that thing where they said a long time ago, people would never pay to have oh, no, I'm sorry. The government's like, if we freely was like, hey, we want to put these surveillance systems in your home, you'd be like, hell nah. But if they sell it to you for $1,000 and you can watch all your webcams in your home and your property, and you buy it and pay for it, and they don't have to spend a penny to spy on us, bro. It's the most ingenious, diabolical shit ever, bro.
Oh yeah, we're putting up all the cameras. We're purchasing all the cameras. It's like 1984, dude, bro.
Yeah.
You go to the in 1984. You know remember how they had televisions everywhere?
Oh yeah.
Have you pumped gas recently?
Uh-huh.
There's just televisions there pumping the fucking propaganda right into you. You go to the dentist's office, TVs. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you go, they're just pumping it into you, the propaganda.
Yeah. I've been to a few airports where CNN's just playing on repeat, and there's like no one watching it, but I think they pay for that so that they get the ratings, so they can sell the ad revenue, or get the ad revenue. But it's pathetic, dude. It's sad. It's almost I don't feel bad for them because they're twisted psychopaths, but it's just pathetic and sad, like the depths they'll go to, bro. They want to control every little like avenue of our lives, bro. But yeah, man, that's so true that like people are consumers, yeah, and they're all mind controlled by the commercials, so they buy the shit that spies on them, and then they're like, but I don't want to be spied on. But meanwhile, they like continue, like they got fridges that got cameras on them, bro, and Wi-Fi, dude. Like, I mean, it's crazy. If you got a smart fridge, you got a camera in your house, dude, watching your kitchen. And audio. Well, I don't know if there's
Yeah, but
audio
does
on
it
it.
even matter though? Because we're walking around with the cameras on us all the time. Like, yeah, it's neat.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's one on your fridge, but like they're constantly listening. If you have a cell phone on you, they can hear everything.
Oh yeah,
Always.
dude. Dude, excuse me. By the time I found out they were recording everything, I had already said too much, bro. To the point where it like doesn't really matter what I say anymore. I'm just like repeating things that they already have recorded. So
Well, do you know what Project Echelon was?
No, never heard of that. I never heard of that one. No.
Yeah, like this isn't a new thing that just came about with like cell phones and shit. They've been doing this since like the 70s. Not to an extent they have now, because obviously there wasn't the technology out. Now it's probably ramped up a millionfold, but this has been going on a long time.
Yeah, man, we'd be surprised the tech they had back then that they said, you know, that they went to the moon with like a Texas Instrument calculator, RAM and processor, bro. They probably had things we could never even imagine, bro. But they just didn't pull it out. They're like they like react, yeah. They'll slowly pour things out, but if something happens, then they'll like, oh, drop this newest thing, or drop the, oh wow, look at that. Look over here, don't look over there, type thing. And I think that's how technology is poured out. I think that's why it's getting so advanced so much quicker. It's like, oh, they're catching on to this. Look at this new thing. You know what I'm saying? Blase, blase, etc., etc.
Adam, what are you doing, bud? SC, what were you saying about Big Pharma? Yeah, that's fucked up, dude. People need that medicine. Like, what the F, bro?
$177, bro, in India, and
Dude,
here
that's
it's
even a lot.
60,000.
Like, if I got to pay out of pocket for that $177, like, what is that, a monthly, weekly thing? Like, that's a fucking lot.
Try 60,000.
The video you posted, Issy, isn't that the chick from the Young Turks? Isn't that the same girl?
Not sure. I'm not sure.
I just, because for the last, I don't know, couple of minutes, I've been trying to search for like what drug it was. The only thing I can see from India with the price issue was some cancer drug in like 2013, though. Do you have any idea the time frame of the clip you posted, man?
No idea, bro. I just found it literally yesterday, and I posted it.
Gotcha. No worries, man. I'm just trying to figure out like what medication they're talking about, because that's a fucking hefty price for a medication. And the only thing that really does make sense is like a cancer medication.
It could be anything, bro. It could be anything.
Well, they had a huge thing with EpiPen. Remember the EpiPen thing a few years back?
And like what's her face was saying in the chat right now, Linda, right? She was saying that they charge $500 to $700 for salt water, which is completely true. Like the bag of saline, that one
that bag of water you see all the people walking with in the hospital. Yeah, that's freaking water and salt. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. So I do get, they do charge a lot. I'm trying to find out which drug it was, though. You know, because dude, 66
sure, it's
grand.
more than one. I'm sure, because India has a policy that if a drug is too expensive for the people, then you're allowed. You can't just take people's drugs and. But if they're way too expensive, like $60,000, yeah, then they give the go ahead. Which is stealing, really. If you think about it, it's stealing. But in another way, what the hell? You're going to charge somebody $60,000 to live? No, No, that's wrong.
I heard there's a this guy's like a landscaper. He got lymphoma, probably from maybe cutting up some Roundup. Who knows? But I think he was paying like 25 G's for his treatment to keep him alive, like per year. So just let him. Or maybe it was more than that. It was crazy sauce. Like whatever.
Yeah, they get away with it here because of the insurance companies, right? So, yeah.
I saw a thing the other day of a video. It had to do with dental work, where some woman was saying that she had to have her original like root canal fixed that she had done in America, where she paid like I don't know like $6,000 for it to be done right. Um, she had it done where she was, which was in like Turkey or something like that, and she got it repaired. They fixed the problem that the other guy didn't finish. Gave her a teeth cleaning and some other stuff, and it cost her like $7 or something like that, dude.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful of turkey. I heard they call it turkey teeth. I heard some harrowing stories about that, right? Like you can end up going there for teeth and dying. So I wouldn't be going to Turkey if I was you. Maybe I'd look to Mexico, but I definitely would not be going to Turkey. Like seriously.
Yeah, no, I was just using it as just the most recent example I heard of like going to other countries. Like I've heard other people straight up having a vacation while they had their procedure done, and it's still being cheaper than them just driving to the doctor down the street from their house and having it done.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can do that in Mexico, where they have good doctors there. Yeah, I wouldn't be going to Turkey though, because like I said, I heard some really like deaths. You end up dying, like hair transplants and teeth and that. Beware of Turkey.
Dude,
But yeah, your point is well made though. You can go to like Mexico and get it for a fraction of the price.
at this point right now, man, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't fly out of the U.S. You know what I mean? Like I think Mexico and Canada would be the furthest I would go because if I had to, I could drive across that border. You know, like going to somewhere like England or something like that. Like you're not driving across that fucking water. You're not Jesus Christ. Like um, like you're not getting back. Like if you're stuck there, you're stuck there. You know, you're not making it back over here. There's no way you could even walk back over if you had to. If that was the last resort you had, there's no way. If you're in Canada and you're stuck and you're an American, you can fucking walk across that border if you have enough tenacity to do it, you know?
Heck, we'll put you up for the night here, but yeah, you don't want to be going to Middle East. I tell you that.
Yeah, like if shit really went down, there's no way you're walking your ass back from the Middle East to America. That's just a physical impossibility, right?
Yeah, you don't even want to be American and be in the Middle East right now. The reputation is severely tarnished. There's a lot of hate. Anyway, we know the story. Imagine a few million people have ruined America's reputation, like to the bottom, like yeah, it's freaking sad. From you freed the world in 1945, the great American project, you helped everybody, to now being thought of as the cause of all problems in the world, all within 50 years, and all because of one people. It's freaking mind-boggling, bro. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, one people, the Nazis in 1947, when they colluded with the Palestinians.
No, not those people.
Um, Yeah, 70 years ago when the UN gave Israel to the Jews, right?
You know what you're talking. Yeah, those people. Yep.
Yeah, no, what you call it? Right before that, Hitler was meeting up with the head of the Muslim. What's his name? Al Baba, or whatever the fuck his name is, dude. They had a bunch of meetings and shit. They were really close, apparently. The Nazis and the Muslims. Which that's another part that kind of makes me question what's going on. Because you mentioned that the other day, dude, about like it's been going on for 70 years. Well, at the beginning of that, keep in mind, was Hitler and this Muslim dude
Oh
meeting
yeah.
together.
So you know about that? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
The
so
Muslims
like I
and
think
Germany made a pact. Yeah.
well, what if that pact included falsely giving land to people that call themselves Jews but aren't Jews? You know, that's all I'm saying. And then, yeah, dude, I can't find my fucking glass.
Yeah, that's a big mishmash of problems, literally created by the British. Like, don't tell me they didn't know that if they put Jews in the midst of Muslims, that wouldn't have been a problem. Surely they could have figured that out, right?
But not even just the British though, man. Because like, wasn't it the UN that gifted the Jews Israel, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
From the British fucking
Mandate.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, right. So the UN gave that to them, but who was the UN though, right? Wasn't the UN a bunch of Nazis?
Well, there was a mishmash of everybody in there. Yeah, like it is now. The UN is a paperless. The UN General Assembly is a paperless tiger, but the UN top five, these are the guys that control it, right? The, the military power. So the General Assembly could do whatever they want. It's like a useless vote, right? What counts is the top five permanent members. Those are the guys that call the shots, even today. Like now, when they did a vote in the UN, 140 people voted for immediate ceasefire. 14 said no. Imagine 14 countries, including America, voted no for a humanitarian ceasefire, and 40 something countries abstained. Like, what is that, man? How do you vote no to a ceasefire where children are dying? It's pathetic, man. It's truly pathetic where we've come.
It would be a little bit less pathetic if it wasn't already so planned and scripted, but yeah, it's just, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's the killer of it. All this could be planned and scripted. Yep. Yep. And think who would plan and script such a thing? Like, who could sit down, write this script, present it, and somebody say, "Yep, this is what we're gonna do now. We're gonna subjugate a whole people."
To answer that question, very simple. The dark one, the devil, whatever you want to call it. The creeping
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
So the Dark One resides in Israel because the Dark One has
Dark
been
one could
playing
reside in,
games.
but it's not heart of the Lord's, to be honest, in my opinion. I mean, it resided inside me for a lot of years before I woke up and got a change I couldn't ignore physically and metaphysically. So yeah, it can dwell in us if we allow it to, if we allow it in and embrace it. But if we choose God and the light and the righteous path, of course not. We're untouchable. So yeah, it resides there, but it's gonna fail. It's gonna fail epically. So
I hope you're right, because the way things are shaping up, wow. I found out some news yesterday. Now I don't know if this is true or not. This is like preliminary stuff. Apparently, the Russians are gonna put boots on the ground in Gaza. I don't know how true that is. I just heard about this yesterday.
I would just assume it's all fake, like I assume it, unfortunately. And that's by their own creation as to why I'm not pessimistic about it all. But it's a reality, unfortunately, that we can't trust it. And I don't want you to get too invested, because that's also how the devil wins, in each and every one of us. If we spend all our energy and actually just even thinking about it, or trusting the words of others as opposed to God. That's how we got in this mess. But I meant that personally to you, Essie, because I know you struggle with this as well, because it does weigh on your heart. And yeah, I want God in there too, so that way you're on the team. But yeah, I mean, whether that happens or not, who the fuck knows? But it's all kind of meaningless at this point. If Satan's going to sabotage himself, it's going to happen. It's already started, which I take very, very, very much comfort in that. So I hope you do too.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, I don't let it consume me, but I don't know. I'm made that way. I was born that way. Like, I don't know how, why, but it appears that wherever there's somebody like getting bullied or an injustice, and I'm around, I can't help myself.
No,
Like
I'm with you.
I have to step in. It's like I just can't help myself.
No, that's a good thing. Overall, that's a strength. But that's also how, dark things prey on. And I hate that, because I was one of them too. I mean, I used to be involved and even ran and almost won an election in Kansas City. I was involved in politics for a long time. And I feel much more at peace not, because I realized it was a fruitless effort, unfortunately, at the ground level. But yeah, no, I'm just coming from a place of empathy, and I'm not criticizing you at all. Don't take that. I know you don't take it that way. You know me.
No, not at all. I sometimes think, because I'm not like religious, right? But I sometimes think maybe that's the role that God chose for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to be that thorn on your side, right? Maybe I'm supposed to be the guy that says, "Hey, like slap, wake up. Why are you looking over there? Look at over here as well." Maybe that's my job. I don't know, man.
That's a good sign. Since you're having that conversation with yourself, I just know that God's present there. If you ever wanted to reach out in a silent little shout out to him, he'll answer. Promise. But that's good that you're having those inner conversations. So.
Yeah, like you ever hear of the 10th man? The 10th man? You ever hear of that, Sydney?
How do you spell it?
10th. The 10th man.
Oh, no.
So check this out. In 1967, I think it was, or 73, the Yom Kippur War, they got attacked. The Israelis got attacked by surprise. Of course, the Americans came to the assistance, and they portray that they heroically defeated 5 armies, which is bullshit. If it wasn't for the Americans, they'd get slaughtered. That's another story. We'll put that aside. But they decided that after that, right, this will never happen again. The Israeli Defense Force. They'll never be surprised again. So they created what's called the 10th man. In other words, in the military war room, when they do planning, let's say all the people agree.
The entity that created Hamas then, because we all know Hamas works for Israel.
Yeah, but let me
okay.
finish the story so you could understand. So yeah, that war cabinet, right, that created Hamas and all that stuff, right? Well, they designed the 10th man. So let's say now all 9 of them, or everybody in the room, agrees to one plan. The 10th man's job is to find holes in that plan, go against the plan, give all the ideas why that plan won't work. You understand? So that's the 10th man, to go against the prevailing ideas so they don't get like surprised. So that's, in a nutshell, the 10th man.
I wonder how that actually plays out in practice. That's interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, I just think it's Satan at its last, final little cry, little baby, pathetic attempt at let's play victim and see if the world just cucks to us like they always have for the last 50, 60 years, based on a false narrative of, World War II only being the Holocaust and only by what they say happened. So, I mean, it's all kind of just playing out before our eyes. I mean, what an amazing time to be a witness, don't you agree? Either way,
Absolutely, absolutely, Sydney. And right now we're witnessing the end of this, right? Because now with this war, right? People now that the way they reverse the strategy, the way they reverse the story, that's not going to happen anymore. That's over, right? No one's going to believe them anymore that they're getting oppressed and the Palestinians are evil. That story is over now.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like about damn time. And it's going to just keep on happening, the waves of people waking up to it, because that's how God works. It becomes like an avalanche you can't stop. And I really hope that, somewhere in there you connect with him. I'm at the point where I'm already, I take Revelation to mean like, most of that's already happened actually, like the grid meltdown of the like melted red brick buildings being mountains and everything. That fits in with the Bible perfectly. Being that was God saying, "Hey, fuckers, stop, dishonoring me. Stop trying to be me and sucking all of my energy and dishonoring me and serving Satan in front of my eyes because I'm giving you life and everything else." I think that's already happened. I think that we're at the end of the devil's little short while, as they say, of running here, not caged. And I think that it's going to be overall for the friggin' benefit of us all, of course, the way God intended. Once we're at the end, I hope I can catch most of it in my lifetime, but I don't know. Our version of time is nothing like creators, because there really isn't anything that we can confine time to in this realm. So yeah, it's going to be a bomb show though. So very excited that the lies won't work on most people anymore, whether they know it or not.
Absolutely. The game is up. The jig is up. Did you see the video I posted? 43 past the hour.
Yeah,
Where a mother.
I'm
Well,
done. I'm doing a delivery now, but yeah, I will soon.
check it out, Sydney. Your hairs are gonna stand up, sister. I tell you. It's a mother telling her daughter, "We will never give up. We will never surrender." Now they're walking away from their homes, right? And she's telling her daughter, "Your grandfather is 80 years old. He was displaced. I'm this age. I was displaced. How old are you? You're 8 years old," she says. "We are going to go back to our homes. We will never give up." This is a mother, a woman, telling her child they will never give up. I hope everybody just listens to that video and understands you can never defeat the idea of freedom, ever.
I think should be a lesson in parenting, as well as that's that's how we all should be, and it's a righteous conviction. I call it, whether it's for Christianity or for whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, I can only imagine it tugs on heartstrings, but that's how we all should be if we're convicted in the truth and the light. So I will watch it as soon as I'm done with this delivery. But thank you.
Yeah, once I saw that, like I knew the conviction of the people, but once I saw that, her mother telling her daughter, that just blew my mind. That's like a father and son conversation. That's not a mother and daughter conversation. Mother and daughter conversation is, "Hey, look at your dress. Oh, look at this. Oh," that ain't a mother and daughter freaking conversation. Yeah.
Oh, I agree, but I'm glad that it surprised you. I always forget that not everyone has the same parents and family core that I was blessed with, and that took a lot of time and a lot of burned bridges and a lot of forgiveness from all of us. But yeah, that's exactly how it should be. I think no matter what sex or role you're in the family, I think that's great. Yeah, should give us hope.
Yeah, you watch that, man, and it almost brought tears to my eyes, like for real. Like imagine
I'll
they
leave it.
call them
I'll
Sydney. They call them born dead. The
Yeah,
people in Gaza, when they're born, they call them born dead because they have no hope. They have no hope of any future at all. Nothing.
I understand the situation of things there, but very knowledgeable on the open prison that they dwell in, unfortunately. But again, God's doing the smiting, so I'm just gonna enjoy the show and pray for all of those that are remaining, because and hope that they all have God in their heart and conviction, as they should, because
Have,
that's how God works. But I hope that there's not many more casualties and martyrs as
have
well.
I ever
So
have I ever read you some of the stuff coming from like the prime ministers in the past of Israel? Essie?
I've seen them myself. Yeah, it's chilling, bro. Please do
I,
if you got them. Please do
yeah,
Um,
I
so
yeah, I got
everybody
some.
can hear.
mine all the time. I'm like, I actually have Aryan on my marriage certificate because I'm proud of my whiteness, and they just ruined that term. So can carry on. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, it says this is from Cham. Excuse me, it's hard to pronounce their names. Chaim Wisman, who's the first president of the state of Israel. He says, "quote You can help us, or we will overthrow the world."
Oh, God. Listen to that, man.
This is coming from the Jerusalem Post, August 30th, 2000, from the Prime Minister. He says, "The Palestinians are like crocodiles. The more you give them meat, the more they want." This one's coming from a speech to someone quoted in I don't know. It's even hard to say all these names, but it says the Palestinians are beasts walking on two legs. This one's coming from another Israeli prime minister. It says the Palestinians would be crushed like grasshoppers, heads smashed against boulders and walls. This one comes from New York Times, April 14th, 1983, from the Chief Staff of Israeli Defense Force. It says, when we have settled the land, all the Arabs will be able to do is to scurry about like drudged cockroaches in a bottle.
Wow, that sounds friendly.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're seeing today, though. Like with your apartheid, and all this craziness. I mean, this is all coming into fruition. This is stuff they've been saying for like the last, 40 years. This one's coming from Shlomo Lahat, who's the mayor of Tel Aviv in October 1983. We have to kill the Palestinians unless they are to resign to live here as slaves.
These are prime ministers now, huh? These are presidents. Yeah.
Yeah, these aren't just some anybody off the street. These are, high profile people in positions of power within Israel.
This is Biden now saying this. Picture Biden saying this. Yeah.
Right. This is the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to Shimon Peres in October 3rd, 2001. Every time we do something, you tell me America will do this and will do that. I want to tell you something very clear. Don't worry about American pressure on Israel. We, the Jewish people, control America, and the Americans know it.
You guys hear that? Did you guys hear that last freaking statement?
This one's coming from, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, the Coing Memorandum. We must use terror, assassination, intimidation, land confiscation, and the cutting of all social services to rid the Galilee of its Arab population.
Apartheid. Right there. Right. He just described apartheid.
Correct. So whatever North wants to tell you, just know that.
I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's here and he's listening. Yeah.
These are facts here. That these are undisputable facts from the mouth of the horse. Rabbi Yaakov Quran, February 27th, 1994, New York Times. 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail.
Holy crap, man. Holy crap. Seriously?
1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail.
Listen to this arrogant scumbags. These subhuman. Oh, man. There's no words. There's no words. One
This next one's a
fingernail.
little confusing.
Yeah, go on, bro. It's blowing my mind.
This one's from David Ben-Gurion, who's the first Israeli prime minister. He says, if I were an Arab leader, I would never sign an agreement with Israel. It's normal. We have taken their country. It is their true God promised. It is true God promised it to us. But how could that interest them? Our God is not theirs. There has been anti-Semitism, the Nazis, Hitler, Auschwitz. But was that their fault? They see but one thing. We have come and we have stolen their country. Why would they accept that? This one's from David Ben-Gurion in 1948. We must do everything to ensure they, the Palestinians, never do return. Assuring his fellow Zionists that Palestinians will never come back to their homes. The old will die and the young will forget. This one's from Chairman Hilburn of the Committee for the Re-election of General Shlomo Lahat, the mayor of Tel Aviv in October 1983. We have to kill the Palestinians unless they are to resign here as slaves. I think I already said that one. This one's coming from Raphael Eaton, who's the chief staff of the Israeli Defense Force. We declare openly that the Arabs have no right to settle on even 1 centimeter of Israel. Force is all they do or will ever understand. We shall use the ultimate force until the Palestinians come crawling to us on all fours.
How is this allowed, bro? How is this allowed? Just picture any other country saying this, right? I'll even go one further. Picture any other country saying this against Jews. Just imagine that. Just imagine somebody coming out and saying, "Oh, the Jews should be this or that," or like the double standards are so bad that
This one's coming from Moshe Dayan, April 4th, 1969. Jewish villages were built in the place of Arab villages. You do not even know the names of these Arab villages, and I do not blame you because your geography books no longer exist. Not only do the books not exist, the Arab villages are not there either. Nahal arose in the place of Mahul, Kibbutz Gavat in the place of Jibta, Kibbutz Sarid in the place of Hunifis, and the Kifar Yahushua in the place of Ta'al Shuman. There is not a single place built in this country that did not have a former Arab population.
Yep.
Let me see. This one's coming from Sabari Giras. We shall reduce the Arab population to a community of woodcutters and waiters.
Woodcutters and waiters. Wow.
This one's coming from Joseph Weitz, who's the head of the Jewish Agency for Colonization Department, from Israel and apartheid state. There are some who believe that the non-Jewish population, even in a high percentage within our borders, will more effectively under our surveillance. And there are some who believe the contrary, i.e., that it is easier to carry out surveillance over the activities of a neighbor than over those of a tenant. I tend to support the later view and have an additional argument: the need to sustain a character of the state which will henceforth be Jewish, with a non-Jewish minority limited to 15%. I had already reached this fundamental position as early as 1940. It is entered into my diary. I mean, I can go on and on.
This is what happens when you have a license to kill, bro. Like 007, literally, these people are untouchable. And they know it, right? That's ending now, whether they know it or not, whether the West knows it or not, even if they keep supporting them, right? It's over. The jig is up. So it is what it is, man. The world has woken up. The states cannot protect this bully any longer. The more you protect him, you're gonna go down with the ship. Telling you, this is a very important time in the world line of history. You got to choose what side you're gonna be on, and right now you're on the losing side. So now there is a crack, right? There is a crack in the wall. Biden, well, not Biden, your actual president, Blinken, has told them that they need to stop and they need to give the land back, like not to occupy it. An order was given from your president, Blinken. Let's see what happens now. Let's see if they're going to obey or just shoo them away like they used to. Let's see what happens.
Do you think there's a winning side? You're asking people here, you're reading propaganda from one side, which both sides are in the wrong in a lot of instances, and very corrupt, and could care less about another group of people and their children dying on both sides. And you're saying to choose one of the sides? Both.
No, you said propaganda. What Dicelo was just reading is not propaganda, sir. It's word for word.
That's propaganda for their side, bro. I'm not choosing a side, SC. That's propaganda from their side. That's what they want to teach people and how they want to live, right? What he was just reading is how those people want to think. And there's many people in that land who think that way. And there's many people on the other side who feel the exact same way, from the river to the sea, bro. Exterminate everyone. And so that's what I'm telling you. You know, Witsit was in here the other day and we were all talking about whose side should you pick. There's not a side to choose and pick, man. There's not a side to be on.
Yes, there is. Very simple. The side of the children and the women. That's the side. You want to be righteous?
They die on both sides, bro. They die on both sides. So what's the deal?
No, they don't die on both sides.
They're in harm's way on both sides.
No, they don't die on both sides. They died in the beginning on one side. That was a massacre. Wrong. Those people died. Then they retaliated, right? But during their retaliation, they're killing women and children. People are not dying on the boat. Now, one side of the people are dying. Their hospitals have no power. They have no water. They have no food. They have no hope. They have no shelter. So don't you be telling me one side, both sides. No, it's one side that's suffering. One side.
Yeah. There is actually a couple more I wanted to read, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll just stop. I'll stop talking because I'm not going to be allowed. I'm not allowed to respond to that.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead, man.
You go ahead, please. The floor is yours. Take as long as you want. Go ahead, North.
Well, you just let me know, North, while you're getting your stuff together. I was just going to read a couple more things off.
Yeah, man, just continue reading the propaganda for one
Yeah, but
side.
don't be
That's
saying,
cool.
hold on. Don't be saying we didn't let you talk. Because I cleared the floor for you. Clearly, you chose not to speak, North. Clearly. Because the floor was yours. So don't be saying after we didn't let you talk.
Ariel Sharon, Israeli foreign minister, addressing a meeting of militants from the extreme right-wing Kosmet Party agency, November 15th, 1998. Everybody has to move, run, and grab as many hilltops as they can to enlarge the settlements, because everything we take now will stay ours. Everything we don't grab will go to them.
Propaganda, right, North? Bro, you're not talking because you know you have nothing to
What
say,
do you
bro.
think propaganda means, bro? What do you think propaganda means? Do you think that when I say he's reading propaganda, do you think that means I support the government of Israel? That's what you're assuming, bro. What does define propaganda, bro? Define it. What does it mean?
Propaganda, when you tell stories that are partially true but mostly false to support your narrative.
So is
How's
he
that?
not reading propaganda from one side?
That's not propaganda, bro. He's telling the people to grab land. That's not propaganda.
Do
He's
you understand
outright
what
telling
propaganda
them.
That's
is, North?
propaganda, bro. Oh my
Like,
gosh,
do
bro.
you know what the definition of propaganda is?
Yeah, please share it. Yeah.
No, I'm asking you if you understand what the definition.
Yeah, I get it. I get what propaganda is. And you're reading from who is it? Who are these sources you're reading from? You just said who you were reading from. One rabbi, and then who was the other guy? So is this propaganda
Several.
that they're writing for their people to justify what they're going to do? Is this not propaganda? Is it not?
I'm reading from the mayor of Tel Aviv. I'm reading from the prime ministers of Israel. I'm reading from the head militants. I'm reading from very powerful people in high-ranking positions of power,
Is
who's
everything
giving clear
factual?
instruction.
Is
Who's
everything
giving?
factual that you're reading? That they're saying?
Yeah, it's quoted verbatim by their own mouth. I've given you the sources, the dates. You know, the where it's at. I mean, I don't know. You want me to?
Disinformation, bro. Propaganda is disinformation. Like, give it to you in a nutshell. Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
I mean,
misleading. It's misleading information. So the people who you're quoting from, like the rabbi, is he misleading his own people by giving them information to reach a certain goal? Is that
No,
what's
he's giving
going
them
on?
instructions. He's giving them instructions, North.
Oh, and it's
Take
all the
the
truth. He's giving
mountaintops.
them all the truth, right? Everything he just said was the rabbi writing all truth. Everything he said was true, and it should happen, right?
He's giving
this
Or
is
instructions,
is it
bro.
propaganda? Is it propaganda or is it truth? You got to choose. You
Instructions.
guys
It
don't
was
even know what
instructions.
propaganda is, man. You're so intended on being against anything I'm going to say that you don't understand what I just said and just stated was these rabbis and people put out propaganda. They mislead people. You don't even understand I'm trying to give you one, but I mean it's okay, man. Continue to say I don't know what I'm speaking of and I've chose a side when I've clearly not chosen a side and you clearly have. And you clearly presume that I want to wipe off every person living in Gaza. So just assume and continue to assume, man.
That's
Whenever
all
you
straw man
finish
what
with
you
your
just did.
propaganda,
All
I'll
straw
just
man.
whenever you're finished, reading everything you're reading, I'll just, I'll come in and say what I want to say.
Like now, you mean? Like now we let you say exactly what you wanted to say, right?
Of course, I don't mind. I mean, you really have no choice other than be cordial, you know what I mean? But I'll just let you continue because you're only going to presume what I mean when I say what I say.
Well, I just
Which
want
Because
to
you
read
don't
this
even
one.
you don't even understand that what he just did was he read a bunch of propaganda, and then when I told him it was propaganda, you're going to go against me saying it's propaganda. You're arguing
Well,
with yourself. It
let me give you
becomes
this one
nonsensical
quote
at this
of
point.
propaganda and tell me what you think about this one quote. This comes from Ariel Sharon to Shimon Peres, who's the Israeli Prime Minister, October 3rd, 2001. Every time we do something, you tell me America will do this and will do that. I want to tell you something very clear. Don't worry about American pressure on Israel. We, the Jewish people, control America, and the Americans know it. How do you feel about that one?
is that propaganda?
Is there any truth there? Is that just a bold-faced lie? How do you feel about that one, Nor?
Don't interrupt him. You're interrupting him, bro. You're not letting him talk. Shh,
Yeah,
please.
sorry about that. I apologize, North. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, North. Floor is yours. You hear that? Silence. Because he knows he can't say shit about it.
I have
Okay, I
not
got.
chosen a side. When I come in earlier and I asked if both sides are guilty of not caring for life at all, teaching children to murder, teaching their children on both sides that the other group is kind of subhuman and for lack of better words and deserves to die. That's both sides, bro. From the river to the sea means they want a whole people group exterminated. Men, women, and guess what? Children, bro. Children also. Both sides. So don't come in here and get on a high horse and then tell me I don't understand what propaganda means. Bro, yeah, oh my God, bro.
You didn't answer the question, sir. You
Man,
skirted
I'm
the
not going to answer
question.
the question. I don't even think I'm going to speak to you, man. I can't have a civil conversation with you. I mean, it's going to be accusatory. You're going to call me ignorant and stupid. You're just scream over me, and 3 or 4 other people is going to jump in with you, man. It's obvious you chose a side. Choose your side. Wave your flag, Palestinian flag. Do what you want to do, man.
See, I
I'm
told
not
you
on
he's
either
gonna
side
cry that
here.
we didn't let him talk. He's gonna cry that we didn't let him talk. That's why I specifically said what I said, bro. Don't think you're gonna come in here, bro, and accuse us of stuff, and then just it's not gonna happen, bro. It's
Yeah, I'm
not
not
gonna
on
happen.
either side here, North. So don't get that twisted. I'm not for the death of innocence in any situation, bro. I'm on the side of innocence. That's the side I choose.
So that's where the conversation should start. So what's the solution? What is the feasible,
How about
reasonable solution to the whole
how
matter? What is
how
it?
about humility? How about yeah, how about let's start with that, having some humility.
I've
We
given the
start with that.
solution
Is
many
that going
times.
to help? Is that going to help Israel and Palestine? Us being humble or being, having this character of humility. Is that going to help
No,
Israel and Palestine?
no, it's gonna make
What's
it worse.
what's going to be the solution? My question is this: if we want to think like men, we want to get out of this state of who's choosing what side. Just let me ask you something. What do you think can be the solution to what's going on? Please tell me, because that's where we need to go, right? Instead
I
of
will
fighting
tell you.
amongst ourselves like idiots, like everyone wants us to, and falling for the propaganda, why don't we try to reason out what would be, and could it ever be a solution? Let's ask ourselves that, because children are born every day, bro.
You've heard my solution, North. Have you not?
Well, your
The only
solution
solution.
doesn't. Your solutions that you've given, the two-state deal, that's been offered several times. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It hasn't been accepted. The guys walked away. That's not going to happen, bro.
Who
So
walked
now,
away?
what's the solution?
Who walked away? You're gonna say the Palestinians walked away? Is that the narrative that you're following?
Well, the past 3 times, yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
you've been fooled, bro. You've been fooled.
Oh my God,
The
bro.
Israelis
Okay, so
don't
if there was
want
a solution tomorrow, if you have a solution, give me the borders, and then let's ask everyone here, do you think that's feasible? Do you think that's going to
I
work?
got
Do
a
you think it's
solution.
gonna happen?
Yes, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I got a
Very
solution,
simple.
and I think SE's had a good one the other day that he mentioned as well. Go ahead, SE.
Question is this: you separate the land, 1967 borders in the beginning. You give the Palestinians their land. You give the Israelis their land. You make Jerusalem an international city. Nobody owns it. Nobody will ever own it. You put UN peacekeepers in the middle, just like Cyprus. Two hated enemies, the Greeks and the Turks, have been on a divided island for like 50, 60 years. There's a UN peacekeeping force. This is how you do it. You don't ask them. We're beyond asking. No one is gonna no one's gonna agree to anything there. So you just do it. You do it. You tell them, and that's that. End of story. You put a UN peacekeeping force in the middle. End of story. Very simple. But the reason why you can't do that is because they have you by the cojones and they control you. He just read you a thing. He read you a president saying, "Don't worry about America. We control them." Like, he's telling you, man. So you take their fucking cojones, excuse my language, and you chop them off, bro. That's what you do. They need, you know, when a bully is running around the neighborhood, that bully, you know what that bully needs? Somebody like me to go slap him across the head and tell him, if you bother my friend again, I'm going to beat the hell out of you. That's what I used to do with my quadriplegic friend when I was young. Everybody would make fun of him. The bullies, there's only one thing they listen to is my fist in their face. When I used to do that, guess what? They never bothered my friend again. You
I
understand?
like that quote. There's only
Yeah,
one thing they listen to.
that's right, bro. A bully only listens to a slap across the face. That's it. Sorry to say
Yeah,
it that way, but that's the way it is, man.
yeah, yeah.
So your solution would be to bring an outside force and to have that be forced upon them, right? And to have those people
What?
a permanent. I'm asking, bro. I'm not trying to argue with. I'm asking you something to clarify. So you want the UN peacekeepers to come in, right? And you want the UN to stay, right? And enforce what you're speaking of, so they can put the fist in the face of people. Is that what you're saying? You
Initially,
think that's
yes.
going to
No.
work? You think that's going to
Yes.
bring peace? You think that's going
No,
to be? You think because the name is peacekeeper, they're going to bring peace?
They
You think
do
got
that's
you
no
going to
not,
stop
do
choice.
you
everything?
deliberately
That's the
not
solution.
understand what I say every time? Like, do you want to twist everything I say, bro? Like, I don't get you, man. I'm speaking
What did I
English,
get
bro.
wrong? What
Plain
did I get
English.
wrong?
You said force them. What else did you say?
That's
Put the
what he
All you
fist
heard.
in
said,
the
bro.
face
Did he not
and
That's
say
make
all you heard.
force
peace.
them, bro? Did he not say force it? I mean, bro, are you guys going to be honest at all, or are you just going to try to make me look stupid? Did he
This,
not
Yes,
this,
I
say
say
you
first.
forced them to do it? Did he not say that, bro?
it's
Yes.
not one. It's not one side
Oh
or
my
the other.
God. I
It's
can't talk
it's
to you.
yeah.
You
It's
just
either side. Either side is it has no say. If they can't act as fucking adults, right? Either side, then somebody has to step in and be the arbiter of peacekeeping. Yes, that's just the way it works, bro.
If you have two children that are fighting, right, in your living
You
room, what do you do?
exactly.
What
Oh,
do
you
you
just
do,
let them
bro?
hash it out. You just let them hash it out until one's fucking spilling blood on the floor and the other one takes over what he wants, you know? Because the Bible predicted it. I mean, come on, dude. We have to step in. We have to be human. We have to be fair. It's not about forcing. It's not about fist and face. It's literally, dude, about preventing that. But he's trying to manipulate it into something else. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
He just can't see it, man. He will not see it, bro. He has a one. It's a one-track mind, bro. You cannot take somebody away from faith, right? If they
Well, this is
believe something that's in the Bible, forget about it, bro.
exactly
There's no
this is the
chance.
problem with
Yeah.
religious zealotry, dude. They
Yes.
want biblical fulfillment by any means necessary. That's not okay, bro.
Yep. This is it, man. That's the problem. And both sides are following a book, right? Both sides are dead convinced that they're right, man. The Muslims with jihad, right? They're convinced everybody has to become Muslim. The Christians on the other side, they're convinced that the book states this, the Messiah will come. It's like a death trap, bro. It's a death
Well,
trap. Is
well,
what it
that's
is.
already happened, and it's even in the Quran. Even the Quran backs that the Messiah will come from Bethlehem.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, a lot of the things that are supposed to happen have happened, and it's being misinterpreted.
It's scary, man. It's scary because I know there's no way to change a religious mind. The religious mind is the most dangerous thing in the world, bro, because they have instructions from God, bro. You can't beat that authority, man. Do you understand? It's the ultimate, bro.
When you have instruction to lay siege and bloodshed upon a certain populace within the future, that's not God, bro. That's not God. I'm sorry to break the news to you, bro, but God's not going to give you instruction in modern day to go and slay a body of people in the future. That's terrorism, dude, by definition. If God was so powerful, he would do it. When we have clear instruction to follow commandments, which specifically says thou shalt not kill, like, where do you get off thinking that this is okay? Like, it's a direct contradiction in the face of God.
God in the past will tell people to do that. Even after the
God never changes, Kosho. He never changes.
All right. Well, then there you go. Because he told people to kill a whole group of people in the past.
I mean, so you say. I say God doesn't direct murdering.
You know what I say to the religious people? If Jesus was here now, what would he do? That's my question.
He wouldn't be bombing and slaying people. I could tell you that right now, dude.
He'd be flipping over tables and blinding kids.
That's all you got to ask yourself if you're a Christian. What would Jesus do right now? And the answer is quite obvious, right? So is that what the followers of the book, is that what the chosen people are doing right now? Just ask yourself that. It's very simple. It's there's no middle ground here, right? It's either yes or no, either death or life. And I know what Jesus would have chosen.
Right?
Yeah? Didn't he choose to die?
As a matter of fact, I don't see any Muslim leader doing such a thing, right? Like even the Muslim hordes spared the Christians in Jerusalem, right? I mean, come on, man. Seriously. Like, the Muslims are my sworn enemy, right? Hundreds of years history, right? But I still got to stick up for them here, man, because they're in the right. It's as simple as that, bro. They're in the right. And the Jews are in the wrong. It's as simple as that, bro. Yeah, North, I'm taking sides. The side of life, the side of women and children not being slaughtered. That's the side I'm taking. And I'm sure if Jesus was around today, he would agree with me.
Yeah, Jesus would never say, "Oh, let's lay siege to people and slaughter these people and man, women, and children." That would never come from the mouth of Jesus or God.
Yeah, you want to be a Christian? Be a true Christian, bro. Walk the path. Walk the freaking path. Don't just pretend you're a Christian and you're a holy dude. Because if you're a Christian and a holy dude, you would be against this. Every fiber of your body would be screaming against this right now.
Well, that's the difference. I mean, you've got Christians that, are about the fundamentals, and then you got Christians that are about prophecy. That's kind of the division I'm seeing. And the ones that are about prophecy fulfillment, they want it by any means necessary, no matter what's in the way. And that's scary. That's very scary to me, that somebody could be so hell bent on biblical fulfillment, at the expense of innocence.
I would say what you guys are hearing right now is propaganda about a whole group of people called Christians, that they're assuming that these Christians want things like this to happen. I would say that's a very big presumption, that there are Christians who want death to happen, and they want these things to happen no matter what. I don't think they know the hearts or the intentions if the people are not telling them this. I mean, I've been in here many times and said I've not chose a side, but you see how I get treated. Like I've already chose a side, and I'm doing it because of religious reasons or because of biblical reasons. But I've shared my views on that and everything about it. But I guess I'm going to continue to be misrepresented by these two people who have no idea what they're speaking of.
Well, that's a straw man. I never said that Christians want death. I said that there's certain Christians that want biblical fulfillment by any means necessary, due to the fact that if the Bible prophecy doesn't happen the way it's supposed to in sequential order, then what? That means that all of your worship was in vain. So you have to be right. And if innocent people have to die for you to be right, then so be it. That's what I'm hearing. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you might want to clean out your ears and do some reading.
Okay, fair enough, North.
So, North, let me ask you a question. If Jesus was around today, what would he say in this? Would he take sides? What would he say? Your opinion, not judging.
Well, being that, he has came one time and he had things to do, I think it was yesterday someone asked me about, prophecy and things of that nature. And I mentioned the Christ, the man that people call Jesus, right? I mentioned what he had said when he was here, what he was here to do the first time he was here. And he stated every one of those things. Now, he says when he's coming back or when he comes. So if he's here now, so if you're asking me what he's going to do when he comes now, I'm going to say he's going to judge. And there's going to be a lot of people on this earth die. And all the people that are doing this on both sides are going to die, bro. They're going to die. That's what's going to happen. If Jesus was here, that's what would happen, because he's coming in judgment when he comes. So,
okay, how would he solve this problem in the homeland? How would he? He's going to judge, right? And then what?
yeah.
What happens next? What
Well, you're
happens
jumping to
to
Jesus part 2, and I think SE was referring to Jesus's road trip part 1. So that's 2 different Jesuses you're talking about right now. Same person, but different MO.
So Jesus part 1. Let's say Jesus when he was first here, right? Okay. Now let's say you have some people, let's call them Palestinians. Heck, let's call them Philistines. Let's say we have Philistines in the land, and Jesus is walking around and he's headed to the temple. he's walking with his disciples, and he sees a band of men going up and trying to take over the land or kill women, children, men, whatever. Just say men. What do you think he's doing? You tell me, what would he do? Tell me what his disciples would do. What are they obligated to do?
I mean, do you have a reference a story of reference, or something that we can turn to, or is this just?
Yeah, you can talk about the swords. Take some swords. Well, here's two. Well, that's enough. That's enough. That's all we need. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, are you trying to say that he's? I don't get it, man. You trying to say he's some kind of not a man? He wouldn't protect innocent people? Is that what you're saying? He would just stand back and turn the cheek? Is that what you're telling me? What would he do?
Actually, I asked you what he would do, what you think he would do, and you said he would judge, and I told you, okay, after he judges, what next? The judgment has been done. What happens to the Palestinians, and what happens to the Jews in Israel right now in Palestine? What happens?
Yeah, both of those groups. I'm sorry, the other man interrupted you and tried to clarify your question. Obviously, it wasn't your question, but I answered him, and I'll answer you. So, what he will do when he judges, and included in that judgment, will be the extermination of wicked people on both sides. And the only people who will be left will be people who call on his name. The only people who will be left are people who are going to live by his ways and do his ways. And then, SE, the land is given for an inheritance not only to one people group, but people from all nations get an inheritance in the land of Israel as if they were born an Israelite. So no, the book doesn't teach that the land is only going to be inherited by one people group. That's a lie. That's propaganda. And the Bible does not teach that Messiah is going to turn the other cheek when he comes and let everyone coexist. That's propaganda. He's not going to give them a two-state solution. It's going to be Israel and nothing else. So that's what he's going to do and what he would do if he was here right now.
So he would slaughter all the enemies, like you said, and he would give the land to the Israelis. That's what you're saying. No Palestine, no Palestinian.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, because I've said in here probably 8 times already to you specifically that there are righteous people in Gaza who will stand for the Lord, and they will live in Israel in the future by the hand of God. That's what they're going to do. So
none of them are going to stand for the Lord, because one side is Muslim, they're going to stand for Muhammad, and the other side is Jewish, and they're certainly not going to stand for the Lord. So I don't know what you're saying, bro. I don't know where you're getting these pipe dreams. Like, seriously.
I'm just giving you what the text says, because you always say the book says this and the book says that, and people believe the book. But I'm telling you what the book actually says, right? Just like I just told you that the book doesn't say it's for only Israelites. It's for the stranger that sojourneth among you. You shall give him his inheritance of land in whatever tribe he sojourns among. He shall be as born in the land as an Israelite. So I just, the scripture doesn't say the things you say it says. You may have a lot of men who spread propaganda about scripture and mislead people about what it says to accomplish their own goals and to lord over people. But you're not going to defame the book, man. You're not going to misrepresent the book, and then I'm not going to say anything about it because I have to. And don't tell me I'm wrong because I have knowledge of the book you don't have. I can cite the verses, I can cite the prophets who say these things, and you can't. So that's the problem. That's the issue.
That's why I'm asking you. You just said it's going to be given to the Israelites. You just said that word for word. Now you're going to walk it back. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong.
Let me ask.
Let me finish. Did you say that God is going to give Israel to the Israelites just 30 seconds ago? Yes or no?
Did I say strangers, every nation, including Israelites, would receive inheritance in that land? Yes or no?
Yeah, but then you proceeded to saying the Israelites are going to control the land. Did you
No, I
not?
said the
Yes or
name. No, I
no?
said the name of it is called Israel. That's the name of it. That's the name of the land. That's not the people that are in it. The people who are going to be there are going to be from all nations. All. ALL. All of them.
Okay,
Not
so
one
why
nation.
are
Not
they going
one
to be
nation.
called
All.
Israelites and not all nationites? Why are they going to be called Israelites? All these
I said
people.
they would be born as if they were born in the land as an Israelite. Nowhere am I saying that you're going to be called an Israelite right now. That's not what I'm saying. This is a future prophecy about the reign of Christ. And that's what I told you what the book says. And I'm telling
So
you, they come
Muslims
from
are going to
all.
control Israel?
If you got a
Muslims?
problem with them,
Are Muslims going to control Israel or Christians
when?
after all this is said and done? In the prophecy, who are these people that are going to control Israel in the future? Are they going to be Jewish? Are they going to be Christian, or are they going to be Muslims? Who's going to rule Israel, this promised land of yours in the future, where all people are going to go there? Who's going to rule it?
The book says that the king, the Messiah, the Son of the living God, he will be the ultimate ruler in that
Which
land.
Messiah?
Now,
We have two Messiahs coming. Which one's going to rule?
how many Messiahs you have coming?
We have the last Imam. Maybe you don't know about that one. That's the Muslims.
He's
We
not
have
my Messiah.
Jesus. We have Jesus, and we have the
Jewish
sorry,
Messiah.
the Jewish one. Yeah. So
Yeah.
which one of those three are going to rule?
I would say Messiah, the Son of the living God.
Is
Which
that
you're?
from the Jewish perspective or the Christian perspective? Because they both
Yeah.
have a Messiah. One's come already and the other's to come in the future.
Well, that depends on what sect you belong to. That doesn't depend on the book. If you're depending on the book alone and the prophets, if you're depending on the law and the prophets and the New Testament, then Christians and Jews that you kind of separate, it's the same Messiah. If you say the Muslims Messiah, they believe themselves that the Jews are going to receive a Messiah unto themselves that's a false Messiah. They believe that, right? And I believe that also. So we have that in common. We do have that in common. So some of these things we have in common. It's just a timeline and what's going on. So there's many things to consider and many sects and beliefs of what the book actually says, the interpretations of the book, of said book that we're speaking of. But I think it's clear, man, what's going to happen, and it's going to be clear after the fact. So you ask me, what does the book say? I'm going to tell you the book says it's Messiah. And then when you say, well, we got 3 or we got 4, we got 5 Messiahs, I'm going to say, I'm going to refer back to the book that you asked me to refer to. And I'm going to tell you it's the Messiah, whether it be the Old Testament or New.
So is Noah Hydlod going to be in place during this time? Is that like part of the
Noah
biblical
had law.
prophecy?
Well, Noah had law in
Yeah.
place during what? The millennial reign? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm talking about after what you just stated, how all men from all nations are going to reside in Israel, i.e. coexistence,
Yeah, it wouldn't be
which is
Noah had law. It's not going to be Noah had law. It's going to be God's law, the Creator. Yah, his law. It'll be his law. So Eli
so
or Allah or whichever way you want to say it, or Yah, that's the law.
so you're not aware that they're trying to put the Noahide law in place after the construction of the third temple in Jerusalem?
Man, I've been hearing about the Noahide law for like 15, 20 years now. All over the
So
world, people are trying to get the Noahide law instituted. There's going to be, if you're talking about the beast system to come, or you're talking about the millennial reign. See, that's you need to inform yourself on what the book actually says about these things. We have a time of leading up until the return of the Messiah, which will have many false messiahs before that. Yes, that's true. There'll be many false messiahs. Many men will come and claim to be the Son of God or claim to be the one that you should listen to. There'll be many of those people. I'm always in here. I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm telling you, bro, read. Pick it up and read it, bro. Right? So I'm not trying to be your messiah. I'm not trying to convert you, bro. I'm just trying to encourage you to, inform yourself. But you're only doing it from one side, man. It's weird.
You're doing it from one side, bro. I gave you the opportunity to tell us which Messiah, and you failed miserably, bro. I don't know if you think that you said anything of worth there, but you just mumbled through. Who's the Messiah, bro?
There's one Messiah, bro. Only the Jews think there's two Messiahs, the rabbinical Jews, which aren't even Yah's people, bro. That's what you don't understand. Clearly, there's one Messiah, Jesus Christ.
Clearly there
Yeshua
isn't.
HaMashiach.
Clearly there isn't, bro. Clearly there's three of them, which you do not see. Clearly,
Yeah, because you're buying into the propaganda that North just laid out, right? The book doesn't talk about three Messiahs, bro. That's what you don't get, bro, because you don't read the book.
Yeah, but you're talking about one book. That's what he's trying to tell you. We've got three different parties here with three different books and three different messiahs.
So what books are you talking about? The Talmud?
We've got the Quran, we've got the Jewish prophecy, and we've got the Christian.
Yeah, the Quran is on our side. The Quran is on our side.
Well, not from their perspective. I agree with you, but not from the Muslim perspective.
The Quran is not on your side, bro. They want to slaughter you and become the only people in the world. Are you guys like sleepwalking, man? I mean, sorry to say this, man, but you're sleepwalking, bro.
I get asked, what does the book say? I tell you what the book says.
Oh my God, North! We just said there's three books, bro.
Listen,
you only want to talk about one book.
I know you don't want for me to just expose this. I get asked what the book says, not three books. I get asked what the book says. I share what it says, and that you're ill-informed. You have nothing to say to that, so you say, "What are three messiahs? What about the three?" And you want me to tell you all of this information. Then I tell you that information. And then you argue with me some more.
You don't believe it, bro. We're telling you there's one Messiah, and you guys don't believe it.
Bro, I understand your belief. I understand that you believe there's one Messiah, but what he's trying to tell you is that there's three different groups, three different people, and they all have their own Messiah. You only want to reference your book, and that's fine. That's what you do, because you're a believer in your religion, and that's fine. But he's trying to tell you that there's three other religions with three separate messiahs. How do you deal with that? That's what he's trying to tell you.
So the Talmud is bullshit, and the Quran is bullshit. So you end up with the Holy Bible, bro. That's it. And if you don't believe that, then it is what it is.
That's how you deal with it. You deal with it by not only reasoning.
I agree with that. But the problem is there's three different groups that don't. I don't know how you guys are missing it.
Of course, the three different groups don't. There's always going to be people of differences of opinion. What are we going to do in here? Have everyone say the same thing?
No, there's going to be differences of opinion. Take over the land, bro, because we're the righteous ones, right? That's what we do.
No, man.
That's just a straw man, bro. What are you? See, this is the thing, bro. This is what really pisses me off. The kind of people who misrepresent me, other people in the server, and books they've never read. That's what pisses me off, man. You have no idea what you're speaking of, and you sound completely ignorant. You and SC, man. You sound completely ignorant. You ignore the facts of what's said. You ignore what your questions. Anyone asks you a question, you ignore it. You move on to ask three different questions. When you're answered of what you ask, and you find out that you're not as knowledgeable about the subject, you avoid it like the plague. And it's just ridiculous, man.
The complete opposite, bro. He just exposed you. He told you there's three books. Oh my God. Which one is right? And you said, word for word, not you, Lion said, you discard all the other books and you pick this one. And that's exactly what the other religions do, bro. But you're just too zealot to understand and see this, bro. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is what it is, bro. You will never see anything because you're like the horse with the blinds on. You're just looking straight forward, bro. You're right and everyone's wrong. That's the problem.
And I know it sounds dogmatic. It sounds egotistical and arrogant to say that. How do I know that this book is correct and the other ones are not?
Yeah,
But that's where I'm at. That's where we're at, bro. I'm conceding to that. That the Holy Bible is a word of truth. The other ones are forfeits, or not forfeits.
exactly, bro.
Forgeries.
With all due respect, you just described in one sentence the problem of the world and religion. You think you're correct, the
I know.
Muslims think you're correct, and
I
the
know.
Jews.
So let's all
Bro,
coexist, right? Let's all just be loving to each other and just accept our differences and all live in the land with a two-part solution or whatever, bro. That's never gonna happen. Man.
That's
exactly.
it's never gonna happen
Yeah.
when you're viewing things the way you are, dude. That's the problem.
No,
No,
bro.
man, you gotta have the UN, bro. Line. You got to have the UN. You gotta force them to do it, bro. And they're gonna do it. Then there'll be peace, man. And then that's the solution. Yeah, right.
So if we force them in the name of peace, that's wrong. But if we force them in the name of biblical prophecy, then we're righteous. Got it.
Oh, you're ridiculous, man.
No,
You're gonna,
no, bro.
yeah. Okay, man. Whatever, bro.
I'm not with the Jews, bro. What they're doing to the Palestinians. We're not part of that. We don't promote
You
that.
are, bro. You just don't realize it. You are the
That's the
main
straw man.
problem.
Straw
You
man. I'm gonna call
ignore
you straw man 2 times because you say everything more than 2 times and you always straw man. Your new
I'm gonna
name for
mute.
me is straw man 2 times.
I thought we weren't doing the insults. I mean, that was part of your stipulation when you came back into the room within
That's
your
not an
first few
insult.
sentences.
That's not an insult. He straw
Oh,
mans
okay.
and he
That's
says
not
things
propaganda.
more than twice. That's not a insult. So telling someone they straw man and you know that's what they do. I'm describing him. That's what he does every day. Straw man, right? That's what he does, man.
Look, I understand that religious things are, people get upset and this and that, but you have to see the truth, bro. You have 3 competing religions here. All of them think they're correct. They cannot all be correct, bro. Or they cannot all be wrong and you're correct, because that's the way they think. So, I mean, I don't know why you guys can't see this, right? You're bound by dogma. You have to take sides, right? You're going to take the Christian side, they're going to take the Muslim side, and the Jews are going to take the Jewish side. That's all there is to it. I mean, if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, man.
You're the only one with the truth, man. We get it. We get it.
No, I'm not the only one with the
You're
truth, bro.
You're the only one with the truth. You're the one with all the answers to stop all the world's war. We know it, man. We get it, SC.
What the fuck?
We get it. You're just
It's
a
too much,
zealot, man. We get it. You're a religious zealot. You do it every day.
So
Religiously.
as he's telling you he
Religiously.
doesn't want war, and you're saying that it has to happen because it's been prophesized. That's
Well, I
not
mean,
biblical, bro.
if he religiously strawmans and says the same thing religiously over and over, I mean, perhaps it'll come true, right?
Is it
But
prophesized?
I know where he's going with this, bro.
No.
It's so he doesn't believe in religion at all. He thinks it's all meant to control people. So the solution is to lose your religion. Losing
Not what
my
he's not what
religion.
he's saying.
That's
Man,
ultimately what he believes. He believes that religion
No.
itself is meant to control people, and it's all
Well,
bullshit. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it is. That's what he
Yeah, no,
believes.
I know. I know that part,
So
but
we should
I don't
abandon
think
our religions. We should
that's not what
completely
he's
abandon.
saying.
All 3 groups should abandon their religions and just become agnostic or
No.
atheists. Yeah,
That's
or
Just
not what
let
he's saying.
Lion speak, bro. Why
Scientologists.
don't you let Lion speak, man? Lion, continue to speak, bro.
Yeah, so the solution is to abandon our religions. All 3 groups to abandon our religions. Then they accept what? Scientism?
How about we just let fate play its part, man?
So why are you talking about it?
Why do we have to shape and control and manipulate the future as to follow your scriptural prophecy fulfillment?
Ask SE.
Why?
Ask SE that question. Ask him why he wants to shape and manipulate. He's coming up with solutions. Tell him to stay out of it. Let it take place. So you disagree with SE also?
No, I agree with SE. He's not saying do away with religion. He's just saying that when your religions, right, are conflicting to the point where innocent people are suffering you know, dealing with what they're dealing with currently, then there's an issue, man. That's what he's saying, and he's saying that, you know, people, you know, have to step in to make sure that the innocents aren't being, you know, swept away because of crazy religious zealots.
So don't let the fate just happen. Just step in and manipulate that, right? Control the fate of the people.
Control? You mean by
Yeah, well, you were talking
preventing
about
innocent
fate, right?
people from dying? Is
You
that
said
what you
leave
call
it up to
control?
fate. You're asking us on one standard to leave it up to fate, leave it alone. Then you're supporting SE and saying we're not going to leave it up to fate and let these people have their own ways and opinions and actions. We're going to control them, and we're going to force them, and we're going to control their fate. Is that what
You
you're
don't
saying?
even know what this is sickening, man. You don't even know what apartheid is, bro. You won't even admit that the
That's not a
country
very
you
strong
support is
argument, right?
apartheiding people. You can't
I
even
don't
say
know.
that.
You know what apartheid is? Okay, so
Damn
let
right
me
I
ask you
do.
something. Are there people on both sides who want apartheid? How ridiculous do you sound? So to the other gentleman,
That's the stupidest
so
thing I've ever heard in my life.
this is what I get two people trying to jump when one gets his butt kicked and the other one's trying to tag in. So I'm just asking you, this double standard you have. You had a standard for myself and Lion, but you don't want to live by that same standard. You want to get involved and control the fate of both people, and you want to ask us to stay out of it. Then SE jumps in because you don't want to ask that. You don't want to answer that question about the double standard you have. SE, what did you
What
say?
double
You
standards?
said apartheid. You said you jumped in and screamed apartheid, right? And spoke over me. So I'll tell you this: there are people on both sides who want apartheid. Both sides.
That is the
Both sides.
stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Then you have no idea what you're talking about, and you're very ignorant, and you sound very stupid. You sound very, very stupid if you don't understand that both sides want
Okay, let's
apartheid.
chill with the insults.
You
Very,
mean the
very
people in
stupid.
Gaza want to be
Very
apartheid?
stupid. With a
Listen to what this
capital
guy.
S, a capital
Can you
T, a
stop talking
capital
for like
U, a
30
capital
seconds, or
P,
is this your show?
capital I, and a capital D. Very stupid.
He's triggered.
Very
Just let him
stupid.
run his course.
I mean, it's Hummusdale, man. You're being Hummusdale, right? So just think about this, man. Apartheid. What is it? Define it, and tell me people on both sides don't want it, right? Go ahead and tell me that. You know how stupid that sounds? Very stupid.
Are you done? That is the most ignorant thing I've ever heard in my life. I heard some dumb
Very
thing,
stupid. Very
but you
stupid.
see, he won't. He's gonna talk right through me. He's triggered. He won't do it. So he's saying, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. He is saying that both sides want apartheid. In other words, he's saying that people in Gaza want to be subjugated. Like, if that's not the dumbest
That's
thing
not
I've
the
ever heard, I don't know
definition of.
what.
That's not the definition of apartheid. Both sides want their own apartheid. Both sides want it. What does apartheid mean? Define it. Go
My God,
ahead,
man.
so we all see how
You've lost
stupid
your rockers,
this
bro.
thing is. You said. Go ahead and define apartheid, so we can all concede on how stupid the remark you just made was.
Hold on a second. Jeremy's got some scripture he wants to ramble off real quick, though.
I mean, I don't know what let's not insult the other. Like, I don't know. Stop calling people stupid or whatever is going on here. But I don't know what apartheid means. What does it mean?
Go ahead, North. Tell us.
Apartheid. The
SC's always
separation
let
of
North
people
tell us.
apart.
Let
Yeah, let
North
North
tell us.
do it. Okay.
No, SE was great when he first thing he said was separating. So continue with the definition, SE, because that's exactly what I'm getting
Subjugated.
to.
Go ahead, North.
He just said separating. SE, did you not say separating?
Yes, apartheid.
Okay, guys,
Listen to the
shut
word.
your mouth.
Apartheid. It's the very essence of separating people due to religious or ethnicity and subjugating them. In other words, controlling their water, controlling everything, their education, not allowing them to have a seaport, not allowing them to have an airport, building a wall against them and controlling every aspect of their life, just like critters in a cage. How's that,
Okay.
North?
So we got the definition of apartheid. And now I'm asking everyone in the room, isn't it reasonable to say that there are people on both sides? There are people in Gaza and there are people in Israel that want apartheid. They want this. This is what
Can
they
I still
want.
man that?
I can't
So
believe this guy, man.
before you still man it, before you jump in and say he said subjugating, not separating, you didn't hear him. So maybe you should just close your mouth and listen a little more. Stop
Actually, I was
presuming.
referring to what he said prior to his last statement.
You want, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
You weren't.
And
speaking
he
up, I
did
get
say
it.
subjugating on the last turn that he had before you interrupted him. If you were
And
listening.
is anyone going to address what I just said 4 times? There are people on both sides. Before we
Yeah, I
go
was
to
trying
but
to. I
what
said, let me
about
steel
this?
man that.
Before we go to the but what about this? Can we actually address what I said instead of ignoring it? Instead of calling me stupid and ignorant because of what I said, can we address it? I didn't think so.
You done interrupting
So
everyone?
what is it that you want? What did he say? Can we address the both sides? Yeah, I'll address it. It's ridiculous. How can you even think that one side wants itself to be subjugated? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life,
This is why I
bro.
wanted to steel man it, because
Nobody
I don't think
wants
that's what
to
he's
get.
saying.
First
I don't think
word
that's what
you
he's
said
saying.
was separating. First word you said was separating due to ethnicity, these people. And so you're telling me that from the river to the sea means we're going to commingle and we're not going to separate? You're telling me on both sides, right? You just read from all of these rabbis and things. I don't have to repeat what you said about that and show the other side. You've done that clearly. I'm giving both sides. They both want this, right?
What
There's
you're.
people on both. I know you're just, yeah, I get it, man. Yeah.
Oh, no,
So
go ahead. I
in
apologize. Go ahead.
essence, I'm just going to be called stupid and ignorant when I say the things I say, although they're factual. And you have nothing else to say. But what about this? But what about this? And then I try to address it, and you just scream over and call me ignorant and stupid. So, yeah, man. So someone else can.
Don't be saying ridiculous things, bro. Everybody's here. You have your chance to talk. Stop being a Nancy, okay? Continue.
Yeah, you're being a victim, bro.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
show you.
Don't play games, bro. We're not a people to play games with, bro. You have plenty of time to talk. We're going back and forth, okay? Now, you want me to address what you said about the two sides, or you want to keep going? It's up to you. Okay, so this is the difference. What you're saying is, well, maybe one side in the future wants to do the same thing. I'm telling you right now, today, for 70 years, there's been apartheid. Do you understand, North? Not what one side wants to do to the other. What's happening now? Facts on the ground, North. It's apartheid. Do you agree? Yes or no, North?
That was a great
answer
way
that.
that was a great way to avoid it. I said, what do both of them want right now, SE?
I don't care what they want.
Now, SE.
I
River
want
to the sea, SE. What do they both want right now?
Now you're acting like
Israel does
now you
not
know
want
tracking that,
Gaza,
right?
and Gaza does not want Israel, those people. So what they both want right now, SE, is apartheid, separation, control. This is what both sides want right now. Do you understand, SE?
Regardless of wants. Yeah, regardless of wants, why don't you address what's currently happening? That's what SE's trying to tell you.
I address what's currently happening by saying right now, both sides, my original claim, right now, today,
Can you say it again or slower?
yesterday, the day before, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, both sides want to separate and they want control over the other people. both sides right now. So instead of trying to twist the argument and not address what I said, concede and tell me they both won it, because that would be factual and you would be honest. But if you're
So let's
not going to be
hypothetically.
honest, then you want to straw man and you want to presume what I believe,
He needs 5
you
more
can
minutes.
continue to. Bro, you can't even keep up with a conversation. You should keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, you
You
need 5 more
should
minutes.
really
Go
keep
ahead and
your mouth
rant.
shut. You can't even keep up, man.
Okay.
Just shut up, man. Please
Let's talk
just shut
about
up.
wants. Go ahead.
Please just shut up.
Go ahead, Nor.
Can we
Please,
slow talk
please
a little
shut
bit more?
Please shut up.
I like hearing all the
Thanks, bro.
syllables.
So what I
No,
said will
why
not be
can't you
addressed. It'll
address?
try to be someone's going to try to avoid it like the plague, because it's an actual fact, and we're going to try to redirect what we're going to speak of now. Then we're
So
going
you
to go
don't
back
like.
in history. Then we're going to go back in history. Then we're going to go back to the now. Then we're going to go back to the history. Then we're going to go back to the now. And so, yeah, okay.
You live in the history. The thing.
So,
But SC asked you a direct question, and then
well,
you said
real
that he
quick,
was.
give him what he wants.
SE was
Just
asked a
give him what
direct
he wants,
question.
bro.
Snacks, you're another one that has no idea what's going on. Keep
All
out
right,
of
so
it.
let's hypothetically
He was
assume
asked
that.
to address something
All right,
very
let's,
specific. He redirected
bro.
what he wanted to speak
You've been
on.
given the floor so many
And
times,
so,
North, and then you stop and you pause and want to jump back in over top of people, bro. Like, gonna have to calm down just a bit, dude.
you
Please.
should really shut up, man.
Okay, so you need to calm down and stop telling me to shut up. Okay. So anyhow, let's hypothetically assume that's the
He
case,
gone.
and
He gone.
both sides want that. Yeah, that's fine. That's what he does. He's like a child, bro. But let's
In
hypothetically
what
assume
way?
both sides want that. That still doesn't address the facts that SE just stated about the current situation for the last 70 years. He wants to avoid that at all, by all means necessary. He wants to avoid that, answering that. Rightfully so, right? Because it would just discredit his entire position.
What was his position?
He's trying to talk about that both sides want apartheid instead of pointing out the fact that it's been apartheid on one side for the last 70 years.
Yep.
So now that
Avoid
he's
the truth at all costs. Yeah, that's the
let me
plan.
repeat that really quick now that he's back. So let's hypothetically assume, North, that both sides want apartheid. Okay, let's just assume that's the case and you're correct. Now, let's address the facts for the last 70 years, being that it's apartheid from one side. Are you willing to address that simple fact? I didn't think so.
I'm willing. It just takes me a second to get off mute. So, stop assuming. I got a phone call, and it takes me a minute to go on mute and come off mute for a minute, okay? So, exactly what I said was going to happen was going to happen. We're going to go to the now, then we're going to go to history, then we're going to go to the now. So when something's addressed very specifically, like there's one side right now that wants apartheid, and I address that and I say, no, there's two sides that want apartheid right now at this very moment. And then SE tries to switch that up and twist it around into another conversation, then you jump in and do the same thing. And then Snacks jumps in and does the same thing. Still, no one has addressed my original point. We want to talk about a hypothetical now. No, address the point, concede. Both sides, there are groups on both sides who want apartheid.
You're
It's
wrong.
a yes or no. Oh, I'm wrong.
No,
I'm
you're
wrong.
wrong. If you stop talking, I'll tell you why. Can you give me 30 seconds without interrupting me?
Yeah, you could have done it 10 minutes ago, but go ahead.
I tried, but you don't listen.
No,
So,
you didn't.
no, both sides do not want apartheid. No, that is no. Because I know how you're thinking. You're thinking that apartheid means only separation, right? That's what you're playing around in your head? Only separation? Is that what you're thinking, North? That's a question.
That's a huge part of it. That's the first part of it, right?
Right.
For
But
what
you know,
purpose is the separating? What purpose is the separating? What purpose
He
is
didn't
the
even answer. He's got
separating?
to ask a question with a question.
he's not going to
What
answer.
purpose? For what purpose
Waste of
is
time
the
you
Yeah,
are,
he never
North.
separating?
answers,
What a
bro.
waste of
He'll
time.
never answer.
Yeah. Well, North,
Oh
we
my
agreed
God, bro.
that
Are you serious?
separation.
Can you have these other two lapdogs just shut up, man? These two
Let's
chihuahuas,
not
just
do
have
that,
them
bro.
shut up,
Let's
bro.
not do that. Why are you calling them lapdogs, bro?
I know
They're
lapdog from nobody's met.
Because, bro, we can have a one-on-one, and I don't need to have a 1 versus 5 people who are going to jump over me and insult me and call me
Right.
stupid and ignorant.
Exactly. You
And
can evade his
for a
direct
one-on-one
questions
conversation.
fine by yourself.
No,
You don't
I've
need
asked
my
to be
help to evade his
addressed, has never
questions.
been addressed.
Guys.
Of course
The
not.
thing
Hold on
I
a
asked to
second.
be addressed never gets addressed, and then I get
All right.
accused of doing that by 3 or 4 little. Bro,
Okay,
I'm telling you,
just hold on.
shut your
Hold
Why
mouth.
you call me
Wait.
little?
North, hold on, guys. One-on-one with SE. SE, do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do a one-on-one. All you got to do is
Okay.
ask North. That's it.
Okay, let's do a little one-on-one real quick. 5, 10 minutes, whatever you need.
Okay, go first. I'll answer any question you have, North. But then please answer mine, okay? Deal?
My first question was earlier, before all this. My first question: are there people on both sides who want apartheid? So we defined apartheid. You said it was separating, ethnicity, subjugation. We got all that, right? Okay, now.
No, we didn't get all that. We got part of it.
Now, exactly. That's what I'm getting to. So now, when you say I know what you mean by apartheid, you mean just the separating part. And I wanted some clarification on that. I said, well, separating due to what? And then you had 2 or 3 chihuahuas jump in. Yap. So separating due to what? Let's have a one-on-one conversation. Separation.
Right. It could be.
For what reason?
Sure. It could be anything. Like South Africa, for example. It could be due to color. Black man, white man. It could be religious, right? Christian, Muslim. It could be due to many factors. But the main issue is that separation of people, apartheid. But that's only one aspect, right? Now you have to agree that after the separation comes subjugation. One side is superior than the other. Their schooling is better. Their roads are better. Their homes are better. Sometimes they put them in confinement. That's all part of apartheid, right? You're familiar with your brethren in South Africa, how they were treated by the white man? You're familiar with this, North, right?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. And apartheid can be only one aspect of separating, but it also can be separating and subjugating, like you said, like you just said. And I understand that. I get that completely, and I agree. But apartheid means to separate, and yes, most of the time it's ethnicity. And when you're speaking about the Africans and the French, or you're speaking about the Africans and the British, you can speak about all those things you want to, and it's all apartheid. But it starts. The very first words and the meaning are separation. Separation. It's the very first word. Okay?
Correct.
Now we can talk about
Apartheid,
why
yes.
they're separated. We can talk about why they're separated. But the whole thing about the separation is you're not as good as me. So we get that part of it, right? Now,
Right.
when I say there are people on both sides who are for apartheid, then they are for the separation, and it's for the cause of they don't feel like the people are as good as they are, or as human as they are, as you put it. People are subhuman, right? So in that same instance. Now, what I'm saying here is factual, and there's no way out of this, because when you look at apartheid, you can look at it from many aspects, but one aspect is the separation, due to what I just said, and I'm not going to restate it because it's so evident and it's so factual. There's no way around it, bro. Both sides. There are people on both sides who want it. Just concede, and then we can move on.
Well, look, I'll concede to the part that both sides want to be apart from each other. That part of apartheid, right? I'll concede to that. Yes, both sides don't want to live with each other because they realize they don't. That's only one part of apartheid. Now, I conceded. Right now, I want to see if you can concede to something that the whole world knows, right? Will you, North, concede that for 70 years, this apartheid of which we speak, the separation and the bad things, the controlling of water and all that. Do you concede that the Israelis have been doing that to the Palestinians for the past 70 years? Do you concede to that?
This is what I'll concede to. I'll concede to the mistreatment of people on both sides. And was Israel mistreating those people more so? I can agree with that. I can concede with that. But I see mistreatment on both sides. And I see a lot of historical evidence you need to look at, not only farther back in the past, but also
let me get in.
recent, but also,
let him
but
finish,
also,
and you're next.
but also recent history. There are a lot of things, and again, I'm not supporting one side over the other. I can't say that enough times, bro. I'm telling you that there's bad on both sides. And when we talk about this apartheid and the additional things other than just separation, and you talk about what some of the people are taught in Gaza and among the Palestinians, they want more than just separation too, bro. So there's people on both sides who want more than just separation. And I concede to that.
Real quick, so I agree that since 1948, what the rabbinical Jews, the Rothschilds, have been doing to the Palestinians is inhumane. It's actually any form of apartheid, according to it says here, apartheid is a crime against humanity punishable under the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, right? And I posted a simple definition of what apartheid means. It means segregation, racial segregation, right? But SC, you have to understand that before Israel was established as a state, 1948, who controlled that land before, right? For thousands of years, right? It was a lot of different people, bro. You had different empires, right?
I can
But you have to
name them for
understand,
you. Yeah.
yeah, that the Ottoman Empire and the Islamic Caliphate. Do you understand that before Israel was established as a state, you know that there was already apartheid going on against Christians and Jews that lived in that land since 70 AD when the Jerusalem temple was destroyed? Since 70 AD, there were native Jews and native Christians that lived in Palestine that still live in the Gaza Strip, right? That are actually being affected by Israel right now. Christian and Jews that have lived in the Gaza Strip since its inception, right? You have to understand that before 1948, right, you had segregation, racial segregation. You actually, I can, since Islam was established, Muhammad came around in like the seventh century, right? It says here, Jews and Christians should be removed from all but the southern and eastern parts and fringes of Arabia, right? A decree based on the uttering of the prophet. Let there not be two religions in Arabia, right? And all that the whole area. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, and slowly but surely they've been toppling every country in the Middle East, and they've been converting every country into Islam, right? And we see that the only country that's not majority Muslim is Jerusalem. It's literally the last part that hasn't been converted to Islam. And Islam is a fairly new religion, bro. It's the only religion that has been dominating the Middle East. And the Christian and the Jews before 1948 was established, Israel was established, they were already being persecuted and being segregated by the Muslims, bro. It's the Muslim Caliphate made it a big deal to persecute Sabbath keepers, Jews and Christians in Palestine.
Bro, I was born in a country that was subjugated by Muslims. You don't gotta tell me anything about Muslims, bro. Trust me. Nobody knows more about Muslims than Greeks do. Okay? I can fucking assure you that. Excuse my language. But still, I feel the need to fight for them, even though they subjugated me and my people for hundreds of years. Even though I know what it's like to be under the Muslim yoke, it still doesn't make this right. The Muslims are correct in this situation, bro. The Jews are subjugating them. There's no way around that, bro. There's nothing. There's no book. Why are you interrupting me, bro? There's no book that you can bring out that's going to make this right, bro. It's wrong. It's wrong when the Muslims do it, and it's wrong when the Christians do it, bro. It's as simple as that. There's wrong and there's right. The Jews are on the wrong side here. End of story, bro. That's it. They're
I
wrong.
agree.
They're
I
killing
agree.
babies, bro.
I agree. Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right, bro. I agree, but just understand that it's not one-sided. That there's been racial segregation for ages in that area, majority by Muslims, until finally Israel was established as a state. Right now, it's the tide is turning. Right, Jews and Christians should be removed from all the Middle East, bro. Right. That is their goal, bro. To remove all Jews and all Christians from the Middle East, and they've been very successful in accomplishing that. Every country in the Middle East has converted to Islam.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, they are a danger. They are definitely a danger to Christianity. I say that straight out. How many times have I said, look at the countries. They're going to defeat you by birth, not by the sword. That's the new plan. Yeah, I'm aware of all this, bro. But still, right is right, bro. Irregardless of who is perpetrating it, even if it's your worst enemy, bro. If he's right, he's right. That's it. It doesn't matter which side you're on. The
So
side of
right,
right, the side of peace should always win, bro, no matter what.
you
If
guys, right?
Christians were killing babies, I'd be crying against the Christians. But it's the Jews that are doing it, bro. And the Christians are helping them. You got to understand that, bro. That's how the world sees it. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The whole world is against us right now. And rightly
Right.
so, bro. We're wrong. We're in the wrong, bro.
Okay,
So
so
right
but you
is
agree that hold on, you agree that before Israel was established as a nation, who were the controllers? The Ottoman Empire. And before the Ottoman Empire was the Islamic Caliphate. Both the Ottoman Empire and the Islamic Caliphate were majority Muslim, bro. And they were
Yes, they're our
persecuting the
worst
Christians.
enemies, bro.
They were segregating Jews and Christians, bro.
Yes,
And
they were
now
doing
the Jews
on
are doing it.
well. Yes, they had
Right?
harems.
That's all North was saying, bro. They both want apartheid. They both want racial segregation. They can't get along, bro. They
this is
despise
what
Christian and Jews. And Jews
this
and
is
Christians despise the Muslims in Jerusalem at this point.
this is where I want to jump in just for a second and
Go
say
ahead.
this is how long it took, and I want Die Slow and I want Snacks to come in, and I want them to concede along with us. See that yes, they want it on both sides.
Yeah, I'm not short,
Did
and
I get
you're a
that
chihuahua.
or no?
Nancy did not concede.
Well, I already said, you know, hypothetically assuming, let's assume this to be the case. That doesn't negate the fact of what the current situation is, and that was my whole point. And I stand with SC on the fact of the sense that this has been going on for far too long. Okay, it's not right for either side to want to do that to one another, and this is why a third party, unbiased third party, i.e., the United Nations, has to step in as humanitarians and philanthropists to prevent the innocents from being subjected to this insanity.
Well, let's
That's
not
all.
walk it
That's
back.
all I'm saying,
Let's,
dude.
let's not walk it back because both of you claim that there's one side that wants apartheid and only one side. Both sides don't want it, but now you all have to concede.
Yeah,
And
you're
I
gonna
just
have to
want
straw man
just
somebody
want
else,
you-
maybe, because I didn't say
I
that.
just really want you to consider
that,
how
yeah.
long it took, even though this
Total strawman.
uni guys is continuing to do this.
Yeah, we'll
man.
let you straw man it. No, keep
Why,
going with
why
the straw
don't you
man if
just
you like
shut
it.
up, man? Snacks, why don't you just shut your mouth, man, and quit being so condescending? You're
Well,
really
you're the
gonna
one
get.
you're like
You're
ad
really
homing
not
me
gonna hear
and
me
straw manning
good
me.
outcome.
So I'm
You
supposed to
live
shut my
life like
fucking
that,
mouth? Is
man.
that what you're saying?
You don't live in public like that, do you? Do you
Excuse
act like
me?
that in public, bro?
You have
Do
no
you
idea
just
how I
talk
act.
in the middle of someone's sentence in public? I'm
Oh
sure you
yeah,
don't.
like interrupt some
I'm sure
self-righteous
you keep
motherfucker
your
on the
head
internet.
down,
Yeah,
right?
maybe I would do that in real life. You're right.
I'm sure you keep your head down in public, right? I'm sure you do, right?
You're a projecting.
I'm a what? What am I?
You're projecting.
He's a great Christian.
I'm
Oh,
projecting.
projecting.
Yeah,
My bad.
you make everybody want to be Christian. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Don't you think,
Christians aren't
North?
supposed to expose
Don't you
liars
like
and cowards. Yeah,
you
Christians are
extend that
supposed to
message of
bend
love
over
that
backwards
Christ
and
that
not
Christ was
expose
talking about, right?
liars and cowards.
As
Yeah,
you talk
Christians
over
aren't
me,
supposed to expose anyone. They
that's
aren't
all you
supposed to be
got.
mean. They're all supposed to wear pink and bow ties and talk like a little
You
feminine
go ahead. I
woman,
bet you
right?
like wearing
That's
pink.
what all Christians supposed to be to you. You don't even know
I
what a
guess that's
Christian
what you
is,
like.
man.
You wear what you
You
like.
don't
I
even
don't
know what
care.
a Christian
I ain't
is.
judging you.
Come on, guys. Come on. Let's bring it back.
You've
Come on.
shown in this
Come on.
server
Oh,
many
bring it back
times.
to
You
what?
don't even
Where
know.
this guy
You
wasn't
don't even
answering
know
your
what a
questions,
Christian is.
and I jump in
You don't
trying to
even
make
know what
him
a Christian is.
hold
Shut your
his
mouth. Why
self-righteous
don't you
feet to the
shut your
fire.
mouth?
You
Why
know what I
don't you
mean?
Okay,
shut
guys
your
are gonna
mouth?
make me leave the convo and start muting. So come on, man. Let's do
Yeah,
it one at
I
a
wish
time,
you
bro.
would,
I'll
man.
mute
I wish you
too,
would
but
start
I just don't
muting
want
them
him
instead of
addressing me
talking
as
over the
straw
whole
mans
time.
and trying to like pound on his chest like he did something. That's
He
all.
has no idea what a Christian is. He's trying to tell me what to be like, and he has
Oh
no
yeah,
idea what
I
a
know you're
Christian
not a
is,
Christian now.
and he knows I'm not a Christian, right? Because I expose liars, and I call out the
You're a
cowards,
librarian.
and I challenge them, right? Because I'm not afraid to speak up and actually call you what you are, right? Yeah.
Okay, why don't you do like a 30-second and then let Snacks answer you? Why don't we try that? Back and
We could try
forth.
this. Yeah,
Without
I wouldn't mind.
insults. Go ahead,
No,
North.
let
Ask Snacks a question or make a comment and let him after uninterrupted answer you. Maybe that's the way to do it.
I say let him go because he jumped in, every time over someone else speaking and tried to claim something about myself or something I was saying. So maybe you should let him speak so I know what to address because
Okay,
he's
that's
always
fair enough.
claiming
Let him
I think
something
that's
and
your 30
calling
seconds, and
me
you did
something.
start it to give it to me. Fine. Yeah, the only reason I jumped in was to back Essie up on a question he directly asked you, and then you said he was evading the question by asking the question, which you proceeded to ask another question to him about it. That's all I piped in with, fella. All right, so why don't you like check your fucking Christian privilege at the door here, huh? What do you think?
Okay, fella. What it was really about was I had asked him, was there apartheid on both sides? He tried to redirect and rebuild his claim by asking a question instead of addressing my question, little fella. Okay? And so I wanted to call that out and have him
You can call me
address it
little fella.
because I had been
Nice.
little fella, listen,
Yeah.
little
All right.
fella.
If this guy's just gonna
Okay?
add home and
So
like get his rocks
so you
off
had
by
no
the Southern
idea, you
accent, I
weren't
ain't got no.
actually privy, you
I'm
couldn't
losing brain
actually
cells
keep
listening
up,
to
you
your ass.
couldn't
Seriously.
actually keep up with the conversation. So when you can't keep up with the conversation, don't jump in and presume things, little fella. Okay?
Presume that you don't answer a direct question that was asked. Yeah, sure. I won't do that. Why would I do that? I always do that, actually. So you can go ahead
Could
and
be,
not tell me what to do.
maybe, I
That's
don't
right.
know. I think maybe, could be, I don't know, maybe, I think, could be.
Listen, you smell
Little
hound.
fella,
Just
you should
just
Okay,
chill
is
out,
there a
okay?
mod in here
keep
that can
saying your
mod this?
favorite words, little fella. Little fella, just keep saying your favorite words. I
Guys,
don't know,
yo, what
maybe,
the
could be,
fuck?
I
Hold on,
think.
North.
Just
North,
be
hold
that
on a
man.
second, North.
Is this
Hold
necessary,
on one
Jeremy?
second.
That suits you better.
Guys. All right, guys, why are you making this difficult today? Let's change the topic.
Smallest dick energy ever, dude. You're fucking homo.
That's not necessary. I'm trying to put an end to all that's going on. Let's just relax. Let's reset. Maybe change the subject or something. I don't know.
Little fella.
Yeah, let's stop with the ad homs. Of course, religion always brings out the worst in us, it seems. But let's just calm it down, man. We can talk this smooth and easy, bro. Apartheid right now, North, is practiced only by one side. Can you agree to that? Right now. Maybe both sides want it, but right now on the ground, who's practicing apartheid? North, please.
Both ideologies are practicing apartheid right now. Not only did Lion give you some information of historical accounts, but it happens right now. So yes, apartheid is happening on both sides right now, not just in Gaza and in Israel, but in different places also. So apartheid is happening right now. And it's due to both of these ideologies a lot of the times. So the ideology is the thing. And you've spoken about that in the past, right? You've spoken about ideology and how you can't destroy this ideology. And I've said that many times. You can't destroy an ideology. How are you going to fight a war against an ideology? You can't win that war, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you must, North, you must see the one-sidedness in this, right? Like only one side has built a wall against the other side, regardless of the reason, right? Only one side controls the other side's water. Only one side does not allow the other side to have an airport. Just imagine you can't take a vacation, bro. Just imagine you can't get on a plane in your own country and go somewhere without another country giving you like permission. Just imagine you don't have a port in the sea. You can't go fishing wherever you want. I mean, imagine these things, bro. I mean, it's happening now. It's one-sided apartheid, bro. It's not both sides.
Real quick, but you have to understand that, see, that for basically at least 800 years, 900 years, that area before Israel was established as a state they were practicing racial segregation, bro. Officially, this is a historical record that the Ottoman Empire was an Islamic caliphate, bro. And before the Ottoman Empire, there was another Islamic leader. But basically, the Ottoman Empire says here, and I'm reading from the history right here. It says ruled by Sultan Muhammad V. Although it also contained Christians and Jews and other religious minorities for nearly all of the empire's existence, any non-Muslim subjects endured systematic discrimination and outright persecution. So for thousands of years, or almost 1,000 years, bro, they've, religious minorities, which were Jews and Christians, and anybody that wasn't a Muslim, experienced apartheid.
You're absolutely correct, bro. And I can tell you, my people, the Greeks, right? I was born in Greece, grew up in Canada. My people were slaughtered by that caliphate, bro. Nobody knows that caliphate more than me, bro, and the Armenians, bro. They slaughtered 2 million Armenians, bro. And during that time, they slaughtered 500,000 Greeks, bro. Don't you be telling me about this caliphate, bro. Nobody knows them better than I here. I guarantee you that, bro. I guarantee you that. I lived it. My people lived what you're talking about, bro. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just letting you know that that little piece of land, the Muslims want it. It's the only piece of land that they haven't conquered.
I know
that
that.
little piece of land in Jerusalem.
I know that. But that doesn't excuse the fact what the Jews are doing to these people, bro. You understand? You can't have two wrongs making a right, bro. The caliphate was wrong, and now the Jews are wrong, bro. It's very simple. Few things are clear-cut like this, but this is clear-cut, bro. You cannot subjugate people. It's a war crime, bro, no matter who does it. But the people, these chosen people have fooled you guys to believe they're special, bro. You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up, bro.
Well, we're going to go back to whose land it was in the beginning, and who stole it from who, and all of those things. Or we're gonna stay away from that now, and we're just going to address the current woes of what's going on in the land on both sides.
Well, yeah, you gotta address the current woes.
Yeah. So if we're just going to address the current, happenings of what's going on, then we also have to consider somewhat of the ideology. And when you consider the ideology and why people are doing the things they do, of course you're going to consider their history. So it's not like we can avoid these things. And so I would say that the ideology is the thing you need to kind of focus in on, and knowing and conceding to the fact that you cannot destroy that ideology. It is the ideology, and you should understand that there is no reason that you should believe that you can come up with any other solution other than what those two groups are trying to do. One is trying to destroy the other. Now, if their ideology is going to continue and it's always going to be warring against the other group, the ultimate thing is either they're always going to have children and always kill each other, or somebody's going to win, or somebody's going to step in and kill them both, to the ones who are doing this and teaching this ideology. Now, my solution is that, and my claim is that the judge, who you asked me from the book, this man who's coming, the Messiah, what's he going to do? He's going to judge all of those unrighteous people, and they're all going to die. And there's going to be few righteous from all different groups of people, and they'll all be given the land. That's what'll happen. And that's what I believe will be the only thing that will bring this to a conclusion. There's no peace agreement that man can write on a piece of paper and just make it magically come true because they have men in the area who say they're going to enforce it. And that's very evident throughout this entire earth. It's very evident, man.
Do you know Cyprus? Do you know the story of Cyprus? What you say happened is happening in Cyprus right now. It's been happening for 50 years. Two people that vehemently hate each other. And I dare you find two people that hate each other more than Greeks and Turks. Go for it. Good luck. They're living side by side, and there's a UN peacekeeping force in the middle. So what you say can't happen is happening right now. It's been happening for 60 years. So
when the ideologies vehemently oppose each other to the point of death.
Yeah,
you are not.
The Turks grow up to believe that Greeks are dogs.
Understand.
And we grow up to believe that Turks are barbarians. So
I get it. I understand. But you also have other things to consider when you're considering that too, right?
No, it's just religion. It's just religion. We hate each other because one side tried to force the other side to change religions. And, that's how the story goes. So, no, it's hate due to religion. All we had to do was just convert to Muslim and everything would be happy. They would accept us in their caliphate and we would live freely. But we told them, go screw yourselves. We're not changing to Muslims. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Just like the Christians did the forceful. Yeah.
And did you have peace? No.
What do you mean? No, we did not have peace. We had war.
So no matter what you write on a piece of paper,
we took our lands back through fighting, through force.
So no matter what you write on a piece of paper, no matter what agreement you come to about peace, no matter how many people you live beside that were Turks and Greeks that could get along, there's always those people putting forth that ideology that these people don't deserve to live. They shouldn't even deserve to live. They're subhuman, right? We shouldn't be around them. They shouldn't be around us. We should separate them or kill them or exterminate them. Those kind of ideologies, when they're so opposing to each other, there's no peace agreement. There's no officers. There's no magic blue helmets. No nothing that's going to solve that problem, bro.
No, bro, I just proved you wrong. I told you there is a place called Cyprus. You can Google it. And exactly what I'm proposing to do in Israel, they did there, and it's been working for 60 years. Do you hear my words, bro?
So there's no violence in Cyprus.
Zero.
Is that what you're telling me?
Exactly.
Zero violence.
Zero violence between the two sides. Correct. You know why? Because they're separated. Why is that hard for you to understand? You have two children, they're fighting. You don't take sides, you separate both of them. You go in your room, you go in your room.
Do they believe the land? Do either of those groups in Cyprus believe a piece of the land is holy that the others own? Do they believe it belongs? Do they believe it belongs to their ancestors?
Yeah.
So on both sides in Cyprus, you have both sides believing the land belonged to their ancestors, it was robbed from them, and there's something holy about the land.
No, not that. I'll give you a holy part. Not that part. But you know Constantinople? Istanbul?
Yeah.
It's Greek for 1,000 years. Roman. 1,000 years. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 10. 1,000 years. It was the eastern part of the Roman Empire. The last people to call themselves Romans were not Italians, were Greeks.
I get it, bro. I get it. People have lived among.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, please. So that place where us Greeks called our church for 1,000 years was taken over by the Turks by force. Do you understand? Our holiest of holies has been converted into a mosque right now.
Yeah, it's called the
Starting to
Hagia Sophia.
understand? Hagia Sophia, yes, sir, correct. So, like I told you, nobody knows more about this stuff than us Greeks. We've lived it, bro. We tasted it. We know what the Muslim yoke of the sword is. But yet you still see me fighting for my worst enemies. Why? Because the Jews are wrong. It's as simple as that, bro. There's
Yeah,
right
but
and there's wrong.
I think we both agree that both sides have some wrong, right? We agree on that fact. We agree that on both sides of the people we're talking about in Gaza and in Israel have some ideologies that are not going to allow for peace. Even though they say peace, there will be no peace. They can make a peace agreement. You can send the officers if you want. This has been so and this has been so indoctrinated, man, that these people are willing to die. In fact, it is a benefit to die for the cause. I don't think you understand that part. That's the part I don't think you get. Because what I'm telling you is when men are willing to die for what they believe in, there's no piece of paper, there's no agreement between leaders that's going to stop those people from doing it. There's nothing you can do, bro. 50 armed guards, whatever, they're going to rush them one day. You understand that, right?
So what's the solution? I just gave you the Cyprus solution. You don't like that. What's the solution? Let it run its course?
When
Let
we
the
talk about
Israelis now just demolish kill all these people, bomb all these hospitals. Is that the solution?
when we talk
Let
about
the stronger win?
when we talk about the two-state solution, right? And we consider that, you know, in times past that there have been some solutions that were ignored and just walked away from. I'm not saying they were the best solutions. I'm not saying it was the best two-state agreement. I'm not for it or against it. I'm just saying it was ignored and walked away from. Okay? That's just a fact, man. Now when
What?
we
No,
come
it's
to
not a fact, bro. It's not a fact. You got to look into what
I'll
you're
pull up
saying.
the citations. I'll pull up the citations for you after I finish my point. So the point is this. There is going to be no two-state solution for the simple fact that both sides want apartheid. Their ideology is apartheid. It has been drilled into their heads, bro. Apartheid. That separation. That's been drilled into their head. There's no two-state party. Both sides feel like the land was stolen from them. Both sides. Both sides. Okay? So neither one of those people are going to come to any peaceful agreement. And do you think for 1 minute it's going to be split down the middle, or it's going to be fair in one's eyes and both of them's eyes? No, it's never going to be that way. So it's always going to be war, bro. It's always going to be. I told you what I think the solution is going to be and what I think is going to actually happen, as opposed to
That's
just
not
sitting
what,
back and
that's not what you
watching.
think. That's what's read in the Bible. Let's be honest. It's not what you think,
What is
right?
the only reasonable thing that can solve it? Since you can't destroy an ideology, you can't destroy it. You can't stop it. Both peoples think the land was stolen from them. No matter what you do, the parents are going to teach the children on both sides. No matter what you do, they're going to teach them apartheid. They're going to teach them to murder those other people. No matter what you do. No matter what you write on a piece of paper, bro. So if you want to do like the other gentleman said earlier, and just if you want to do like the other gentleman said earlier, and just stay out of it, and just let fate run its course, or do you want to actually control both people groups and control the fate of their future? That's
No, I can't stay out of it. When I see children being murdered and babies and mothers and hospitals being bombed, I can't stay out of it. Maybe you can, but I can't. My mind, my subconscious, I can't stay out of it. I'm
What are
sorry,
you
bro.
willing to do? Well, what are you willing to do? What are you
Told you.
willing to do?
I told you what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to speak out like I'm doing now, and I'm willing to give a solution. I'm not just willing to just stand back. I'm willing to say, look, there has to be a solution. The murder has to stop. 70 years of apartheid. Somebody has to step in and stop these two children from killing each other. That's what I want to do.
I don't think you could come up, and I don't think many people in this server could come up with one solution that's not going to involve the murder of innocent people and the death of guilty people. I don't think
already gave you
there's
one.
even a
It
country
was,
willing
it was
to
a great
guarantee.
idea.
because those men going in there and forcing that on those people, there's still going to be death. I promise you.
Of course, there will be death. Yeah, of course there will be. In the
I don't
initial,
think so.
I don't
don't
see
think so.
I don't see how
I think
otherwise.
if the UN, I think if the UN stepped in, I think both sides would back down because they already know their fate is is upon them due to the sheer power of the United Nations. Like, no question what the hell the outcome of that it's going to be. So they've got no choice but to yield, and that was an awesome idea to allow Jerusalem to be under UN control, and end of story.
Yeah, you don't give them a choice. Too bad. You've been fighting for 70 years. Well, not really fighting, one-sided fight. But anyways, we won't get into that. 70 years, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. They're just taking land piece by piece by piece by piece. And that's just the facts on the ground. So there will never be a solution if left to them. Never. So there's only one option. You force them. You take the two children that are fighting by the hand. You go in your room, you go in that room, and when you come out, there's going to be a separation. And you see that park over there, which you call Jerusalem, where you want to go and play in that park? Well, that park, boys and girls, is going to be for everybody. That's it. You treat them like children. You tell them. That's simple.
Yeah, it's very simple.
And again, the ideology and the historical indoctrination of the land being theirs and being stolen from them. Those children will still be taught those things, and there will bro, I promise you, there will never be peace in that land until the man of peace comes, the actual true man of peace. But when you have those things, man, it's.
I mean, that's no different than saying, yeah, the two kids are fighting, and if I break them up and separate them, it's only momentary before they continue fighting again. So why even try? Let's just let them rip each other to shreds, and then there's only going to be one left standing, and problem solved. Like, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, he said it when the Messiah comes. He's waiting for a supernatural being to solve this. That's just amazing, bro.
But that's
No, bro,
that's my whole point.
I believe the
That's
other
the point I made
nations.
originally.
Well,
Go
that's
ahead,
not what I
Norris.
believe. Yeah, that's not what I believe. So there's a lot of presumptions, man. So specifically, I believe that a lot of nations will be involved in what's going on over there, right? And that's what the text says. So I believe those things. You haven't heard the entirety of what I believe about what's going on, because there's a lot of details if you're going to speak at it from a biblical aspect. And then if you're going to consider that, then you have to consider when it comes true, was it the biblical prophecy actually true? Or did someone make it happen? And is that even feasible that they can make it happen? But Yeah, man, I don't
Do
think
you
you can
have
get
do you have
around.
faith that this is going to happen?
Well, I mean, you know what faith is, right? Faith
Yeah,
isn't
that's
just
why I'm asking you.
faith is
Do you have
yeah,
faith
faith.
that these
What
things will happen? Yes or no?
what is
It doesn't
faith?
it doesn't take an hour long fucking conversation. It's simple yes or no. Do you have faith that these things will happen?
Well, what do you assume faith is?
Again, you're asking a question with the question, bro. It's a yes or no, dude. We can get into that after.
He was about to ask you a question back to that yes or no thing.
Anyways, just forget it, bro. Like if you can't have like a simple open dialogue on, responses, and it's just what's the point, bro? We're
Yeah,
never
man,
gonna get anywhere with you.
I have faith. I have faith that these things will happen. I have faith that people will come in and cut me off. I have faith on many things that I have a lot of reliable information that would lead me to expect it. So yeah, I have faith.
All right. Now you want to get into what faith is to you?
Well, I mean, it's very important if you're going to ask me something like that, right? When it has different connotations, when different people say it, they mean different things. Some people mean blind faith as if they have no evidence whatsoever. And none of us have any evidence of what's going to happen because we haven't seen it yet. So it would be faith without evidence in that sense, but it would also be faith with the evidence of the previous reliable information that would lead you to expect, right? To hope, to expect. The substance would be the evidence, right? So there is some evidence. It's not as if it's just blind faith, correct?
Well, I never invoked blind faith. I just simply said faith. And I asked you to define it, and I don't know if you've done that yet. So do you just want to simply define faith as you know it? Or are we just going to go on a random? Do you want me to do it for you? Is that going to make you more comfortable? Or I mean, as a Christian, claim to be Christian, I would hope that you could define faith. But
Well, faith, you know what faith is, man. Faith is your trust, it's your confidence, faithfulness,
well,
right?
trust
And you
is
know,
trust, confidence is confidence. Faith is a whole separate thing. I mean, there might be characteristics of the two involving faith, but can you
well, what is
simply
faith?
just define faith? Can you just simply define it, or do you want me to define it because you can't?
It's confidence. That's how I define it. How do you
Well, I
define it?
just told you confidence is confidence. If confidence is a
It's
separate thing from
persuading,
faith.
being persuaded. Faith is being persuaded. So tell me, what do you think faith means? Give me a
I would
definition.
say, yeah, I would say faith would be a hope for things to come that hasn't come yet. And that hope is essentially so strong that it's confirmation. It's it's acknowledgement of things to happen that haven't yet happened.
I would agree.
All right.
In a sense, I would agree, right? Because when you break each one of those words down, faith, hope, and substance, if you want to break those down, faith is trust or confidence, right? And if you want to get to your hope, that's what you expect to happen. You trust it. You expect it to happen. And you know why you expect it? You know why? Because you
How
have
is
a
that a
guarantee. Because, you know, that hope you have, it's a support. It's a steadiness. It's an assurance. It's a guarantee. So the reality of this is the thing that has been spoken about and prophesied that no man has seen ever at one time. No man has seen, just like I haven't seen Susie have a baby yet, right? But through my faith and through my substance and all of this hope, all these things that you describe, through my evidence, of past experience when the woman's belly swells after she's been with a man and she's about 8 months in. I have faith that there's a baby going to come out. Now, I haven't seen the baby, but I have faith, right, that the baby's going to come and I'm going to see the baby. I've never seen the baby, but I've seen many babies before. So the things that are prophesied in the scripture and the context to which you're speaking of, many people take it out of place and they just broad brush faith. Everything about faith is just something you've never seen and you have no evidence for. Well, that's couldn't be more further from the truth.
Well, I didn't want to get on like a whole.
The substance. Faith is the substance, like guarantee of the things hoped for, the things not yet seen. And of course, you're going to have faith when you have reliable evidence in the past and it has worked for you. You would expect. I'm just defining words in their proper context. So in the past, if you
Yeah,
if
but
you're
we
gonna put
already
yourself,
did that. We agreed.
Yeah, I
Like,
know you don't want me
I don't
to
think there's a
continue to
point
make
to
the
like
best
further
point.
elaborate for an hour. Go ahead, bro. Preach.
Nah, bro, it's okay. You accomplished your goal.
I mean, we were having a
When I'm
conversation.
making a
Like, I
good
was
point,
simply
when I
addressing
make a good
faith
point,
to
you
like
just
highlight
you jump
my
in, right? So when I define the
bullshit,
words
bro.
and make a great point, you just want to jump in, and then yeah, okay, man.
You're
I hear
making a
you.
point about a point of a point of a point. Like, we were having a greater conversation. No pun intended to Pete, but we were having a conversation about a topic, and this is getting totally derailed. Like, I was only bringing up faith and highlighting a point that I was making, and now like the point's being lost because you're trying
What's
to
the
preach
point?
to me about faith, bro.
What's
Like,
the point?
we don't need a whole
What's
fucking
the
sermon
point?
on it.
What's the point? What's the reason you brought it
Okay,
up? Please tell me.
so the
Please
reason I
inform
brought
me.
it up, is because you have faith in the prophecy that's been prophesized within Scripture involving current situations that are taking place. And the point I'm making is that ushering a helping hand to try to like nullify that problem from transpiring in your view is going against the prophecy.
No,
due to the fact
actually,
that
no.
well,
That
I
would
mean,
be
you haven't advocated for anything that Essie's brought forth in terms of like solidifying a solution to this whole dispute, and it was a pretty good one. And instead of like yielding to that, like, you just want to fucking keep continuing on with your prophecy.
No.
It's ridiculous,
No.
dude.
No, I think you're wrong in a few places. First of all, with the faith thing, you're wrong. And yeah, I don't understand why you're presuming all these things. The reason I haven't come up with a solution is because I don't think there is a solution. I think I've made that quite clear, that there is no solution when you have these two opposing ideologies that teach this violence against one another. There is no
He
solution.
gave you a solution, and he gave you evidence. He told you about the place that it's currently for 60 years now has taken place in Cyprus. Okay, like,
and then
he told you a solution. You haven't said shit in reference to that, other than
Yes, I have. I gave him other things to consider about the land, about it being stolen, and other things to consider about the curriculum and what these people are taught and indoctrinated with from the time they're a child. And I've given them many other things to consider about how they're willing to die for it. You know, they're not like the Turks and the Greeks where he's from, maybe, but I'll tell you this: they're actually willing to die with no cares, no matter how old they are, right? So I don't think you're gonna have any other place that you're gonna have this gonna be analogous to that. So when you bring up the faith, I want to really go back on that and see why you brought that up, because it's not as if I don't have evidence to what I'm saying and I'm only using scripture prophecy and I haven't come up with a solution, as you put it. Because my whole reason for coming up with a solution is not about the Bible, not about a prophecy. It's just a simple fact that me as a man knows that when these two opposing ideologies are in such a way that they are, there is no solution.
That's
as long
my
as
point.
they're breathing
That's my
and
whole
teaching
point.
those things.
You're only furthering my point, North.
No, I'm not furthering your accusations and your assumptions. And I'm not
It's
furthering
not an
those.
accusation. You just
Furthering
confirmed it
your
out of
own
your own
truth.
mouth, bro. It's not an accusation. What
You
you
can try
just
to
said is what I've
walk
been
it
telling
back
you
and
the whole
double
time.
speak if you want to. You can try to walk it back and double speak if you want to. That's cool, but you can't.
Projection.
Yeah, whatever, man. Just keep saying things. Maybe they'll come true. You guys have been off for the past few days. What's going on, man?
Yeah, okay, bud. Yeah, dude. So no solution. Only solutions: bloodshed and prophecy fulfillment. Got it.
Nobody said that.
That's exactly what you said, bro.
That's not what I said, man.
That's what you
I didn't
said. You
say.
said there is no solution. There will never be a solution. Have two people hell bent on killing one another. That's what you said, bro.
I didn't say the solution was bloodshed. You act like I support those things.
You said there is no
It's just,
solution.
it's just
There
a
is no
straw man.
alternative. There's
It's like
only there's
it's like
only
the
the
additional.
inevitable. That's
It's
what
like the
you. That's
additional.
literally what you're saying, bro.
It's like the additional things you want to add to after the fact that I've already
Yes,
addressed what you
yes.
said, and
There's
then
there's
it's
definitely some
to when you
additional
want to
things.
walk it back and you want to change your whole position. Then it's to when you want to cut me off in the middle of something. Then it's when it's just me up against 4 or 5 different people. You know, it's just you guys are weak, man. What is going on here, man? I don't support the things you say I support over and over, day after day. I don't support them. I've said I don't support them. You keep saying I do. You keep saying I believe all these things are happening because the Bible says so. You haven't even heard me out on what I've said the Bible says. You don't
We've
even
given you
know.
how
I
long?
mean,
How long have we
bro,
been talking about this? We've given you
you
the
didn't
floor
retain. You can't
over
retain none
and
of the
over again.
information that I'm actually giving you because I think you only hear what you want to
I
hear.
just reduced it and
Being that you cut
simplified
me off,
and
being
steelmanned
that you cut me
exactly
off, I
what
don't
you're.
think you'd ever hear what I'm saying when you're cutting me off or speaking. I don't know, man. I think 3 or 4 of you are speaking to each other at the same time, and when I'm speaking, you just assume what I say and you come in and try to think of ways to try to tear me down. But all of you guys have been kind of off, accusing me of things that I don't support, and just I don't know, man. Are you freaking out? Like, is this really getting to you that bad? That you want everyone to choose the side you're on and you have the truth and no one else does? I mean, what's going on with you guys? Because you guys have been yelling, freaking out, calling names, and you know when you
I've
get
never
called
called
those
you one
names
name.
back,
I haven't called you one name this entire time. The only
I'm
name calling has
addressing
been
I'm
from you,
addressing
bro.
more people. Yeah, I'm addressing more people than just you right now. So
Okay.
you're not
Well, don't
involved. If
involve
you're
that
not
when
involved,
you're having a direct conversation with me,
it's,
bro, and not fucking pointing that out and
no,
trying to
it's
round
all
me
good,
into
man.
that bucket, dude. That
It's
ain't
all
gonna
good,
fly here.
man. I'm done talking to you, man. You're too rude. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm too rude. When all you've done is call me names the entire time, and I haven't said a word back to you in the sense of calling you a name. So that's pretty bold.
Yeah, maybe me calling you names has got you upset. What name did I call you?
You can't even remember.
What name was it I called you?
It's irrelevant, bro. Just you
Yeah,
know
of
what
course it
happened.
is.
It
So
happened. It's all good,
is it
bro.
a false claim? Is it a false claim, or did I call you a name? What did I call you? You gonna be
You
honest?
ad hommed me several times, bro, over the course of
Did I
the last
call
few
you a
hours.
name? Did I call you any
Yes,
names?
dude.
What did I call you, bro?
Yes,
What did I
bro.
call
You reduced me down to the likeliness of a barking chihuahua quite a few times. I mean,
Oh, you cast when you
that's
came
just
in.
one
Yeah,
thing. That's just
I
one
got you.
thing, bro.
Doing just
That's
like
just
you do
one thing.
now. You came in like a little chihuahua barking over someone.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Okay.
probably
Guys,
did
let's
call you a
not,
chihuahua.
please. Come on, let's not rehash. Like I said, let's just reset. Let's start over. Maybe let's change the topic or something.
Yeah, they think chihuahuas came from a mute dog in Mexico, right? But as you can see,
All
they're
right.
not very mute. Not very mute at all.
Bro, your whole like calling people little guy, acting like some internet tough guy, it's just
I
ridiculous.
don't
Norm.
care what
It's not
you have to say,
shit.
man. I don't care what you have to say. You're not privy to the whole conversation, so I don't really care what you have to say. You said what
Likewise.
you had to say. You said what you had to say earlier when you come in and said, oh, no, no, and just tried to, copy someone and sound like them and say little fella, but you don't even know who said little fella first. I was called fella first. So I was just giving back what was being given to me. So being that you're not privy to that and you can't keep up, perhaps you should just stay out of it and keep your mouth shut.
Okay, little fella.
Bro,
All right, guys.
it's a public
Let's-
conversation, bro. We can't just be telling people to shut up and, come on, dude.
All right, but let's just get on something real. Let's get a new topic going here. What do we got? We got anything? Jesus, where's Pete Shea when you need him?
Oh yeah, that's gonna help. Yeah, nice.
Pete'll get this all sorted out, bro. He'll straighten this whole shit out. All right, what's up? Bro, I'd love to see Eratosthenes done with a full moon, with the moonlight, and then have it be done when the sun is in the same exact zenith position when the moon was. That'd be fire to do right there. That could blow their whole model out the water. Because if you get a moon, if the moon shadow casts the same length sun shadow, what is that? What what? What does that mean? I don't even know. It's like there'd be an issue with that, though. No. There is an issue. There's definitely an issue with that. All right, well, if no one likes this, what do you guys got?
I'm sorry, I just stepped away. What were you talking about, Jeremy?
Talking about doing Eratosthenes with the moonlight.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm good, bro.
What you mean you're good? What does that even mean? That's doable.
I'm
That would be a
not
huge issue.
fucking with sticks and shadows, bro, for fucking 2 hours while you guys fucking.
But that would
You
be a
know?
huge issue for the Globers, though, if it was the same length shadow. It's gonna be way more than 2 hours.
I'm just saying, until you guys can actually demonstrate what a shadow would look like on a spherical surface versus a flat surface and distinguish the differences, like the whole point is irrelevant because it's all purely subjective and biased. So I don't even want to go there with that.
Yeah, but this would blow their whole model apart. You don't want to go there with that?
No, because nobody's bringing forth that simple evidence right there to kind of have a base axiom to argue from. So I'm good on that argument, bro. I don't like dealing with long distance observations. I don't like dealing with ambiguous, unsubstantiatable, claims, dude. Due to the fact that people aren't, putting in the footwork to support it. And
Dude, we could falsify one of the biggest claims going right now. The whole globe. This would debunk this would fuck them up so much.
yeah, it would, but no one's wanting to do that simple one thing that I just addressed.
The shadow thing is what would do it. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I just said, though. I said, but you have to demonstrate it on a scalable version to showcase the differences between what those shadows would be doing on those two different surfaces. It's very simple. I saw a video years ago. I can't find it anymore, but somebody has done it. But that would be a point to start from.
Bro, all we got to do is show the two shadows are the same length. That's it. We don't have to do anything else with anything. That's all we need to do. Just get some shadow length. Is you in or is you in? It's gonna be way more than 2 hours. Like 8. Probably like 8 hours.
It would definitely be something to do, but I don't want to talk about it until it's getting done.
Well, we need people to do it. We got to figure out how to do this. You know what I'm saying? Do you have a stick? We got to all use the same size stick. Well, this only needs to be done with one person, actually. This could be done just in one location. I'm wondering if I could do this.
Jeremy's at the schoolyard with fucking broomsticks and shit, scaring the kids.
Could I use the field goal post?
I believe in you, Jeremy.
Could I use the field goal post? It's already marked out with yards.
Would you move the goalpost?
I won't move. I won't move the goalpost. I'll tell you that. I'm just saying I might do this. This is doable. This would debunk their whole shit. Like everything. Everything's gone if they make the same size shadow.
Jeremy, what's up with the meteor showers, man? Like every meteor shower I was looking at for this year, it comes on a weekend. What's up with that?
All
And I know I hear. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I mean that's just how the meteors are in a cycle. You got the Taurus meteor stream that
every month.
So yeah, they just happen to be falling on a weekend this year. Next year it'll be Monday, then Tuesday, right?
Well, that's what I'm not aware of. Like when people talk about, how many days to add or how many days to take away, and you hear Lion and you hear a lot of other people discussing the calendar, right? Whether it be the Gregorian calendar or whatever calendar you're going by. It's just, I think the peak of it, the start of it, and the ending of it, these things should be considered more so when people are talking about like a solar or a lunar calendar or both, anything of that nature. I think there's a lot more to the meteor showers that we're not picking up on.
There's more to a meteor shower than what? Can you say that last thing again?
There's more to the story than we're picking up on with the meteor showers. That's like I've asked before, is it always the same pattern? I mean, it's just, there's a lot of great questions we could come up with about the meteor showers and probably a lot of information we could gain. So,
aren't they all equally spaced throughout the? I'm sorry, my apologies.
No, go ahead. You're right. I mean, it's every year,
Aren't they
same
equally
time.
spaced throughout the year?
Yeah, every time, right? I mean, I haven't gone back every year and seen. I did some reading about, BC. I think it was some dynasty, the Chinese and someone else. But I'm sorry, man. I've been breathing freaking chainsaw gas again. So I went back into some of the history, and it didn't seem off much at all. But you would think that it would be off by days, several days. But I don't know if any other people in here have information on the past meteor showers and historical accounts of them. But that's something I'd be very interested in when we're speaking about the whether you're going by what calendar or the solar or the lunar, how you observe a year and all these things.
Think we're going to see a bull market, Jeremy, in this fiscal year?
Just in general, or?
Yeah, I mean, like things are kind of having a little climb going on right now. You think it's gonna that rally is gonna continue into like a full breakout?
I mean, the S&P just took a little hit, so I mean, wait, as far as what?
A bull run
Is that
for
crypto?
2023. We got a few months left.
In crypto or just what?
Yeah, crypto.
I mean, I hope so. Who knows though?
Okay.
You have to get the only way, the only way crypto's ever gonna get big, in my mind, is if you have to be able to buy things with it. I need to be able to go to Walmart and buy things, or the gas station, or pay my rent with it. Like until that happens, like, yeah, there's some stores now, and they're adding stores all the time that accept it: Gucci, Prada, Louis, whatever.
Well, you know, like, was it Citibank or Citigroup's accepting mortgage payments in crypto? They take XRP and I think like a handful of other crypto payments. So I mean, that's all kind of happening right now, dude.
It's happening slowly. It's happening slowly, yes, but until, like I said, until every gas station, like, they need to have a thing where, they got like Apple Pay and shit, and the credit cards and all that
Well,
stuff.
that's kind of the same thing, though, bro. It's only just being done through the traditional fiat system, which takes days, dude, if not weeks, sometimes, for those merchants to receive the funds and stuff. So from the customers, like this would be like virtually instant, like rather than fucking, like when you go to the restaurant, like the restaurant's on the hook, dude, to get that card processed payment to transact completely. Like I said, for a matter of days, if not weeks. So, like, why wouldn't
That's what
you
I'm saying. They
instantly
have
want to?
systems. They have systems in place for merchants where it'll let them accept like Bitcoin or crypto or whatever, and it just instantly turns it into fiat form, so they don't have to even worry about that. I don't know what the fees are involved with that or whatever, but I know the credit card fee, they take a nice little chunk every time you buy something on a credit card.
Oh yeah. They're not supposed to do that. Like traditionally in the beginning, card member service said that that's the merchant's fee every time they do a process the credit card transaction or whatnot. That little 50-cent charge or what have you. That was all supposed to be on them, dude, not on the customer. And it's like right there in the print, dude. Like that's illegal. And there's people that have been taken to court for it, but you know what I'm saying? How many people are going to take time out of their day over 50 cents? You just kind of go along with it.
I'm just saying, until they have a little mechanism inside every gas station, Walmart, all the places you want to spend money, Lowe's, Home Depot, until they have something like that, I don't think crypto is gonna. What do you do?
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's already happening, dude. Like when you use your credit card, that's got that little chip in there. Like all this is digitally being processed. It's just being backed by the current fiat system, which is clunky, and that's where the whole processing fees come into place, and the time lag in the fulfillment of the payment. But so it's already being done in the way we're describing. It's the only thing that's stopping the digital thing from happening is like the IMF and the SEC and all these sanctioned organizations that are just like trying to have massive oversight for other reasons aside from allowing innovation to flourish, and they're not for good reasons, bro. That's the whole problem. But they can't stop it forever, bro. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if, just a matter of when.
Have you guys heard the Fed? I heard yesterday or the day before, I read or seen something that the Fed came up with the first digital dollar. You guys hear anything about that?
That's old. That's like very old news, bro.
Really?
Yeah,
then I'm
like
behind
all of
times.
these countries have come out with a digitally, centrally backed currency. I mean, it's been going on
Yeah,
for a
see,
while.
Daslo's already got the mark of the beast, man. He put it in his hand, didn't you?
Here we go with the insults, bro. He just can't help himself.
It's a joke. It's a joke, man. I was just joking with you, bro.
Oh, okay. Thanks, bro, buddy.
Well, I've made jokes about this. You know, they say the mark of the beast one day, this, that, and the other thing. Well, I say we already have the mark of the beast. And yes, North, in our hand. And guess what? We're paying for it on top of it. It's quite ingenious.
I would say, you know, that I don't really want to go to that, but I would just tell you it's in your hand, in the sense of being under the skin, like an etching and engraving. So I would say it's not come to its full potential, as you say. But yeah, the system's in place. I enjoy talking to SE. He's got some thick skin. I got some thick skin also. I think we can both speak to each other. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. I don't hold personal. I don't hold things personal unless you make it personal. You know. Quite fine
No.
with disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into it, man, but we can still talk, you know. And there was a few times I thought maybe we couldn't speak anymore. I didn't think you would hear me. But it's been evident that you and I could speak without you trying to overtalk me like some. And yeah, I appreciate that, man. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone is has thick skin.
Yeah, bro. If you can't take criticism of your thing, I mean, what are you doing here, right? If you can't allow for criticism of your ideas, I mean, you know, it's fruitless, right?
I
What,
found it
like
interesting.
we shouldn't create words to prevent criticism from like a legal perspective? Like, is that what you're saying, SC?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know about going that far, but the way I see it, if you have an idea, right, and you can't stand up to scrutiny, if you can't stand up to people asking you questions and that, well, then your idea like fails, as far as I'm concerned. That's
So what
what I
if I
mean.
wanted to create a word, right, to prevent criticism from my belief or my historic background of what I claim to be evidence? And if you if you critique me, right, then I could just throw this word at you and label you with this one thing and potentially have you put in prison. You don't think that should happen?
Well, now I follow you. No, I absolutely don't think that should happen. But yeah, that is what one people manage to do above all other people. Yeah, that's quite amazing, Dicelo. Yep, I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't every religion have that word if we're going to allow one religion, or is it only God's chosen people that get that one legally binding word to label people with? I don't know. It seems kind of one-sided, but it's just the way I see it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely correct. It appears that only one people out of the thousands of different other races, yeah, only one people get to have that word. It's funny. Yeah. I hear you, bro. But that's just the way it is.
All right.
It's quite astonishing when you think about it. Eh? That's quite a task, right? There's only one group that has a word that means you're prejudiced against them. It's quite astonishing, man, if you think about it. Yep. But then again, they're God's chosen people, right? So maybe they do deserve this special word. I don't know.
That's the thing.
What is this word, man? One group of people, one word. What is the word?
Well, it's certainly not bird. Bird
I'm
isn't the
guessing
word
it's.
here.
I'm guessing it's
That was funny.
anti-Semite.
What was the
Does
word?
it start with anti? Anti?
Anti-Semitic.
Oh, that's a language, bro.
Oh, I
That's
thought he said antipasta. My bad.
that's a language, man. Lion, speak up,
That
bro.
word has lost all of its meaning just because they only overuse their Holocaust religion. That is their religion, other than, wanting us all to be dead. So before they messed up in the eyes of God, maybe. But obviously, all over the Bible, start to finish, we can see the new covenant is a different one because they rejected him and rejected his son. So it's as simple as that, man. They're going to lose. Satan's going to lose. So yeah, I take comfort in that.
I'm out with my son having breakfast or lunch, so I can't really talk. But not, I just want to say that I find it very entertaining. You guys going back and forth, even the name calling. I was laughing, bro. I gotta admit, it was funny.
Nah, it
Little
was too.
fellow,
It
and
was pretty funny.
you guys
Still.
going back and forth, man. I was laughing.
Nah, it was a good time. I got no grudges, bro. Like I enjoy it too. Like I don't like when people like get too on their feelings, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not in control of that. I can only control my own feelings.
He's a little fellow, man.
But you guys throw jabs at each other. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we can still do it, man. It's cool. It's no big deal as long as we can both do it, right?
I was picturing Danny DeVito when you guys were calling each other little fellow. It was quite amusing.
Danny DeVito.
When he was calling Snacks little fella, I wanted to jump in and tell him pick on someone your own size.
Snacks is there. Don't call me little. We do have
Fucking
our
Snacks
moments.
is classic, bro. But yeah, I think all things should be critiquable and questionable. And the second you prevent questioning from any topic, like you're circumventing truth and you're gatekeeping truth. And I think that's an abonishment upon humanity in one of the highest degrees.
What should be the punishment?
I don't know. I'm not, the judge of what's justifiably, should or shouldn't be done, but you should never stop speaking the truth or questioning the adversary.
Who would you elect to be the judge?
God.
Okay.
Want God to be the judge. Ultimately, right? Ultimately, but we as people have responsibility. Like we're all destined to death, right? Like that's inevitably certain. One of the one things you can definitely count on, whether you're religious or not. And with that being said, just because there's a day that you're gonna physically perish, doesn't necessarily mean that you should delay that, by any means. Meaning, don't embellish in the inevitable, rather than, doing what's right for the moment, every moment, live in the moment, make the good choice. Go ahead, bro. You keep wanting to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to wait. I didn't know if you were finished. I just wanted to ask you to go back to that one of those things you said, being that everyone's going to die. I don't have that belief or that faith, and that's not every religious person's faith is not that everyone's going to die. And
Well, I said
don't you think
physical death, right? I was pretty specific when I said that.
Yeah, I don't believe everyone will have a physical death. No. So
really,
Yeah, the scripture doesn't say that.
Really?
Scripture, yeah, it doesn't say that everyone will have a physical death.
So
So that actually says the opposite. But what I would say is, I think we need to, if you think God is the judge, right, the creator, and I don't know which God you believe in, but don't you think he's involved in some way with all these nations that are fighting with one another? Because I certainly do. I certainly believe he's directly involved in it. And perhaps if the God of the Bible is true, then maybe he is, drawing all the nations together to one place to kind of divvy out that judgment. So I would
but
consider
I mean,
those things
wouldn't
being.
that be the solution that SE laid out with the United Nations? Wouldn't that be considered, men from all nations, i.e., United Nations? Like, I don't know. That's kind of what I heard when you said that.
Yeah, and I said not long ago that SE could be correct that, and this was a couple of days ago, maybe a day or two, that may be the case, that someone steps in and does that. Whether it be the UN or not, or whether SE's plan would work, and everything would be peaceful. That's a different story. But I do believe there's some truth to that will eventually, that might take place. But there's going to be a lot of other things to consider too, and for just to save time and not try to take up all the time. Um, I've already conceded that someone's going to step in and try to do such a thing. I just don't think it's the solution. But I do believe the Creator is directly involved in the matters of what's going on in the earth and what He allows to happen. Although the adversary is also.
You said the adversary is also, and then you cut out. No, maybe you got a phone call.
No, the adversary is also involved. But I'm saying, ultimately, the things that are going to happen and the judgment that we're speaking of, um, yeah, I think the Creator is directly involved with drawing these nations against one another. Because they're, according to believers and according to the book, all of the leaders of the earth, they take counsel together against the Creator. And so everyone's taking counsel against everyone, right? Everyone's against everyone. I think he's directly involved in that in many different aspects.
Well, I don't know about me being against everything or any one particular group or one side, but I tell you what I am for, and I highly advocate for the innocents and the protection and the salvation of the innocent, man. And that should be the forefront of a formal agreement from any opposing side, and any side that disagrees with that. Well, we obviously see who the bad guy is in that scenario.
Yeah, it's always SE.
What's that?
Yeah, the bad guy is always SE. Yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about any person here. I was just talking about a potential group that's going against, the innocents. Like using the innocents as cannon fodder, or just like not even perceiving the innocents, only the target, that's not okay, dude. So any side that is for that is obviously the bad guy. So that's the point I was making.
I get you, man. It's terrible, the things that are going on. It's terrible, man. I really don't see I don't see any slowing down of it, man. I think people are really positive in their thinking, and that's great. And I wish less people would die, and less people have died.
Right. Right. Yeah, like praying for it's, is definitely a big deal. But I think there also needs to be like boots on the ground and decisions coming from responsible parties that claim to be superpowers stepping forward and having some unbiased decision on how things are going to go from here. Because right now everybody's just kind of twiddling their thumbs and looking the other way, and meanwhile innocent people are suffering, and it's just it's despicable, dude, in today's day of age when we've got people claiming to be liberalists and humanitarians and philanthropists, all what's the word, procrastinating intentionally.
Oh yeah, I get it, man. And most of the ones who would step in are corrupt. So it's not going to be an ultimate solution, because who can we look at to step in that there's not going to be corruption on all three sides, like the one stepping in and both parties. It's just there's going to be corruption, bro, and there's going to be death, and it's like who's going to step up? And that's like earlier when I'm asking SE, what are you willing to do? Maybe it'll come to a point where everyone's going to go over there. I mean, everyone.
I put that question onto myself too, like the other day, and it's like that's a tough one, right? Because it's like we're only individuals, although we can, unify and do some great things. It's really difficult to handle things that are like overseas, and not at your doorstep. So, it's going to take more than just a rogue party of people going out on a limb to do what they can individually. Like it's clearly going to take a lot more.
What are your thoughts on the 6-Day War, right? I know you've probably heard of it many times. What were your thoughts on, the number of people that were coming against those people?
You do realize that if it wasn't for the backing of your country, the Israelis would stand no chance in that war, right? You do all the wars. You realize that, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying that's why I'm that's why I'm mainly talking about. If I was in some other country, like I wouldn't really have a right to or a leg to stand on to even really speak on it. But being that I'm in America and we're the biggest supporters of Israel, like yeah, and a member of the United Nations, like yeah, like this is I don't even know what the word is. Like it's no different than what's happened in a lot of these like major events that have taken place on our homeland, like in Hawaii, and just the lack of competence coming from the upper administration making clerical decisions and promptly enough to like save lives, right? Like they want to like argue over things after the fact when the damage has already been had, and instead of like doing their job is to prevent things. And that's like why all these systems are in place to begin with. So I think there's like the fact that so many representatives and officials have gotten away for so many years, like without having like responsible parties like being ruled upon and sentenced, is given this like sentiment that like anyone can get away with anything, and corruption is just like really just set in at every fucking level. Like Nor said, it's pretty bad, dude. So, but yeah, we're responsible. We are responsible, and so
that's where you start. That's where you start, admitting who's responsible, and then realizing who can fix this. Right? It's called the United States of America. You can fix this overnight. That's how simple this is, bro. One phone call from the American, well, not this president, he can't even tie his shoelaces, but pick somebody that can talk.
I really feel like there's a bunch of money moving around here too, man. I mean, I hate to say that because it sounds like monstrous, because there's like people's lives at risk or whatever.
And 67.
Like there's some money shakedown that's got to happen before peace happens.
In '67, U.S. didn't support Israel or help Israel during that war. That's what my question was, earlier. And again, I guess I have to preface this by saying I don't support Israel, so preface it by saying that. But my question was, what are your thoughts on the 6-Day War and how that played out, being that there was no support from the United States or Britain? I don't think it was from Britain either.
You think there's no support, but count how many years of $6 billion arms and this and that were given to the Israelis. All the planes, American missile systems, American training, American money, American. Bro, I mean, the whole world knows this, bro. If it wasn't, the Israeli Defense Force is a paper tiger. They stand no chance against even Hezbollah defeated them.
So I know that Egypt, Iraq, and Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, all these places attacked Israel, right? That was years ago. But during the 6-Day War, there was no support from the United States. And I don't think I recall any support from Britain at the time either. Now, if you have that information, I would be willing to look at it and agree and concede that, they had help. But I would like you to look it up and then just give me your thoughts about the war. Look into all the little details about what happened, who attacked, when they attacked, and let's discuss those things, because it is kind of interesting from some of the things that come up in my memory.
I don't remember the 6-Day War. Was the Odysee around in this war?
Bro, there's so many things I forgot more than I remember. But yeah, just look into the 6-Day War and we can talk about it, and we can
Well, just real quick, because I'm trying to see how modern this was. That's why I specifically asked about the Odysee.
Yeah, I think it's 1967, which is off the top of my Wikipedia. I mean, head.
Okay. So I'm assuming the Odysee was there. Enough said. You know about a Odysee between a fight between an Odysee and an AK, right? Like, maybe you don't. I don't know. Anyways. Odysee wins.
So why are you bringing this up? What's the significance?
Yeah, I just wanted, your thoughts on it. We're always talking about the war in that land and the things that happen in that land, and whether we talk about 70 years, 700, 3,000, 1948, 1967, or right now 2023. No matter what time we're talking about, it's all very interesting, right? And to consider all the things together and kind of put all the puzzle pieces together, just it's nothing but beneficial, in my opinion. But I would say, look at the information you can find on the 6-Day War, Odysee, and we can discuss those things too.
Yeah, I remember a few things about it. They went up to the. They took part of Egypt. Was that the one where they took part of Egypt and then they gave it back? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, they went into Egypt. That was interesting. But I think one of my main points there was no support from the U.S. or Britain. Now, Britain, I could be wrong, but I really, from memory, bro, I'm pretty sure, like 99.9% sure, Britain and the United States didn't help at all, and I'm pretty sure of that. So I'm usually not wrong when I'm thinking about historical things that I've studied. So, but yeah, if you find me wrong, just let me know.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact details, but I find that hard to believe that the United States was not involved in this. Whether they gave them where the troops were or helped them with, I find it hard to believe
who's the biggest manufacturer of 9mm. Enough said. I don't know. We don't have to get into
How many
specifics, man. Unless you
how
got a
many
point to
guns?
make, dude.
Well, when you think about how many guns per person, was there like I remember something to the effect of one gun every 3 persons. So for every 3 men, you had one gun in Israel. Um, you had some large armies come against them, many, many, many men. Yeah, that's a very interesting
All
war.
right, 50 Cent.
Whether there be a lot of propaganda or whether there be a lot of truth or whatever things, whatever information you can find out at sea, find it out. Um, some people talk about there was a lot of dysentery with some of the folks, and they died off from dysentery. There was a lot of talk about the honeybees running some of the people off. I remember Israel, I think, put just pipes into the side of the rocks to make them look like gun barrels because they didn't have many guns. There's a lot of different details you're going to find about the 6 Day War, but it's very, very interesting, man, about how it went down when you consider all those things.
So I got a video about Israel. I want to share it if you want to watch it. I'll shut it off at any point if somebody says something.
Uncle.
Except for snacks.
Ah, damn it. Did you see there's a freelancer site that's paying XRP? That's at your
What? A freelancer site?
It's using Ripple Pay to pay. Ripple Pay, yeah. So now they can pay all the guys in India, from America easier. Sweet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. When they telemarket you and stuff, and say you've been Vindaloo.
Right, and it's cheaper now. Hooah.
And faster.
Don't you
All right, I'm
think
gonna play
it's
this quick
possible?
video, dude.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
simmer down, snacks, little guy.
Shut up.
Oh, I don't know. I think we've seen enough.
That was awesome, bro. That was awesome. Did you
I
see
mean,
that, Norm?
it was on par with everything we've been talking about, as far as like from our perspective, at least, right?
Bro, we're not geniuses. The whole world sees this, bro. There's only a certain amount of people that don't get this, and they happen to be in the States and in Canada and in England.
Well, you heard him. You heard him. You said prior to them taking the mask off, nobody knew what the Nakba was, and which should tell you that a lot of people still don't. Obviously, like they're too caught up in who's won the World Series or the Super Bowl or something. You
Unfortunately, true.
know? Yeah, I mean they're so manipulated, man. It's fucked up. So, you know, what are you to do other than try to talk about it and like wake people up? You know,
All we
because
can do
God.
is tell the story. That's all we can do.
Well, I mean, but honestly, like you can't do it open air on public U.S. city streets. You know, like it's only a matter of time before you're going to get labeled with a certain word that's you know, legally binding as to critique one side. So again, like, what are you really to do?
Do you know that they're trying to stifle, they're trying to shut up the American universities? If you're a student in an American university and you side with the Palestinians, you're automatically anti-Semitic. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop this. It's unbelievable, man.
Right.
Ask anybody you know that's in a university now what's going on there. Just ask them.
These kids in the universities, man, whether they be running up to, you know, people who want to abolish abortion, whether they're running up and supporting some cause or whatever, man, a lot of those kids have been misled about many things, and they're not fully aware of all the ins and outs, just as, you know, you and I may not be aware of all the ins and outs. All we can do is consider the information we're given, right? So I wouldn't put too much stock in them, but because I see a lot of silly things happening among those groups and among those people. And have you seen them stopping the ships from taking the weapons over to Israel? Have you seen that, SE?
Absolutely. Hanging on the ladder. Yep.
Yeah, I figured you seen that too. Yeah. So
is that right or wrong?
Well, that's a bit tricky. I'm not going to say if it's right or wrong because I don't support either side, but to have people flying a foreign flag in this country is wrong no matter what flag it is.
What are you talking about? Happens every day in California.
Yeah, I don't like it, man. I don't like it. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I'm not with. I'm not
agree,
with.
but
I'm not, bro. I'm just. I'm old fashioned. I mean, I'm not for any other flag. I mean, no.
But
and
you got to remember, it's not like you know they're doing it in any other context than to bring awareness as to like what's taking place. Like if it was like some kind of pride thing, like I'm seeing a lot of over here in Southern California, like this is our land, you stole from us, we want it back. That's it's a whole different context.
Yeah, I get you. Both of the flags offend me almost on an equal level, but yeah, I get your point.
Wouldn't that go for the people who fly a Ukrainian flag?
A lot of these children are not aware of the people they're backing, what their ideology, what their ideology is, and so once they're aware of what the ideology is, they're not so much for supporting the people they say they support. So a lot of these kids that you see in these great numbers, those numbers would dwindle down very quickly with their agenda and the opposition being the ones they actually say they support. So they don't support either side either. They just don't know it. But yeah, someone else had something to say.
Yeah, the Ukrainian flag, I believe it was Noah who asked that.
Yeah, that's the same context that is the Palestinian thing, not the Southern California thing. So yeah, it's just to bring awareness, like hashtag or whatever kind of meme that you would come up with to try to bring awareness to something.
How many people were fighting against when the college students were and the university students were waving Ukrainian flags? How many people were protesting that?
Most people can get information out without, waving a flag. It, it's just disrespectful in my eyes, but I mean, and I can't get over that fact. But I would just say most people aren't even aware of, what flags from different countries are. They don't even know what they look like. So some people might drive by that flag and be like, "What is that? What does that mean?" And they might look it up, right? But I mean, maybe you have a point there. Maybe they look it up and they find out the information. But if they look it up, they're going to find propaganda also. So I would just say try to get your information across instead of flying flags where you ought not fly them.
Well, flying flags is not getting information across. It's essentially the same thing as doing a chat. Like if I was having a debate with someone and the other person just chanted the same thing over and over again and made no actual, like, how would I say, a flag leaves no room to react to the other side of the conversation. It's essentially a statement with no
Right.
ability to
A
refute.
compacted
Yeah.
statement. Like
Yeah,
a simple compacted statement that says a whole lot with very little. Like that flag at that particular time is representing the conflict taking place at that geographic location. And like
bro.
it's the best way to kind of do things regardless of your particular feelings on the matter or not. Like, and don't forget that America is a melting pot of multiculturalness. So flying the flag in that particular context again is bringing awareness, rightfully so.
Yeah, essentially, if you have two sides, right? One side flies a Ukrainian flag, the other side flies a Russian flag. That's essentially the same thing as two sides of a football stadium chanting, I don't know, fucking Messi, and the other side's chanting Ronaldo. There's no actual intellectual debate or discussion, right? Flying a flag is the exact same thing. It's just chanting. It's just identifying yourself. It's not actually like it's constricting, not expanding, in my mind.
I get you guys' point. I'm fully aware of what you're trying to say, and I get it. I just don't like it, bro. I'm sorry, and that's
Well,
just me, man. It's just me.
how do you feel about those stickers you see of the U.S. flag being desecrated with the thin blue stripe or the red one?
Oh man, yeah, I'm not happy at all about that either.
What is that
is-
about? Do you guys know specifically what that blue or red stripe is about exactly?
Oh yeah,
yeah, we know. And we don't like
I
it
don't.
either.
Could someone expound upon it, maybe?
Tell them, man. Tell them about the blue line. Tell them about the firefighters. Tell them about all the different colors we're going to eventually have.
Oh yeah. I guess that's right. When you add it all together, you end up with a freaking rainbow. But at the end of the day, yeah, the thin blue stripe is essentially a brotherhood of law enforcement, and in my opinion, it's distinguishing the fact that they don't what's the words I'm looking for? They don't honor your congressional rights and your constitutional rights. It's a band of brothers above all, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Wow, the brothers in blue have a flag. Wow,
their loyalty has been switched to something else. Yeah.
Wow, to a knockoff America. to a knockoff blue stripe American flag. I didn't know that, dude. I didn't know it was law enforcement. Wow, thank you. I'm gonna start flying a Russian flag then. People want to be like that. I'm gonna start flying a fucking Russian flag. If you want to
Bro,
fly blue fucking stripe flag, you want to fly fucking rainbow flag, you want to fly Ukraine flag, you want to fly Palestinian flag, you want to fly fucking Israeli flag. I mean, what the fuck? What are all the? I mean, I might as well fly a Russian flag while I'm at it, right? I mean, what the fuck is that? What is that, dude? If
just
I
let
your
God be
boat,
your banner. Let God
yes.
be your banner.
If I stepped onto your boat, say you're the fucking pirate fucking captain, right? You fly the fucking skull and crossbones, right? If I step on your boat and I start flying the rose cross and the skull, y'all are gonna make me walk the fucking plank. Even if it looks similar to your fucking flag, y'all would still make me walk the plank. So why is it not the same thing over here? Is a house divided against itself cannot stand? Well, a bunch of people are throwing up flags that aren't one, dividing the flags you throw up. I mean, it's essentially like a family chanting different things at a fucking at a dinner table, not even having a conversation, right? Flag is just a statement. So it's like someone just keeps making the statement over and over again. Statement being Ukraine is great, or Israel is great, or Palestine is great, or law enforcement is great, right? So if you had a bunch of those people, if those were the kids and those were the yeah, dude, it's just yeah. I'll be with North, dude. I don't think flying any flag uh, that's not the state flag that you're in is really. It has all like a spirit of rebellion almost.
I I hear that and I get it. I used to think that way too. Until Noah, I found out about the Prussian education system. What that is in the old days, the kings and queens would set out people to fight their battles. Now, most people just ran away and said, screw this. Why am I going to fight for this moron, right? This entitled monster. And then they said, oh, holy cow, man, they're not fighting for us. So that's when they invented the Prussian education system. Make everybody salute, every child salute the flag, sing, "Oh Canada, our home and native land," blah blah blah. I can sing you the whole song, right? And you can do the
What the
American one, right?
hell is
And
that?
then
Did you just make
that,
that up on the whim, bro?
No,
no,
that's
bro,
their
that's yeah, sounds gay, but yeah,
that is their anthem. Yeah, I've heard it.
Nah,
yeah.
I was just fucking. I was
So,
letting him know nobody knows about his bullshit.
so yeah, that's the cold hard truth, man. Now you either choose to accept it or fight it. The only reason why that flag means something to you is because your masters made it that way. And it's called the Prussian education system. Cold hard facts, guys.
That's a good point. That patriotism is just essentially a political ideology.
It's a device.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is two wrongs don't make a right, right? So being a patriot for America, I guess, in your claim or whatever it is, your I don't even know how to describe it, but essentially being a patriot, if that's a bad thing, right? Being a patriot for another country is just as bad, if not worse, because you don't even live in that country. So, like, yeah, maybe the people who are flying an American flag are brainwashed to be patriots, but someone flying a Ukrainian flag is even worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not telling you you're right or wrong. I'm just telling you why you think the way you think. That's got to be said, right? Because it's not you that's thinking that. You didn't think that. You were taught to think that. It's very important, bro, to understand that, right?
But if
The
you're saying,
actions of the schooling system, I'm not telling you not to be patriotic and that you're not, that you of course, you have to be coerced into being patriotic. I'm not telling you that. That you can feel patriotic without this system, right? But I'm just telling you, the flag and all that stuff and how you feel is because you were taught that.
Well, yeah,
You may have came up with that on your own
it's
eventually,
a cultural
but you were
inheritance.
taught.
It's
Sorry?
a cultural inheritance, dude. It's something that your forefathers went through for you to be in the situation that you're currently in, right, wrong, or indifferent. And when it becomes, prideful and nationalistic to the point where patriotism is, giving you the ability to look down on somebody else's culture and background and history, then that's when it's an issue. But I think everybody should have a sense of a cultural, historic, sense of knowing their, background and ancestry, but not to the point where it's to be waved over another. That's when you're dealing with an issue.
right, but I'm just my response to what SC says, right? If you were duped into being patriotic and being patriotic is not necessarily a good thing, what we can then say and extract from that is being patriotic for Ukraine is even worse because it's not only the same wrong as being patriotic for the US, but it's also not even the country that you live in. So it kind of adds to my point, not really takes away from it. You shouldn't be flying a Ukraine flag. Like, it's like this, dude. If SC, you're right, and we shouldn't even be flying an American flag, then you're a double retard if you're flying a Ukrainian flag because it's not even your flag.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I actually like that. Think about what he just said. Yeah.
But aside from flags, dude, back to the point, people need to be aware of what's going on outside of their little, local network.
Why?
And well, because we as a superpower have a responsibility, when dealing with issues that could bring about everybody else, having to clean up or even worse, get involved with to the point where you're drawing sides like a a line down the middle, and you're got World War III.
But Dyslo, the whole premise of what you said, we need to be more aware because we are a superpower. That would be my point of contention is you and me, as in we, or whatever way you're saying the word we, as in the American people, or we as in this group chat of VC. It doesn't matter how you say it. We are not the superpower. The people who run the U.S. government are the superpower. We
Right,
are
right.
we are a
Well,
subject. We can't actually do anything. So essentially, wasting our time. I'm just saying my opinion, man. Feel free to refute it, but I'm just gonna try and lay it out real quick. But essentially, us paying attention to what's going on the other side of the world will distract us from what we need to be doing over here. And if the reason for that is that we are a superpower, that's not a reason because we're not a superpower. We're just subjected to a superpower. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that 100%. But that's all the more point to be aware as a common layperson, in the sense that most people have no clue or concern about it, and or the history behind it all, and the reason and what's actually happening. Like, people are very misled, and when you have that, now you're just and just throwing up your hands, at the mercy of your government that's, making all the formal decisions and saying we got no part in it. That's just kind of foolish in the sense that you're just going to let it all play out. Like,
we
we
can't.
as a people have a right to educate ourselves on this current situation unbiasedly and try to come up with a solution that's
There's nothing we
simple. Like,
can do. There's nothing we
what's
can
that?
do. There's nothing we can do. You said we shouldn't throw up our hands to whatever. There's absolutely nothing we can do. Even Caesar washed his hands. Even he threw up his hands and said, "Hey, I can't even control this." So if Caesar can control things
but at the time of
back in the
Caesar,
fucking back in the ancient days, if even Caesar couldn't control things, then how is us today in our time, where there's much more people, essentially, and we're not even in the position of Caesar? How are we going to affect shit on the other side of the world? Especially when we have our own problems in our own local communities. You know what I mean?
so right. Very good, valid points. But did you hear like the solution
Wash your
SE
hands.
laid out? Did you hear
Washing
the
your
solution? Did you
washing
hear
your
the
hands.
solution? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, washing your hands means washing your hands of the whole system, i.e., not helping them out, right? Not supporting them. Because you can't go against them. You can't make war against America. Your whole household will be fucking destroyed. So all you
Are
can do
you
is
done?
wash your hands of them.
Yeah. So like SE brought up a pretty good point as far as a solution, which was allowing the UN step in and take hold of Jerusalem and essentially create it like a undesignated territory for both sides to equally, intercommingle. And I thought that was pretty good, because now it's not like, you know, necessarily the United States' responsibility, but the world's responsibility, which was completely different from what Caesar had, the capacity of with, at his time period.
Rome was the UN in Caesar's time. Caesar would be the UN's head emperor, and the UN would have military, and none of the other countries would have a military. Caesar is in a much better position than any fucking official today to actually enact change on his own society.
So
And
he could have taken over Jerusalem.
As for SC's solution, I'm not even gonna address it. Not gonna say if it's a good or bad. I mean, it might be good. I don't even know. But here's the thing: irregardless of the solutions we come up with to solve their problem, we will never get a say, and we will never be able to even affect that solution or even get that solution into the ears of the people we want to. So like I said, it's like a complete and utter distraction from your own life and the things that you're supposed to be doing, right? Just like Ukraine is.
Yeah, but rightfully so, because if you don't tackle the problem now, it's going to spread like a wildfire to where I said it's going to be at your doorstep in no time at all, and you're going to be forced to deal with it when your kids are getting drafted into some bullshit battle that could have easily been prevented, had competent people in proper positions done their job accordingly.
Dude, the fact that you even have a draft that's an option in your country shows that it's already too far gone. I mean, dude, you're saying, oh, we're looking at a wildfire all the way down fucking villages away, and we're trying to do something. Well, you can't do anything. All you can do is wet the grass outside your village. You can't go over there and fight that fire. You can't even go over to the firefighters and tell them how to fight the fire. All you can do is sit here and watch the fire engulf that area and see it come closer to us. So what we should be doing is we should be fucking putting shit in the basement, dousing everything with water. I don't know. You know what I mean? In your analogy, there's a raging in your analogy, dude. There's a raging wildfire over there that we can't affect. We can't even talk to the firefighters over there. So what
You're
we should be
missing the
doing
point,
is trying
Noah.
to-
You're starting the fires, bro. Hold on now. Let's
No,
get
I'm
down
not.
to reality.
No, I'm not.
Noah,
No,
you're
I am not.
missing the
No, I
point,
am
bro.
not. No, I am not.
You're starting the fires.
I am
This
not.
is what
No,
you're not getting.
incorrect.
Your
I am not.
country, bro. Can I speak?
Not my country, my
Can
government,
I speak,
which
bro?
rules over me.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, you got to
Your
give a little more
country-
room.
Your country is starting the fires. All those fires were started by your country. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
You
not my
gotta
country.
understand that, bro.
Not my country.
Well,
Country is
the
the ground.
place where you reside.
Country is like the ground that you live on. My government, which is a group of people, who also enslaved me and everyone I know. It's like bro, it's your fault that Pharaoh slaughters our people. And it's like, dude, I'm just a fucking slave. Why are you looking at, I can't tell Pharaoh what to do. I'm a fucking slave to Pharaoh. Pharaoh will come and kill my whole fucking family, burn my kids alive if I don't do what he says. So you and me are both in the same predicament. Pharaoh is both of our enemies, but neither of us
Yeah,
can do
but
anything.
again, but you're looking at it from a very like doomsday, like dark,
No, I'm
perspective.
looking at it
When it's
realistically.
like, hold on a second, and I get that because I agree with you, but what I don't agree with is the sentiment that just throw up your hands and say fuck it, because you got to remember, united we stand, divided we fall. And when you perceive things from an individual perspective, in the regard that you're no longer willing to advocate for truth and facts and awareness, and just throw your hands up and say, I don't identify with these guys, sorry, and it's just going to happen, and let it happen. Like, no, dude, there has to be an attempt, right, to try to bring awareness and
I'd like
unite
to go next.
on the matter.
Noah, you've been taught good guys, bad guys all your life, right?
No, dude, I'm
But what
trying
you
to
haven't been
listen, man,
taught is
I wanted to go next. I just said I wanted to go next. Real quick, Bessie. Let's say we're a neighborhood, right? Let's just, for the analogy, America's a neighborhood. Now, there's a mob, a bunch of gangsters, mobsters that come around and extort all the shops in the neighborhood for money. You don't give those gangsters money, they're going to fucking whack your whole family. Okay? Now, those gangsters also leave your neighborhood and take trips to other neighborhoods to go rob them. What you're saying to me, SC, is it's your fault those mobsters come over here and fucking raid my place. And I'm saying, no, they raid me too. I have to pay them a third of my shit every time I do any type of labor. They're stealing
right.
from me every single fucking week. So,
Exactly.
really, I'm getting robbed by the same group that's robbing you. But instead of blaming the group that's robbing both of us, you're pointing your finger at me. And here's
Yeah.
Daiso saying, you're right, it is our fault. It's not my fault. I was born into this fucking bullshit where I get robbed. I
Well,
never
who's the
went over to the
majority?
Middle East. I never went to
Who's the
the Middle
majority?
East.
That's the problem.
I never went to the Middle East and robbed shit from anyone. I was a victim, just like they are. Now, they are greater victims, i.e., given their lives were lost, but it doesn't make me the perpetrator of those crimes.
okay. Can I
It
talk?
it,
Can
it,
I
do, it
talk now
does.
for like a
Yeah,
little
real
bit?
quick. I just want to say this real quick. It does when you're the majority, even in your mob scenario when they're going to the next neighborhood. Yeah, it does, because you have a responsibility as the majority. And when you can't get your shit together enough as a majority to distinguish and dispel the problem, well, then it falls on your lap, in any instance, even with Pharaoh. When you're the fucking majority as the slaves, and all you have to do is unite at one instance and overthrow the occupancy. We see it in fucking prisons, all the time. They fucking overthrow the guards all the time when they fucking get together in the proper scenario. It happens. But so you don't throw up your fucking hands and say fuck it. Go ahead, SC. Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good for everybody to get their opinions out. And no, I agree with you, bro, all the way. I'm
I
not
just
saying
want
you're the
to say,
fault, right?
this whole idea that we're going to unite and overthrow the United States government, it's not happening. And it's not
Bro, I
a
said two
it's not a
words, literally.
it's not a
Two words I
doomsday,
said.
huh?
Yeah, it was SC's turn, bro.
Oh, I thought, okay. I didn't know if SC was going. Go ahead, SC. I'll fucking go on.
Yeah, bro, I just started talking. I just said two words. So, and I started off with saying, I agree with you, Noah, right? I'm not saying that it's your fault. I'm just saying that you have to understand that it's the West that started those particular fires that we're talking about, mainly the States. It's just a fact, bro. So you can't say, well, there's people coming in and starting fires in our neighborhood. No, bro. You got to understand it's our side, and I'm putting myself in here now, so don't get triggered. It's our side that started those fires. So we can't just put our hands up now and say, oh, well, no, bro. We got to take a responsibility. and we gotta put those fires out that we started. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, my argument is not me. I'm not part of that side. I don't choose to identify with the gangsters that steal from me every single fucking week. I don't choose to side with them. Definitely not. Um, and essentially, what was it? Dyslow was saying like, "Oh, we could all just unite and overthrow the corrupt U.S. government." That's not gonna happen, dude. If that was going to happen, that would have happened like 80 years ago when this country went insolvent and they took all the gold and registered all property to themselves. At that moment, if there was no revolution, there's never going to be a revolution from the grassroots up. The grassroots up has proven themselves in America to be a bunch of bitches. So we're not uniting. You have to fucking realize nobody's uniting. So it's every
I'm
man
not
for
arguing against that. I agree with that 100%, bro. Like I can't argue against that. But my point is you cannot deny the fact from a worldly perspective, we still have a responsibility as a majority, regardless of the fact that you don't identify with the overbearing, oligarchy that's, controlling you. You still, as a people, take responsibility, identifying as an American.
Dude, I'm not taking
wearing
responsibility for someone else's crimes.
No,
It
I'm
doesn't
not saying
matter,
like
bro. You're gonna pay for them anyways. If you're a Crip,
right.
you can let me give it to him streetwise, bro, or he's not gonna get it. If you're a Crip, right, and you go into the Bloods neighborhood, right, and you're wearing the freaking wrong color shirt, are you gonna say, "Well, I don't identify with these people"? No,
Yeah, but
no,
wearing a
you're gonna
Crip
pay the
shirt,
price, bro.
wearing a
So
Crip shirt is
I don't
identifying.
know what you're talking about here, bro. What's your point exactly?
Yeah, that analogy falls short. The analogy would be one neighborhood is Crips, one neighborhood is Bloods, and in the neighborhood, people who are not Crips, not in the government, not part of this system, just live in the area, and the Crips fucking abuse us too, as well as your Blood neighborhood. So the Crips fuck with all of us. I'm not even a Crip. And what you're saying is, yeah, Bloods are gonna hate me just because I live in a Crip neighborhood, even though I'm not a Crip. I don't identify with them. I'm not part of them. They just pull up and rob me every once in a while. How am I supposed
Hey,
to?
you're right.
How am I
You're
supposed
right.
to be
Now,
the scapegoat? How am I supposed to take responsibility for the crimes of the Crip when I'm not even part of them? I just happen to live in the same geographic area.
I'll tell you the solution. This is where the SWAT team special forces come in, right? And stop the madness, right? This
That's
is
not a
you,
thing,
you
though.
want to hear it?
The
That's
Crips
the
would be
only
the
way to
American
do it, bro.
government.
Yeah, you got to put the UN in, and you got to separate the warring parties. It's as simple as that, bro.
That's
The
when
Crips
Noah
and the
gets
Bloods are
Gabby
never going to get along, right? Right?
So
Right. So
another
there goes
flag.
your
So another
solution.
flag is gonna
There
come.
goes your project. There goes your problem reaction solution.
So
Problem.
another.
Oh, sorry. Is someone else speaking?
Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
So there goes your problem reaction solution. Now we have the solution is give all your power to the UN. Like that also isn't a good. I for one, I would just not like to get robbed by anyone, be it an Islamic Sharia law government, be it U.S. Western government, be it a UN world government. I'd rather just not get robbed by any of them.
Well,
Y'all
no,
are
it's
Well,
not.
whoopsie do
It's
y'all
for
are
it's
you.
not.
y'all are
It doesn't matter
y'all are
what you
saying
want.
y'all are
Yeah,
saying
but
like
it's
you
listen,
gotta pick
listen,
you
dude.
gotta
It's
pick
not
the
everything.
robber. You gotta pick the
We're
guy
only
that comes
talking
into your
about
house
one
and robs
spot.
you. You have to
Settle
pick.
down.
You have to pick the guy that comes and robs your house right. You have to be with the right side. But what I'm saying is they're all criminals. They're all here to rob from us and steal from us and plunder us.
We're not
Yeah, they're
talking
just
about.
telling
We're
us
talking
what we
about
know
one
already,
specific
bro.
area. Talking about
No,
one
but what's your
specific
point? I
area,
want to understand
Jerusalem,
his
dude.
point. We're being controlled. We're sheep, right? Okay, we get that, bro. We're
Yeah, and
not arguing with you.
we're debating bullshit that we have no ability to affect, essentially. Like it kind of falls into line with what they want us to do. They want us to talk about shit that we could never control. They would never want us to talk about shit we could actually change in our real lives.
I don't know if you've been noticing around the world, but people are doing more than talking, bro. Have you been noticing what's going on around the world? Did you see the million-man protest march over the bridge there? Did you see what's going on in England, France, Germany, all the Arab countries. Are you watching? Are you watching what's going on in the world right now? We have
Yeah, bro.
managed to make two warring factions, the Shiites and the Sunnis, which never got together. We've managed to get these two warring factions together. Have you been looking what's going on in the world, or you want to play ostrich, bro? I don't
Okay,
get you.
so the Crenshaw Crips, and the fucking West Side Crips banded together to make a big Crip army to go and fight the Bloods. Either way, I don't want to be subject to the Crips or the Bloods. That's my point. Y'all over there saying we
Choice,
should
bro.
pick a side when both sides are fucking not the right side to pick, dude.
Not about picking sides, bro. We're
That's
talking
what you
about
just said. You're
designating.
talking about
We're talking about,
responsibility
dude.
of crimes that other people doing. You have to pick a
You're
side.
just
On the right
talking
side.
through everybody, bro.
No, but it's what you're saying. That's not what we said, but that is literally what you said.
Hey guys,
We're talking about designating one specific particular area between the two gangs and saying, look this is common ground. There's going to be no fighting here. This is for innocent people to want to commingle with each other regardless of your ethnicity or religious background. This place is not yours. This is the world's place. That's all we're saying. We're not saying we're going to take your house. We're going to fucking anything like that. You go be you over there and you go be you over here. We're not going to let you fight here. That's all we're saying.
I think the other guy's trying to tell you that that's someone else with another flag getting involved, and the
Yep.
ideologies that these two gangs, if we want to call them gangs or whatever we want to call them, groups, that's not going to work. I think that's what he's saying. And as far as SE talking about, if someone goes into a neighborhood flying the wrong flag, it's not going to turn out good for them. So I think that lends back to our point when you're flying flags for other countries and you don't know everything that flag represents. However, you fly it because you support them in some way, shape, or form. That might not always be the best thing. Might not always be beneficial.
Again, dude, that's a straw man, bro. We're not talking about bringing in a third flag. We're talking about
You said
the
UN.
world,
You said the UN,
stepping
though.
in.
That's a
Yes,
third
the
party.
world.
That's the UN. No, that's not the world. That's the UN.
I understand. That's the world. That's the United Nations, bro.
That's a third flag. That's a third organization. So you're saying,
listen, that's
like
a responsible party. That's a responsible party stepping in, which is why the UN was created to begin with, bro.
Okay, so you believe in the UN. That's the flag that you're saying is the right side that we should all stand behind.
No. I'm not saying it's about standing behind any one side. I'm saying that responsible parties need to step in and separate the fighting children.
Hamas said that the Palestinians are the UN's responsibility. So everyone getting harmed, all the people they stop from running when the bombing occurs, they say that the Palestinians are, the responsibility lies on the UN to protect them and help them. They're not responsible for them. I find that very, very disgusting, man. But to bring another party in, yes, it's not going to work. No matter what the party is, no matter what flag they're flying, if they come in and say we're the responsible ones, we're going to tell you how to live. That's not going to fly with two ideologies that so vehemently oppose each other. They're willing to die and kill the other for it.
Again, that's another straw man. No one's saying how you're gonna live, bro. You live how you want to live. We're just saying in this area.
That's not true.
This particular
with any government
area.
ever. You're just fucking. That's not true, bro. You're literally you're making claims and then backing up over them and saying that's not what I'm saying when we're perfectly describing them. In your analogy, the Bloods and the Crips are fighting over a neighborhood, and in the analogy, you're saying the U.S. SWAT team had to come in and clear it out. That is a third gang. That's a third gang. The analogy then being the UN is that third gang, and you're saying essentially, no, don't wave the Islamic flag. Don't wave the Zionist flag. Wave the UN flag, and it's like the UN flag is fucking probably gonna be just as bad. They just haven't had enough time and power to fuck us over and steal from us. Putting your faith in any government institution is just flawed, honestly, in my opinion.
I don't
No
know,
matter
bro.
if it's the UN or the US.
You're coming in with a very nihilistic perspective without
No,
any
that's
solution.
not it. That's a strong
Without
man.
any solution, bro.
Yeah, I already gave the solution. Stop focusing on bullshit on the other side of the world that you could never affect change in, and start focusing on your life, your real life brass tacks, things that you could
You
change.
didn't hear my
What's my
response to
solution?
that? You didn't hear my response to that already? What did I tell you in response to
You
that?
just claimed I didn't have a solution. I repeated the solution that I gave at the beginning of the thing. Therefore, I did have a solution.
Yeah, but that's not a solution when the alternative is a wildfire that's going to be at your doorstep. Like I told you, you're going to have to be
You can't
involved.
stop the what? You can't do anything. You can't stop that wildfire.
Yeah,
There's
yes, you
nothing
can.
you can
Noah,
do.
you lack wisdom, bro. With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about. You're still young. You
Bro, I can
lack
say the exact
wisdom.
same thing
You're
to you.
gonna remember my words in 30 years from now,
I
bro.
can say the
You're
same thing
still a
to you.
kid.
This is just
You're
rhetoric.
still a kid.
This is just rhetoric.
Hey,
I can say the same thing to you.
You guys, it seems like this topic, I get that it's obviously on your guys' minds, and apparently it's on the minds of a lot out there these days. I am not, it's not on my mind at all. I particularly am not focusing on war and all this stuff and the dramas that these countries and these psyops are just running endlessly. They're just running endless psyops, and then they're just getting people to become very angry and cause violence. So I'm not interested in it at all. So I usually just tune out when you guys go into this. Personally, it's just not of interest, not where I want to focus my mind at all, because I'm just not going to get involved in their narratives. But I know it's obviously on your guys' minds. At the same time, I feel like it's a pretty dark conversation as well, like all this like murder and war and everything. And I realize that these are things that are happening, as it were, in the world, and there are these things occurring. But I mean, there are like other servers, like politics server, for example. I think they have a lot of that. And we do talk about a lot of truth here, but I feel like in some sense, like this is getting into like almost more, political dramas, as it were, and claims, and then a lot of like the darker things around like this particular thing that is going on. So I just wanted to see what you guys think about that. And like it just seems like it gets you guys fighting. They're claiming they're fighting. There obviously are people that are in pain and are going through various things like in that land, and then the whole Bible thing, how that comes into it. I get how like that's all, but it's just, yeah, it seems like it's becoming like this, in my feeling on the server these days, kind of almost like a toxic weight that is not really moving us forward in terms of like getting to more truth, sharing knowledge, actually growing, being able to put things together and bring our knowledge and wisdom together. I just don't see how fighting about that conflict is bringing anything productive, because like Noah was saying, what is going on over there, we have no control of as well, or whatever they're doing is really, it's a whole thing, and we're Americans, most of us are in these countries just watching the TV and then trying to come up with some opinion on it. It just seems like a whole kind of charade that they're running.
Well, I agree. I agree with.
Point. Gio
Yeah,
just made my point,
Noah.
but in a better,
Gio
but
made
in
your
a better way. Yeah, he made my point.
I get it.
There you go.
I get it. I get it. I was gonna highlight that. I just want to say, like, I perspective on the whole topic as well. Had I not had children, and see what this is ultimately going to lead to with shaping their life. When they're going to potentially be drafted into something that, I could have easily just turned my head on and said, oh, that's over there, this is here and now. Like, I get it, but having kids and knowing that they're going to inherit this thing that could have been avoided and should have been discussed and brought, and addressed promptly and properly. That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from.
Oh, okay, I want to respond to that. The drafting of your kids is not the fault of Israel or any Islamic state. It's the fault of the government you live under directly drafting your kids. No one else can take responsibility for drafting your kids outside of the United States corporation.
But
no one else. So
well,
your enemy is not a wildfire in the Middle East. Your enemy is not Islam. Your enemy is not Israel. Your enemy is actually the United States, who's trying to kidnap your kids and force them to die.
But that's on like a FAFSA thing.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah, they're all the same entities causing these chaos. I mean, it's a group of them. But
yeah, so you have a choice. You either talk about it or try to do something about it, or stick your head in the sand. Yeah, those are your
okay.
two
So
choices,
with Dyslow, Since his problem is not actually a war with Dyslo, since his problem is not actually a war in the Middle East, his problem is actually the United States illegally kidnapping kids and murdering them. How are we going to stop the U.S. from drafting
but also like
children? No. This is a brass tacks, real question, a real question that has actual things we can do, not something somewhere else 1,000 miles away. No, here, right now, you're standing on the ground where it could take place. How are we going to stop the U.S. from drafting kids? Let me know. That's an actual productive.
I would love to say 2 words here, but like it's
who's
like it's
saying
in.
that's happening though? I mean, that they have done those in the past, but I mean, who's saying that? Who's all of a sudden claiming about? I mean, first of all, you don't ever have to do anything. Ultimately, I mean, you could just leave, which a lot of people have done, even in those horrible situations. But of that draft thing, but who's claiming that they're claiming? I mean, you're saying right now that we need to talk about all this war and all of this stuff that none of us can do anything about other than watch like news media and make opinions on. And they're already doing whatever they're doing with their militaristic systems and then the media that they're giving to other people in those areas. So, but are you just making a leap that someday that whatever they're claiming they're doing over there is going to lead to that your own children would have to be drafted? Is that the link you just made, Diesel? Are you saying that? That's pretty, I mean, that could happen anytime. I mean, World War III kind of thing has been talked about for decades. So, I mean, in theory, yeah. I mean, there's the same entities that were running it back then are still running it now. So, question is,
the U.S. government has
pull that
always
off though. Now, I don't think they could pull it off now. I don't even think
the U.S. government. If you're worried about your kids getting drafted, then you should change the U.S. government, not Israel. You have no ability to change Israel.
How about if your government is the one that's supporting that particular country?
Yeah, but they've been doing that for decades.
Yeah.
They've been doing this stuff for decades. It's the same thing. It's just it's the same tactic they've been doing for all this time, and it is hurting people in those regions, and that is very sad. And I anything I could do to help them, I'm all for. But I just don't get how like you guys are saying that. Well, anyways, yeah, that there's some requirement to keep like being in some kind of like bickering fight about this particular conflict that's in the news media.
No, well, Gio, this particular one is different, bro. You know why? Let me just tell Gio this. This particular one is different because now, with the technology that we have, right, with the internet in particular, everybody is in on it now. So now it's not just a certain people controlling a certain media, right, worldwide. Now it's a whole bunch of medias of a whole bunch of other countries discussing this, right? And the whole world is watching now. That's why it's different, Gio, this time round.
They're putting on quite the show. What is that?
How is that any different? How is that any different than what happened?
Gio,
how is that
I
any
want to hear
different
what
than what happened
Dyslo.
in 2020? The whole media is already run by in every country. I mean, when the whole 2020 thing happened, as it were, you know, like that was in every news media everywhere. So of course, yeah, they always have like the current thing that they're trying to get people to be involved in. And in this case, obviously, it's even like tearing you guys apart. You guys are fighting and call each other names and bickering. I'm just saying the whole topic seems to just engender a lot of like those energies that they're trying to engender. So that's how I see it. And so
just for the record,
I have no interest in being, I mean, I'm sad that people are suffering, and if I could help them in any way practically, I will and would and will. But currently, there is nothing I can do. I'm an American. I'm in America right now. I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I can have an opinion, but I mean, at the same time, but the thing is, it seems to be breeding a lot of more conflict. Is how I see that.
Just for the record, Gio, real quick, and then Noah, you can go. I'm just gonna say this. I'm not advocating for either side. I'm only advocating for the innocents that are caught in the middle in the crossfire on either side. So it's not. I'm not on one side or the other. Only the protecting the innocent people that are in harm's way and trying to prevent the wildfire from coming to my doorstep.
Okay, so I wanna ask Dyslo specifically, right? Because my question that I said earlier was specifically to Dyslo in response to specifically what he said. He said, right, you feel free to tell me how I'm wrong or misquoting you after I'm done, but and I'm not trying to misquote you, but you said that there's something going on in the Middle East, and if it gets out of hand, it's going to get to a point where the United States of America is going to draft your kids. And that's what you're worried about, right? So my question to you is, should we be focusing on a random conflict around the world, or should we be focusing our government and making sure that they can't draft us, given that is the case, given events like this happen all the time? The US military has drafted kids for Vietnam, for World War II. It doesn't have to be Israel, Palestine. It can be any event around the world and the US can draft your kids. So wouldn't it make more sense to focus your attention on the US government and changing that instead of a random conflict, which is going to happen again?
Yes, you're right. I agree. But like you said very nicely and succinctly, that we didn't do it after the taking off the gold standard and all that. Like, so what makes you think we do it now? Like, it takes these sorts of events to bring this sort of awareness as to the corruption taking place. Like, once you start looking into these sorts of situations that happen generationally, that's when it's significant enough for you to actually look into it. Not something that happened before you were ever here. So these things, are supposed to awaken the majority, and when they're not, because you're sticking your head in a hole, that's the bigger problem. The bigger problem is doing nothing and just hiding from it.
Hiding from what, dude? I mean, if they're okay, the way I see it, every major country are run by the same group, same entities. So they're creating the conflict between themselves, meaning they do get kids to join the military. And I actually don't even really see a draft as even anything that's coming in the future, because I think they have plenty of people that already go into the army. Like, they have all the American soldiers they need. They probably even have an excess. They probably even have, so it doesn't seem like, because they have enough like humans at this point, the way that everything has grown to the point to where, yeah, they do need the United States military to be a certain size or whatever. They need the British one to be a certain size. So yeah, they want to have them all kind of sized up in that sense. But I mean, like back in this like 60s and 70s and all that, when they did do the drafts, that was at a much different time. There was like a lot less people on the earth and a lot less fewer, and then they were that was a whole different thing when they did it back then. And they were trying to really get a whole conflict going back then in like a different type of way. Whereas now they already have control over all the militaries. And now all they're doing is just running the psyops while getting people angry and frustrated and fighting, and then also using whatever military and police corruption to create certain dramas in those areas, and then put all the news media out to then weave all of those narratives that they weave into it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be far more efficient to go after the source rather than working bass backwards and cleaning up the mess behind the source. But again, like, people are just running from the awareness of either the situation or the source right now, and that's a bigger issue to me. Like, we have to be aware of what's going on to even make heads or tails of what to do, and an action has to be had from the majority of the populace. Look at all the other countries rising up and revolting and
I disagree,
protesting.
dude. I disagree so hard. It's essentially, you have to go watch news media on this event. You have to do that. It's your responsibility as a human being. It's your responsibility as a UN citizen to keep up to date on this conflict that's being televised and broadcast directly to your face. You don't think that the UN has their hands in this event? That they're orchestrating this event to come in as the good guys, like SC said or whatever? You don't think higher powers are putting on a show?
How could we have just gone through the 2020 thing, and how could anyone take the new PSYOP and actually not realize it's the next one?
Well, you got a lot of people.
Especially in
you
this
still have a lot of people buying it.
Anyone could be taken in by it at this point.
That's crazy, but yeah, I know. But they're there. There's the people out there that are still sipping the juice and the Kool-Aid.
Like, the media is now giving the truth. You're saying now? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
The way the explanation for the conflict as they are portraying it, which is all we have to go off, because unless anyone in here, unless you guys know anyone over there, like on the phone, or can like do a video call or like see what's going on in terms of that, I mean, it's all coming through news media.
So are you questioning the fact that there's people dying over there?
No, not at all. Like I said, I'm sure there are conflicts. Like they're doing military things and they are shooting missiles and hurting people for sure. There is conflict happening. And there's wars that have been going on for decades, of course. Like there's been, and it does seem like after the 2020 thing that happened, it does seem like they're moving into, or they're at least they're pulling some kind of a war card right now, obviously. Whether what size that war card is, as it were, like how big they're going to go with it, or and if that's what you're saying that you think could happen or whatever. I mean, there's been the talk of like World War III kind of thing, obviously for decades and stuff. And so it does seem like they're going for that at this time, or at least in that area. But so yeah, no, I'm saddened that all of that is happening. But the thing is that the controlling factions at the highest levels, as it were, are in the military and the police. So the whole system is corrupt. So like, short of like me actually physically going over there with like a shield and just trying to like save people, like there is very little anyone can do because it's all run through the media and and then the enforcement of what's going on. And so yes, they are hurting people, and that is very sad for sure. So I mean, anything we could tangibly do to like either send them food or send them help, or whether it's finances they need, whatever it may be for people that actually need help, I'm all for that. For sure. But in terms of like, in my mind, in terms of like debating about the PSYOP part of all the narratives of what they claim is going on, I don't think is productive, because I think the only thing that you have to go off with that is what they're claiming. And they want people fighting and debating about this. It's basically just like they wanted everyone talking about hand sanitizer and how to stay away from people during that whole time. So it's like the latest kind of thing that they want everyone involved in, it seems, or at least not everyone, but they seem to want to. I mean, you guys are all obviously been researching it and been focused on it, so it's obviously captivated a lot of people.
Well, I don't think.
No doubt
I think within. I think within what's been perceived as a debate, I think both sides within the confines of this platform here agree that neither side is right. Right? So we're not necessarily debating on who's right or who's wrong, other than the fact that atrocities are happening upon the innocents. And you're absolutely right, it's a psyop, but not a psyop in the sense that it's not taking place. A psyop in the sense that they're trying to bring about, I think, this whole third, World War III, due to other agendas, probably separate from what any one of you are even thinking. But that's a whole nother topic of conversation. The point at hand is that there's an issue, and people need to wake the fuck up. And it's not about sticking your face in front of a book or a TV screen, but about realizing that yes, corruption is rampant. And
okay, well, yeah, but there's corruption rampant in Mexico. There's corruption rampant in the United States of America.
yes,
So
but
why
did
are
you
we
not?
focusing on
Are you
corruption?
disregarding what Gio said? Gio said that all it's like both sides are literally one side just against the people. That's how I perceived it, and that's how it came across to me, and I agree with that. But what I'm
Right, and
saying is
that's
people need to wake up to that reality.
we're in that same situation though over here. It's just they're stealing a third of our money instead of killing us. But I guarantee you, if we started not paying taxes, there would be an instantaneous invasion of the United States of America. If we stopped buying Chinese garbage and paying taxes on that, if we stopped working and making taxes on that, they would fucking come in and destroy us. The only reason we're not getting absolutely fucking destroyed like the Palestinians are is because we pay them a hefty fucking fine not to kill us. Just like
Who
in the
would come and
neighborhood
destroy us?
analogy with the mob. The United States government itself. What happened in
Well,
Waco, bro?
you
What
think
happened
you
in
don't think
Waco?
they're gonna have?
What happened in Waco? What happened in Waco?
I don't think
Okay,
any
bro,
of
you
that.
don't need to say it 5 times, bro. I heard you the first time.
Yeah, but you were coming into my fucking thing, so I have to repeat it, given that it might be clipped.
Okay, we were having a back and forth, but anyhow, so
No, yeah,
yeah, that's
that's you complained about me saying it 5 times.
Well, no, you're interrupting him.
All right, well, Daiso, if you want to respond to that, go ahead. But I was going to ask Daiso or Noah or both you guys, if you as well. I'll just throw this out there real quick. okay, if you guys were able to summarize, like, within, let's say, just like a minute or 30 seconds, whatever it be, if you need 2 minutes, whatever it is, but if you were just to summarize the whole thing, you know, and then what your viewpoint on it is, or what the importance of it in that sense, or like what's the conclusion of it in a sense, if there is any, or if there's anything. But like if you had to give like a summary of just like,
Yeah.
you know, in some way that would just I guess almost, yeah, kind of like they say, like an elevator pitch where you have like a minute, you know, to just kind of lay down a whole thing. Like if you had to just summarize the whole thing, because what do you think about it? Like what is the overall like what would like what would actually like help integrate in any way, or like to bring any like a productive like conclusion to, or any type of solution or anything like that?
Right. Yeah. No, that should always be, you know, the goal, right? Um, and I think Essie did a good job at saying that the United Nations has a responsibility to step in here and just put this whole thing to rest, so that we can get back to our lives over here without having something over there affecting us here. And and furthermore, people need to wake up and address the fact that it's not about red or blue, but about the governments together controlling the people. And and the whole reason they're able to do it is through the financial system. So once we take back our financial freedom, you know, that's going to distinguish majority of their control over the individual. And so to address the ultimate point is, I think all of this is coming way by means of stifling innovation through the digital technocracy that's here, and and their main means of power being disrupted. So
Okay, so let me ask you this. So do you think that, okay, so the United Nations and all of the nations as in the United Nations, in your viewpoint, do you think all of those are ultimately run by one central agency, as it were?
it's a committee, right? It's like a table of all of them together having a say on things, like
But I'm
how the
saying
final
even at the
say gets set.
I'm saying even at the higher levels of the whole control system, do you think that at the higher levels that they are all controlled by one group or entity, as it were, or group of entities, like meaning all of the nations, like that like, do you think that, I mean, do you see it that whole thing is a charade, basically, where
Oh
in
yeah,
terms of like
full
that
on.
they have their guys in all of the power positions, so
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
all
Yeah,
run by, so that's what I'm saying. So if it is, then any of these conflicts between quote unquote countries or quote unquote like political figures are just ultimately fabricated in that sense, even though they are actually, like, in my viewpoint, they're doing there is military things happening. They're telling people to shoot missiles. They're telling people to capture these people, or, you know, shoot all this stuff that is happening, which is very sad. And of course, wars have happened. This is kind of part of the whole larger like takeover of humanity, in my viewpoint. This whole like warmongering kind of it's really like a demonic force ultimately.
sure. Sure, but remember, I mean, there's steps to revealing the wizard behind the curtain, right? Like, you don't just go up there and like rip the curtain down. Obviously, like, you know, it's been engineered and fabricated in such a way to where it's like you got to actually draw the string back, you know, which would be, you know, taking these proper recourses of action to nullify this, you know, this whole um eruption, if you will, of chaos. And and if it's playing a part in the charade in order to distinguish the fire, then so be it. But either way, something's got to give, right? Like, can't just turn your head to it. So, but yeah, I agree. Like, that whole United Nations thing is, it's a dog and pony show, but But that's the way
that's
the
what I'm
the
saying.
game's
So
being
like
played.
the land and the so the way I see it is there's like basically two main groups of beings in this time. There's like, I hate to use the term, but like civilian, but like if we call ourselves civilians, meaning we were born in the modern day, we have a birth certificate, driver's license, whatever it may be. We have a social security number, all that stuff. We're like we're in the system. At this point. So like if we were to call that like a civilian level, for in that sense, like of like beings, right? Humans as it were. And then there's the basically the controllers, as it were, like there's that group. And so the thing is that other group, the controllers, whoever they are, as it were, in my viewpoint, they're already running the entire United Nations, and all the countries in the United Nations are completely still are going through that one central agency, essentially. And then all of the news media is pushing all of the psyops, and then they are actually like they do have people in these militaries that push buttons and they do what they're told. That's the thing. That's what the military training is all about, is to make you totally docile and just to make you follow every order at command, no matter what it is. And they train you through like trauma-based mind control to basically become a killer. So yeah, it is very dark, and they do that. So they get those guys to do the killing for them, and then push the button and drop the missile or shoot the bomb, whatever it may be. So then they have companies like Halliburton and these other companies that are funding it through the World Banks and stuff. So yeah, it is a whole dark matrix for sure. And the thing is, at the level though of the media and then the claims of the different dramas between the countries, because the land is all ultimately owned by that whole United Nations group as well, meaning that that whole conglomerate is the ones taxing everybody. So I mean, if there's like a war over lands, quote unquote, that's just a war they're creating. And they're creating the conflict in the people as well, with, I'm sure, all the media and everything else to go along with it. So I mean, there are people suffering for sure, and I think anything we do to help that, but any other part in terms of all of that, I just think that's all being centrally run, through like those narratives. And then the actual, pain and suffering that is happening is also real. I mean, I've seen, footage of people's entire homes just being like bowled down with like bulldozers, and it's crazy. It's intense stuff.
No, it's definitely real. The innocent people are suffering, dude. And yeah, the whole governmental thing's a charade. The whole religious thing's a fucking charade. Like, but what's not a charade is the fact that innocent people are suffering. And that's what's got to fucking stop before all of us are going to fucking suffer from it. Like they're trying to divvy out and deal the cards in such a way to, bring forth this world chaos scenario. And it's gotta stop. It cannot happen, dude.
Yeah, so what do you think about the case where actually you can't stop it, and instead of focusing on doing something that is impossible, you should focus on preparing for the inevitability of the event? It's like trying to stop a tidal wave, right? You could never stop a tidal wave. All you can do is build a house on the high ground. You can't fucking stand there and try to fucking O-line block the wave. You can't try to build a barrier to block the wave. All you can do is get your ass to high land. And that's how I see it. You may think it's nihilistic. I think it's realistic. I think I'm looking at a tidal wave coming in, and y'all are like, bro, we need to like sit down here on the level ground and discuss how we're gonna build a fucking wall around the tidal wave. And I'm saying, nah, dude, no way, no wall is gonna contain that wave. You got to get to high land. That's at least what I think. I'm at least from my perspective. That's where I see you and SC discussing this. How you can stop it is like discussing how you can stop a tidal wave.
Well, how about this as an alternative perspective? That none of this militaristic stuff is going to come to anyone in like the United States of America or like even Australia, like any of these larger countries. How about like the idea that none of that's actually going to come to us? Kind of like really it hasn't in decades. And that drama over there is likely just backed by they're trying to reorganize land for a new smart city setup over there. So they're just creating conflict and then creating war and then trying to change everything and then controlling the area That's likely going to be one of their central points for their smart city grids.
I mean, we can come up with all kinds of fantastical hypotheticals, but at the end of the day, people are fucking dying, and it's only a matter of time, dude, before everyone's involved on this thing because fucking sides are picked, and that's what needs to be avoided. Like in your in your tidal wave scenario, I'm all for getting to high ground and talking about how we're going to get to high ground and what we're going to do from there. But you're not coming at it from that perspective. You're coming at it from just grab your ankles and kiss your ass because there's nothing left to do other than not talk about it and just focus on your life right now. And that's not necessarily the best approach, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know where my communication went wrong, but essentially, right, the tidal wave is a world war, and the shoreline is Israel and Gaza, right? The tidal wave has already hit them, right? We're sat there back watching the tidal wave come towards us. And the way that I'm seeing it is everyone over here, we're farther back, right? The tidal wave's still coming towards us. People are trying to prepare and stop the tidal wave. They're trying to say, like, well, if we discuss what's happening over there on the shoreline, maybe we can send some old people over there and they can stop the tidal wave, right? But that makes no sense, dude. You should be fucking preparing and going to high. Like, no one should be kissing their ass goodbye, dude. You should be fucking getting up the hill, dude. Not fucking thinking of how you're gonna send people over there and fix a fucking event of nature. War is not controlled, bro. Like, it is, but it's not controlled by us, is what I'm saying. We're not gonna be able to control a war and how it eventually comes out. All we can do is control ourselves and how we can prepare for a war.
What you're doing now is starting at chapter 3.
Where's any indication that anything is coming to you, like whatever country you're in, whether Canada or the U.S., like, like where's any indication of that? Where's that? How is that leap being made? Because like
the draft. I mean, the draft.
Yeah, you've got all these countries, right, getting involved. You've got North Korea sending fucking, thousands of sea containers worth of weaponry in support of one side. You've got U.S. sending weaponry in support of one side. You've got China, Russia talking. I mean, you got all these countries, literally all the militaries strategically picking sides right now. So, I mean, I don't know how you don't see that.
Yeah, no, I see it.
That question is just amazing. That means you don't know, you have no clue what's happening right now. With all due respect, Gio and Noah, it seems that you guys have absolutely no clue what's happening right now.
Yeah, you can keep chanting that we don't know or that we're stupid or that we're gonna get wiser as we're older, but that's not contributing to the conversation. Okay, whatever, but that's not contributing to conversation. This is just rhetoric, dude. Just saying that we have no idea.
Bro. You see how triggered you got? I was going to continue.
Because all you're doing is using rhetoric. You're just saying you have no idea. That's something that could be I could say that back to you, but it doesn't contribute to the convo.
Try it. Tell me I have no idea. Watch how I correct you. Like lickety split, bro. Try it with me. Go.
Yes, that's what I was doing with you.
Yeah.
Oh, but you don't understand what I'm saying, Gio? He's saying you have no idea. That's not an actual point. That's actually just a rhetorical device.
It's the truth by the way you guys are talking. It's obvious that you don't know what's going on.
I could say, but what I'm saying is I could say the exact same thing back to you. So it's not a point. It's not a point. It's not a point. That's not a point.
Is this what you guys want to just like war about this amongst each other? That's what you want to do?
No, bro, I don't want to war. I just want to explain because he won't let me talk. He just gets.
Yeah, we've had good
because he's not talking about
all
the
morning
argument.
back and forth, Noah. Like honestly, I don't know what's going on with you today, bro. But like you're all over everybody's like
because
feet
he's personally attacking me. He's personally attacking me and Gio, not the argument, not our position. He's saying we don't know, not this is how your position is wrong. It's not what he's saying. He's saying you have no idea. That's that's personal. That's attacking the messenger, not the message.
And I was going to proceed to continue and explain why. but obviously you got triggered. Maybe I
Well,
shouldn't have
yeah,
started
because you're
like
saying
that.
yeah, you shouldn't have.
See, again, you're
It's a
interrupting me.
non-point.
See?
You guys,
Yeah,
bro,
because you're
please.
fucking insulting us. You're saying we're ignorant. And then you're going to say that, oh, I'm not saying that. But that is what you're saying. You're prefacing the whole argument by calling us ignorant. It's
Can I get
insulting,
in
man.
line?
Sorry
Can I
if
get
I'm
in
getting
line?
sorry if I'm getting triggered for being insulted. I apologize. I'm not perfect. I don't have perfect patience.
Okay, my
sure.
bad. I apologize. Maybe I should have started the sentence differently, right? Maybe I shouldn't have said you and Gio have no idea what's going on there. Maybe I should have said, let me explain to you why you should be worried, Gio and Noah. Is that better? Okay,
Yeah,
let me
that's much
explain to you why. Okay,
I
let me explain.
refuse to ever have any amount of stress put upon claims of their warmongering machine. And if it comes to like my doorstep, that would be a sad day. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think with everything that is, I mean, in other countries, absolutely, there's going to be a lot of that. And but I don't think any of that's going to be coming to any of these like major first world countries because they want to keep these stable. I mean, they're still building their smart city grids, so there's a lot going on. They don't want just some all-out chaos or anything like that. And they have plenty of people in those militaries, and all of these major militaries at this point, to push all the buttons and to take out all the actions they want to take out. And yeah, it is very sad that like real people are suffering, but other than that, it's I don't think it's going to be coming to any of these, like I said, major first world countries because yeah, they have much larger plans in the future, and they're just slowly keeping these stable and I think building whatever else they're trying to build. But I think they're slowing down too. So,
Bro, you know
Address
I don't
that.
have any beef with
Bro, please, please.
Dyslow or
Listen
SC.
to,
I don't have any
Can
beef
I
with
get a
y'all.
sentence in? I don't know.
bro,
Can I get a
please, man.
sentence in?
Guys, I just want to say something really quick that
I guess
Gio
not.
said, and he just reiterated it. SE, I'll be real quick, man. I tried to get in line behind you, but it's obvious I can't. I want to address something Gio just said, and he said it earlier. He doesn't see it coming to his doorstep. I see it in America when I see different flags flying in America, people picking sides and fighting amongst themselves. Because there's people here that support both sides, and they're fighting here, and the draft is a possibility. So there are many aspects to consider there. And I'll shut up and SE, please make your point. And Gio, if you want to respond, that's cool.
Okay, that's why I said what I said to Gio and Noah, because they don't see this, right? So I want to show them, right? It doesn't matter if you see it or not. Right now, your government has 2 aircraft carriers off the shore. Whether you see it or not, it's irrelevant. Whether you're for or against it is irrelevant. That's what's happening now. If a war starts, which it might, it's very close to happening right now. If a war starts, whether you see it or not, Gio or Noah, your sons and daughters are going to be fighting this war. My job, well, I don't want to say my job, my whole being of talking about this is I love you guys. You guys are my friends, you're my neighbors, Americans. I want to wake you up because I think you're sleeping. There it is, in a nutshell.
well, dude, the thing is, like, the military and the government system could do a draft at any time, in theory, because of the way the system is still controlled by them. So it's not that isn't like any. I mean, that's could have been the thing they could have done during Iraq or any other war that they've been doing for all these years. Now, I'm sure like they all have their own unique things to them in terms of how they orchestrate these things. But what got you to buy into the idea that that it would lead to something to where they would be doing a draft, and then like what convinced you that was happening, or like why kind of buy into it? Because that is a very dark thing to focus on. I hear you. It is like one possible thing that anytime, I guess, because yeah, they did it during Vietnam, they've done it at other times. But I would think we are not really in that stage anymore. I think in certain countries, yeah, there's going to be certain war things going on, and the United States, U.S. military, like I don't doubt that they're pulling another war card. I mean, until we're able to completely, for more knowledge and understanding to be had for what is going on would be required for everyone, the actual civilians, to actually stand up for the actual truth that they're actually promulgating all of those dramas and then creating the militaristic fighting themselves. I mean, if everyone just essentially woke up to that, then this whole thing would be over immediately, because every civilian would be like, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're going to actually work together and do this right and actually be good to each other. And
now you're talking. Yeah. Yeah. But first we got to talk about it and realize that it's happening. That's my whole point.
Well, I mean, there have been wars happening for decades. Yeah, the whole Iraq war in the 90s. I mean, the whole after 9/11, everything. There's already been a lot of it. It's a very intense thing of consciousness that this exists in and of itself. And there's times where it's a little higher, there's times where it's a little lower. Obviously, during the Vietnam time, that was that was a big one or whatever. And then all the protests and everyone going against it then. I mean, that was horrific. People going over there and being traumatized, and that was a real deal. Yeah, that is a very real thing that has been created. Is those situations and actual bullets.
Yo, can I get in?
So it's intense, but it's a dark realm for sure in terms of what they've got people wrapped up in.
Agreed.
Yo, so real quick. I don't disagree with what SE is saying about the two United States aircraft carriers in the region. And I definitely don't agree with the point where don't disagree with the point where he's saying all the pieces on the board are getting arranged for essentially like a all blowout war. And it is very likely that if that occurs, to add to Daislow's point, it is very likely that if that happens, there will be a draft. So I'm just going to establish where I agree with SD and Daislow on this subject, right? This is where we agree. Where I disagree is that we can do anything to stop that World War III, that conflict from even occurring. There's nothing we can do. That's where I disagree. And so, given our disagreement, I think we need to prepare for World War III. You guys think that you need to prevent World War III. And that is, I think, the difference in philosophy between my side and your side. And I'm not speaking for Gio. I'm just speaking from this conversation, from what I'm understanding. That's what's going on in this convo right now between me, SC, and Daislow.
Yeah, that's easy then. That's easy to resolve. How about doing both?
Yeah.
Try to prevent and
You
prepare.
gotta pursue. You have to pursue any possibility at preventing it. And I agree that, like, as an individual, sure, like you're fighting an uphill battle with no traction, right? And there's not a lot you're going to probably accomplish. But as a collaboration of a bigger picture, a majority, understanding what's happening and what's coming of this, and being able to discern the proper approach and what should be the proper approach, which is obviously the United Nations stepping in because that's their fucking job, then there's no argument, dude. It's just like they either do it or they don't, and if they don't, then we obviously see it should be a big red flag at that point to everybody that, your government isn't there for you. They're a fucking against you. It's the governments of the world against the free people of the fucking world, and that should be the, if you haven't waken up by now, it's like, fuck, dude, I don't know, man.
Yeah, they're all working.
Wait, real quick, I want to respond to this. I want to respond in 5 seconds to what SE said. So I'm not going to respond to Daislow because that's going to take me too long, and Gio wants to talk. But let me just give a 5-second response. So SE, you said, why shouldn't we focus on both? And here's my answer. Time, focus, attention, and effort are finite resources. You're only going to have so much time from the moment you're born to the moment you die. Finite resources. So you have to focus and be efficient with your resources. That being time, attention, and focus. Now you take those and you should be aiming it at what is most likely the cause. If you're sat there dividing it up between something that's most likely not going to happen and something that's most likely going to happen, you're going to lose half your time on the other pursuit, essentially.
Yeah, just real quick.
To get in.
Yeah, just real quick. So to get these people to recognize that the government is the one, convincing them and indoctrinating of all these things and the things going on, we got to realize that people groups are separate from the government, and they have their ideologies, and there's nothing that's going to stop their ideology from being carried on. So everything is not the responsibility of the government. The people who are indoctrinated have some responsibility to themselves, and you're not going to stop people from believing. You're not going to separate their actions from their beliefs.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's actually been a lot of research done in in terms of when wars break out, in terms of like the propaganda, and then how people get convinced of that propaganda. It's pretty interesting because it seems like there's even been some interesting theories about it, even within like Rupert Sheldrake and his work with morphic fields or morphogenetic fields. There's even a way that could be linked in as well, where it's almost as if there's like a field or like a almost like a frenzy in a sense, where there's some kind of activating hook that seems to be able to hook people through propaganda. And once they're hooked, they'll even send their own kids off to war. They will demand their kid goes to the army. That's what they really have had at certain times when they have people that convinced. So the parents are so convinced of it that they're literally telling their children like it's a very viable option. Meaning like once they go through kind of school and then they're getting to that age of the teenage age, that was kind of what they were coming out of, like out of World War II, the whole baby boomers, like, but that whole thing was like a generation where, thank you for your service kind of thing. And that's like a noble path to take, that it's like an option for kids to either go to college or to go to the military or maybe both or whatever it may be. Except in some of our, like in the later years, like in the 90s and stuff, it was less so than it was maybe even before, and more people just opting to go. But anyways, yeah. I forget what I was saying originally. Sorry.
No, you're right, bro. Did you know that? And I forgot about this. Was it World War I that the noble class, the rich, were volunteering first? It was like an honor thing. I forget which war that was, but you're absolutely right, Gio.
Yeah, it's
war
just
was that thing. Like, yeah,
it's like genocide linked with transhumanism, linked with their whole occult practices of controlling the bloodlines in humanity as well, and the land.
Transhumanism is genocide. It's genociding humanity and replacing them with cyborgs.
The smart cities. Yeah.
You realize that, right? Transhumanism literally is genocide of all men and women and replacing them with a new creature.
Yeah, I saw this movie. I was on Netflix one day and I was like, oh, like what is this movie? I clicked on it. It was called Downsize. I think it's called Downsizing or Downsize, something like that. It was with Matt Damon, and like basically, it's kind of this like dystopian future where humanity has figured out how to shrink humans down to like a tiny little, like where you're only like 5 inches tall, and that they can like biologically shrink all the tissues in your body down to where you're literally like 5 inches tall. And so it's like this kind of dystopian thing where kind of like with getting the drinking the Kool-Aid, getting that whole thing, the jibber jab, but that like getting that in a similar way where like certain people did it and certain people didn't do it, and there's like this thing of like, okay, you are and you aren't. Well, in this it kind of had that theme to it in the downsizing where like some of the humans you know what it was all the whole theme of it too? It was such psyops. It was basically that the overpopulation was going to make humanity extinct. And so the way to save the planet, the globe, of course, in that movie, the way to save the planet was to go through this like medical procedure where they shrink you down to like where you're only like 5 inches tall, but you still feel like yourself. You're still like you, but you're just literally a fraction of the size.
Can I respond to that?
And then they build cities that are small for all those little tiny people. And now so when you do the like operation or whatever, now you're like tiny in like this kind of fabricated world. And of course, like you can, the whole like thing of it is that if you go there, like if you have like $1,000, it'll be worth like 100,000 if you become miniature. So there's a whole like financial. So if some people have like a couple 100,000 saved up, they could become miniaturized and then they could live like millionaires, on their couple 100,000, so it had a whole thing like that to it too. All the themes interwoven, but yeah, it just made me think of that the way
Can I respond to just one point you made, Gio? And it was, the point you made was that overpopulation is going to cause extinction. This is a well-known chanting motto of essentially the globalist mindset is that overpopulation leads to extinction, which
That's one of their psyops.
which inherently is contradictory, because extinction means population equals zero. So they're saying your population is going to get so big it's going to go to zero. That's like if I counted to infinity, and when I got to the end, it was actually just zero instead of infinite. Like, you kind of see what I was like, oh, count to 100 and you'll get zero at the end. It's like mathematically contradictory. It does just on its face. On its face, that chanting point doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, it even goes deeper, because then they're actually like putting toxins in the environment deliberately, and then claiming that we're causing that, and then that's like why we're overpopulated, because the rivers are polluted and animals are dying, and then if the animals die off, then the bees die off, and the pollination, and this whole all of that, I think, is partly what they sometimes. But yeah, in that movie, they definitely had that whole like drama, just all that programming reiterated. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like if you well, I guess, I mean,
at what point, Gio?
Yeah,
if
it
you're
is
counting
unsustainable. Like certain areas are unsustainable. That's for sure. Like we should be using the land better. Like cities are not very sustainable areas.
Yeah, but Joe, the concept is that you're going to count from 1 to 1 billion, and once you get past 1 billion, the next number is going to be 0. The whole paradigm is based on essentially not understanding fucking basic arithmetic, counting stones.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing, like, okay, if they were to mess up the environment to such a degree that like food was not even accessible anymore, well then yeah, that would actually be a problem. Like imagine, like, that like Agent Orange stuff, it was just horribly toxic, and it just like it would like destroy foliage. Oh my god, foliage. It's like I was laughing before I even tried foliage. Yeah, for some reason I was laughing because I already like had mispronounced it in my head. But yeah, it was able to just like take foliage and just, I can't say that word right now for some reason. Foliage. That's so, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm retarded. Yeah.
Foliage.
It's actually foliage, not foy.
Foliage.
Foliage.
You got it.
Yeah,
You got
foliage. No, I did have that backwards. Yeah, a little dyslexia there. Yeah, there you go. I had it backwards. Kind of. I was saying foil. I was kind of saying more like foil. Edge. But yeah, it's foliage. Yeah.
We found Gio's kryptonite. Just note it down, folks.
I'm bringing up.
No, I'm just saying, you sound like my Taiwanese mechanic when I go to get an oil change. He's like, "Oh, oi, you want oi?"
Okay, so anyways, Agent Orange, they were able to like spray it, and apparently it just would destroy foliage. It would just destroy it, and it just annihilates it. So like, let's say they were to spray that like all over the earth, that would be a problem, because then all we'd have left is like seafood, and that would probably actually be eaten up pretty quick out of balance. So there are like crazy things like that maybe could even lead to that. But yeah, I think the way they run it is just like a psyop. Basically, they're trying it's just another. It's like climate change. Like, we're causing climate change. We're quote unquote overpopulated, even though there are just millions of acres of land that's not even being utilized that could have so much like food and on it that is like either government land or So I just think it's a psyop that.
So you don't think disrupting the pollinators would affect that?
Yo, can I get it? Can I bring in? I guess
could.
a divert.
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Earth is stronger than that, but I think there are like, there are effects to the environment when we dump a bunch of toxins into it. Yeah, we got to clean.
Well, yeah.
Can I bring it? Can I
bring in?
Can I
clear
bring
on
in
like what
something
side you were on, because definitely Bayer and Monsanto are doing some stuff with some pestological stuff. Like affecting pollinators, and that is a big part in how like basically like 1 out of every 3 bites is responsible by means of pollinators. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I guess I'm going to bring in kind of a wild card here, but that also kind of ties into the more lands concept, i.e., extra continents, larger oceans, more things beyond the known map. Even continents that are on the known map, even the middle could be distorted. You know what I'm saying? Like you could add in lands literally in the middle of a continent and no one would even notice. You could add oceans into the middle of into the middle. You could add waters into the middle of an ocean. No one would notice. And you could take it out of the map and add it into your good maps. So I mean, with this whole extinction topic, I guess that we're kind of bringing up now. But I mean, there is a case to be made that all animals that we consider that we've extincted could actually just be alive on a place that human beings don't live, like a second Australia, essentially, in a way. And I think it is kind of a hubris of human beings to think that we can extinct an entire kind of animal. Or yeah, we just wiped them out. They couldn't, I mean, really? I mean, if there's more lands, they could be on that more land. And I think a lot of the creatures that we say are extinct never actually existed in the first place. I think we can all agree on my second point about that.
What about the rhino, the East Asian rhino? I think it's the.
You talking
what do they
about
call
the
it?
dodo? Hold on,
Well,
you talking about the dodo bird
I'm
that
just
never
talking about
existed?
yeah, there's animals that probably never even existed that we believe are extinct. And then I guess a separate point is that even if we did kill all the creatures on one landmass, what's to say that one of these hidden landmasses or even hidden landmass inside that isn't that we can't go to, what's to say the animals aren't there?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
there's probably unicorns there.
exactly, dude. And that's what they would do. Like if there's certain species, they would take to that land and then only have them on that land. Yeah, that would absolutely make sense. And then they can control that as well if they want to at any
I think
point.
it's out of the control of man. Like that man thinks that it's extincting species and stuff. But man doesn't even know the geography that he lives on. He doesn't even know all the lands that he's on. So how does he make the claim that he's killed all the creatures of a kind? It only works on a globe model. You can't have extinction. You can't make the claim of extinction unless you make the claim that you know all the square feet of Earth and you have it all mapped. So it's all that's even based on the globe, the extinction narrative.
Have any of you heard? And this may be just some crazy people, putting crazy things out. But has any of you heard of the White House being empty or being for sale on Zillow?
I don't know about that. But to address Noah's extinction upon animals not necessarily ever even existing or even being extinct, are you referring to that, like the Palestinian, like never existing, or?
No, I'm referring to like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the dodo bird, the Pleiadon or whatever the fuck they live. Oh yes, the Pleiadon lived here because we found a fucking tooth on the shoreline. We know that there was a whole race of these giant Pleiadons running around in the ocean, and now they're extinct because we found a tooth. Really?
Nah, I know. I was just playing with you, bro. But yeah,
Yeah, I know, but
about
you
the
know what I
White House.
mean, right? Oh, I don't know.
No, I know. I get you because I don't agree with a lot of that stuff. Like, there's no real evidence to support a lot of the claims on a lot of the animals they say exist.
The whole extinction narrative is based on a globe, based on the fact that you know all the lands and seas that these creatures could live in, and that you've checked all of it and they're not there and they all died out. It's implicitly like extinction. The whole concept of extinction is implicitly a globe belief.
I mean, even the ones they did say exist and stuff, and they have evidence for, they don't even bring forth. Like, it's all wrapped up in the Smithsonian. You go to like La Brea tar pits and stuff like that. They openly admit that 90% of the stuff they have there is casting of the actual skeletal remains, not the skeletal remains themselves. So
I just don't think you can claim extinction if you're a quote unquote flat earther. That's like claiming orbit if you're a flat earther. You know what I mean?
No,
It's like claiming outer space if you're a globe earther, like flat earther. Like it's not. That's a globe claim in and of itself. In a sense.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, like it does seem implicitly connected to the globe. Yeah, because even in the history we're given,
extinction,
humans. Yeah, like the Earth provides plenty of food as long as you don't damage the Earth.
Man, according to no, I don't want to bring it in, but it was a flood that almost extinct everybody off the face of the earth.
Then there's floods. Yep.
Right.
Where the great rift in the sky opens and the waters from the heaven come down and raise the water levels.
But that's not an extinction because all the animals survived on the boat and replenished the earth. Right? It's actually not even an extinction event, right? The whole idea of extinction literally only exists within the paradigm of the globe, essentially. And you guys want to export it to the flat Earth, and what I'm saying is probably not. We should just leave it there and not even consider it, unless someone can bring us actual evidence that isn't globe based. Well,
I mean, there is like a whole bunch of cultures that aren't beholden to the globe narrative that support the historical documentation that it happened. So I don't know.
The historical documentation that which extinction event has been historically verified by non-globe believing societies?
The Great Flood that happened.
That's not an extinction event. All the creatures survived.
Oh yeah,
not all. Like all the creatures survived on the boat, so no kind of creature went extinct. That's what I'm saying, dude. If we were on a created world with a flat Earth, do you really think God would allow human beings to destroy every fucking version of one creature? Or would he just keep them on his own island? I mean, even if you're like atheistic, what's to say that there isn't a rhinoceros on an Australia, south of Australia, and you could kill all the rhinos that we know of, but there's still rhinos down there where we don't know. It's the extinction narrative is a globe narrative. That's what I'm saying.
No, I get your point.
Well, it's also a climate change thing too, which is global warming and all that too. Yeah, which is all connected.
Wait, what warming? Yeah, what warming? I mean, global warming? All of this shit comes from the globe, dude. We should be well past it.
It's global warming. Global wobbling warming.
Wobble warming.
Wobbling.
Waddle warming.
Whittle woggling. Globularities.
But yeah, I think we should be like trashing all these globe based right? We shouldn't be like trying to essentially export ideas that the globe has come up with and essentially implement them into the flat Earth. Because that's what a lot of people are doing. I feel like that is like one of the leading causes to people thinking that flat Earth is dumb as fuck. Because we're trying to explain shit that's not even real. Like we see the globe explaining some shit that's not real, and we think it's a competition. When truth doesn't compete, truth just exists.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, absolutely. I would absolutely agree, dude, that the extinction narratives, along with like disease, goes with it. They claim, and then whatever they're doing with that, with the bioweapons and chemicals and all of that agenda. So yeah, it's like extinction, even war. That the war idea that I mean, if you have some crazy level of warfare where like there's just chemicals being sprayed and like full blown. It's like there is like the idea that like they could all just kill each other, if there's just like rampant bioweapons or who knows what. And if they did like a Project Bluebeam kind of thing, I mean, these are all just sort of like dystopian future things. But I think there will be pain and suffering, but I think that I don't think anything is going to come to our doorstep in any way that is different than the way we're living now. But I do think that'd be great to help people. Oh, we're not really on that topic, but I was still thinking about that from before.
That one movie, Interstellar, that was actually the doomsday scenario in that movie. They couldn't grow food in it. There were major problems growing food. Remember Matthew McConaughey walked into a black hole? You guys love that shit. That was your favorite fucking part. Anyways, that was actually one of the that was the scenario in that movie, that we had messed up the food so bad that we couldn't even grow crops anymore, and we were about to all die off. Remember that?
Well, yeah. So there is a thing that can happen though, like desertification, where because if you go into like land and then you basically just like it's like scarring the land. If you like cut down all the natural foliage, got it right that time. That's so funny that I was saying it wrong before, but yeah, foliage. I just never think of that word as like a faux sound. That's the thing. I think of it more with the liege part. I think of foil.
Think about full, like full of life.
Oh yeah, link it to that. Yeah, foliage.
I think about it like fake. It's faux. It's a fox. Fox.
It's
No,
not
dude,
even the foliage.
you
though.
pronounce it with full, the FUL sound, foliage, right? The same way you say I'm
Nope.
full after a meal.
Nope. Not that's not how you do it. Nope. It's
Foliage or foliage.
foliage. Faux. F-O.
Oh, that's kind of how
Yeah,
I was
faux.
thinking. Well, that's
But
how I was thinking
that's
about
not
it.
even the
Foliage.
necessary antecedent though to fertile bearing soil. It's the microbial. I'm sure you knew that though.
It's antecedent. Come on.
Well, that's
Alright,
why
bro.
they salt the. That's why they salted the earth, right? They conquered this people and they hated them so much that they cut everything down and burnt everything to the ground. And then not only did they do that, then they came back and they put salt all over the ground after they were done burning it to nothing. So that's the go with Dyslow's point, right? They even killed the fucking microbes in the region. That's how thorough they were. This is how thorough they were in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, you're talking about what Rome did to Carthage, but there is like this carbon layer when you start digging down on Earth. I think it's everywhere. It's just this black layer of like carbon, like burn. It looks like the whole Earth was just burning at one point.
Jeremy's bringing
I
the
don't know
globe
about
evidence.
everywhere. I don't know about everywhere on Earth because where I live, dude, you dig down at all, and you're just gonna end up with solid lava. So maybe on the continents, but definitely not on a volcanic
What are you in
region.
Hawaii or some shit?
Yeah, bro, you already know this. You
Oh,
and me have
dude, that
talked
don't
about
even
it.
count. That's like new land.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That's
You're in the
right.
promised
But I'm just
land.
saying, like volcano areas have a different earthy strata to them, I guess.
Oh yeah, dude.
I think-
Those islands. That's some of the last land that I think was connected to Lemuria, the original Lemurian land, which is all underwater now. But the Fiji, like certain those islands like Fiji down on the south, and then you got Hawaii, like that whole, because if you look at like an AE map, like the azimuthal equidistant, that type of a layout, it's like there's clearly like the North America, South America, there's that whole, leg. There's the like Europe and Africa, there's that whole leg. There's like the, Asian countries, and then going to Australia and New Zealand, there's that whole leg. And then there's just like this open one that is there's like nothing there, it seems. But Hawaii's there. And then, Fiji and a couple other islands that kind of go down that stretch. So if there is a whole nother continent that just happens to be a little bit lower right now, and the way that the water levels are, that it's currently underwater, but that could be the actual fourth spoke of the wheel, because there's like three that we see with all the continents going out. It does seem like there's the one that, either that it's all underwater or that they're also hiding land, because there could be a part of it out in the south where it is above water, and that they could be hiding land in the South Pacific.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but one part of that where you were citing citing a support for it, I would have to disagree with, is that being the AE map. But I don't disagree with the Lemuria part or a sunken continent or a sunken half of a continent or whatever. That is completely possible. But I strongly disagree with the AE citation or support. Thank you.
For what?
Just that the fact, like the basis of the argument was that like there's four spokes coming out from the center of an AE map. I think, I think the whole AE map thing is a fucking psyop, essentially. Essentially getting us to go back to the globe, explain things in the globe terms, in a sense. That's kind of a digression. I was just saying like what I don't agree with. But I do think that there probably is some sort of sunken continent, and the vastness of the Pacific Ocean is a very good candidate.
You don't think the continents? Yeah, right on. But you don't think the continents come out from the center?
I think that the North Pole is. I think the North Pole is where the circles
circle around. The South Pole is where the stars circle around. They're both geographic points, but I don't necessarily think either is the center of the actual, I guess, realm that we live in. The realm of sea, sky, and land. I don't necessarily believe that either of those points are the center.
Okay, well, I hear you on that. I mean, outside of whether it's the center or not, like in terms of the fact that all of the continents, like if you're in Russia or if you're in, Japan, or if you're in the United States, or like Hawaii there in the middle, or the United States, or if you're in like Europe or Africa, or depending on, you have to be far enough north, like above the equator. But I mean, all those seem to center on Polaris. So I'm saying, do you agree or disagree with that? And then because if that's the case, and then like 24-hour sun, when you go up further north, you're literally watching it circle you, then the continents would have to be coming out, I mean, or do you not think the continents come out?
But can't that argument be made for the South Pole? The stars circle the South Pole. I, for one, actually think that the center of the world is somewhere between the South and North Pole. That's my personal belief, or whatever, or my personal speculation. But all the arguments you just cited about the North being the center, I believe someone could essentially make the arguments in reverse and argue that for the South. And I do think these are two amazing points in the world that you can go to and see the stars. Well, maybe the South Pole doesn't even exist. Who knows? Like, that's for debate. But from my perspective, it only seems to be a geographic location where stars dance around it, right? Which, I mean, that would make it like a holy place in a sense, but I don't know if I would necessarily agree that it's the center of the world in a sense. And that's what the whole AE map there is to do. It's supposed to convince you, well, this is where the center is.
Well, it seems to be a center. Whether it's the center perhaps could be a larger question, because I could hear you on that, but it does seem to be a center, the way that Polaris and all of the stars and the Big Dipper all goes around Polaris with the seasons. Because like if you map it on like a azimuthal grid where you have
where do you live, Gio?
And that's how it maps, and then then they've done the thing with the globe where they invert it, but into the globe idea. But
yeah, exactly. It's about picking a point, idolizing that point, and then they take it even further where they make a fucking idol of the whole world based on that point. But where do you live, Gio? Like, you don't have to. You can just tell me a city or a state.
I'm in Northern California.
Okay, so what if the center of the world is actually Northern California, and you live in the center of the fucking world? This is just a scenario. But what if you live in the fucking center of the world, and now someone has come to you and said, you know how you look up at the sky and the stars seem to dance around a point? Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's the center of the world. Well, I mean, where else would? I mean, it makes sense that the stars would dance around the center of the world, right? But that's not necessarily the case, right? It's not necessarily the case that the where the stars choose to fucking circle doesn't necessarily have to be the center of the world, right? I don't know. That's just where I come from, and from what I see, this AE map, this globe, it's all based on the North Pole. So am I gonna look at where the fucking liars are pointing to for the truth? At least that's where I'm coming from personally.
Well, I hear you. Okay, so the thing is that though I hear you that the possibility of the AE map having some psyop components built into it in some ways. But the thing is that so
because it even says
there appears to be like we're in a vortex, and so there's going to be a center of that vortex, at least of the region we're in. Maybe in like a beyond region, or if you move into another one, perhaps there's another one. But because the way the actual magnetic field is with the declination to Polaris, it seems to be like the whole like etheric field is lined up with that, almost like a face of a clock, where the whole like one of the hands or whatever is like the ether that's just like there's a whole geometry to the whole like vortex within it as it moves, as the whole system moves. So the thing about, I haven't been to the North Pole, obviously, like in this lifetime in my physical body. So I can't tell you, I'm not saying I've like been to that center as it were, but there's so many different like legends about it. And So, like I said, I mean,
Dude, you know, I have a
it
reason to
does seem to
believe
be
this
a
as well.
center, and in terms of like the way the continents are laid out, because like when you fly from New York, you fly east, you go to Europe. I mean, it does seem like the continents are, that you could even verify just sitting in an airplane yourself pretty well, that they seem to be laid out in those distances that are claimed. And so if they're all coming out from the center, that would fit in terms of them being. So do you have any other layout that would work?
There's a lot of maps that exist that could be considered to have the same amount of ability as the AE map for different cases. I mean, well, just to start, I could just cite the Mercator's map right off the bat, right? It doesn't, and me citing alternatives is not the point. The point is I'm trying to point out that this AE map definitely incorrect. And so if we're going to base what we're believing on something that's incorrect, I feel as though it's wrong. And I have a reason to believe that they're kind of essentially trying to like deify the North. So essentially it says here in, listen, like, you don't have to be biblical or whatever, but this is, if you want to be not biblical, this is a mythology from a people that lived a long time ago. This is what they're saying, okay? Psalm 48, 1 and Isaiah 14, 12 and 14. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit upon the mount of congregation. A mount? Mount Meru? I don't know. Who's talking? This is Lucifer talking, right? I will sit also on the mount of congregation in the sides of the north. Lucifer's talking about he's going to go sit on a mountain in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. So, I mean, from this right here, I mean, I know Lion might disagree. Feel free, whoever wants to disagree, thinks that there's a floating mountain or something that moves around in the sky, whatever. But, I mean, this whole Mount Meru thing, people deifying Mount Meru, this is the center of the world, this is the sides of the north. Well, in the Bible, it says that's where Lucifer is going, and he's pretending to be God sitting in the North Pole, essentially. And Santa Claus is Satan. So I think the whole thing is, and that's kind of like, I guess my bias is very religious, right? But it just fits perfectly into it. Mount Meru, Santa Claus, the North, the sides of the North, the AE map, the globe, both being based on the North Pole, and it just fits in too nicely for me. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the center of the world. I mean,
have you heard that there's like another type of being, like even maybe perhaps having some kind of reptilian type nature to it, that actually is at the North Pole, and that's where they are currently kind of running the whole plane from, essentially? And the idea that like they can't actually come into our region because the sun is too strong, so they have to stay at the north.
Yeah, but dude, like I have not.
There's a way that the North
that.
could be seen like
It
can be seen like holographically, though. I think at the North it is like the ultimate like holographic dimensional space there. Like I think I think it's all of these things and above. Like I think it's actually like essentially an interdimensional portal of sorts, or it can be if you access it in the certain areas, which is why they want to hide it from us and they want to keep control. But have you heard the idea that in this modern time that we are being controlled essentially from the center because these other beings have kind of taken over that center in whatever way, energetically, or like that, perhaps even that like demonic entity that's running them is actually accessing it through that as well?
Yeah, dude, think about this. Santa Claus and Krampus, Santa, Satan, and his demons are sat there up in the North Pole. That's what the whole fucking Christmas is about. And then you're bringing in this, I believe, is that like a Gartha and the Vril Society? How they would go to the North Pole and there was a hollow earth or whatever. And then there was reptilians and the Vril reptilian race. That's also in the North Pole. Yeah, but look at this, dude. Even the UN map. The 33rd fucking section of the UN map, which is the AE map, might I add. It is quite literally the AE map minus Antarctica. The 33rd section, the shrine, what they call the shrine in masonry, the 33rd degree. You're a shriner, you're in the shrine. The 33rd section is the North Pole on the UN map. So it seems like this is where Satan is going with his demons and exalting himself and calling himself God. And it's almost like the flat earth. We've discovered that there's no globe. But then we went to the AE map It's like going from fucking Satan's poison number 1 to Satan's poison number 2. I think the whole AE map is just fucking incorrect, and it's just there to exalt the North where he lives. It's still the same.
Have you ever considered, or has anyone ever, told you about, biblically speaking, Satan's seat is in Turkey or Pergamum? That would be north also, right?
Yep. And even the idea that if these very demonic beings came in through the underworld, because like in the idea of the Earth having a planar geometry, there really is like there would be an above and a below, like an electrical field, like positive, negative. So now that there actually is like actual objective up and down, which of course they want to hide from us, which is really, I think, at the core of the whole globe thing, is to confuse us about what's up and down. Because spiritually and physically, those are the interfaces between the physical world and.
I want to add on that.
So yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. The globe wants to confuse you between what's up and what's down, and so if you're physically confused, it can bleed into your morality and your spirituality. You won't know up and down. But what the AE map is to confuse you between what is the inside, what is the heart, and what is the outside. So I would say it's an even bigger deception than the globe Earth is. You know, if you were spiritually thinking of the center of yourself as somewhere where it's not, you would be more confused, or just as confused if you wouldn't know up and down, right? If you didn't know the center from the outside.
Literally.
So that's what I'm saying, dude. I think the fucking AE map is like, this is just my personal contention, but I think the AE map is a complete psyop. And we know it's not, and this is not my contention. This is a fact. We know the AE map doesn't fucking accurately portray certain things. So we know for a fact it's not accurate. And my personal contention is that it's purposely inaccurate.
Okay, well, here's what I would say. I'm going to agree with you, but I'm also going to add something that would be my perspective on it as well. And then I would like to hear your response and what you think. Yes. Because okay, so I don't think it's correct. Like, I don't think that's the map of the Earth, like the Gleason's map or the azimuthal equidistant projections, etc. I don't think that's exactly it. However, I do think it's close to that. And I do think like the one they use in the logo of the United Nations, that is kind of the one that they sell to us. And I do think it's off, but I don't think it's way off. Like, I do think the continents are in those positions. Although I think there's variation in the continents, though. Like, I think that's where there's fudgery, is the actual positions of some of the land, and it's kind of like purposefully incorrect, because the thing too is that, like, if they're gonna have that projection be, well, here's the thing though. See, there's older maps that were similar to the AE map or a Gleason's map. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of old ones that people were making that have a lot of these similar structures. So that's the thing. Like, the fact of everything coming out from the center, like, even like, yeah, there is Mercator, and we could discuss him. Like, there's the different claims and so on of these different maps. But there's even like the Monty map, which claims to be, that one is very interesting from like the, and that's like hundreds of years ago, to the point to where like, and they have like other land masses on it and stuff. Like, that one's crazy. That one has like all kinds of different land masses. It has like a whole continent between like Alaska and Russia. It's wild. But anyways, so there's been a lot of maps that even ancient ones that seem to have like that, the structure of all the continents coming out from the center. But I would agree, like, or the part where you said, like, but the AE map, it is like a purposefully distorted version of it that they then, have kind of promulgated as well. But I don't think it's dramatically different than that, though, overall. Like, I do think the actual layout of the continents, at least coming out from the Polaris, and I'm not calling that the center of everything, but it does seem to be like a focal point at the very least in terms of the magnetic field and the vortex, because everything seems to be circling around it. So in that sense, it is like, seems to be the center of a rotation, which is why, like, if you see like the 24-hour sun in the north, you can just watch it circle you. You could just point at it and you're just making circles with your finger, like literally just watch it circle you. So it does seem like things are circling out. And then the way that we take airplanes, like I've flown to Hawaii, for example, like I have a sense of what that was like. Like, we left, and then like I could tell I was continuing to go that way. I didn't have all kinds of equipment on board, but anyway, so I mean, it's a long way to there. And then if you want to go to Japan, you got to keep going. Then if you want to go to China, you know what I'm saying? Like it does seem to all be like spaced out in the grid system that seems to fit everything coming from the center, or from that center, at least from that Polaris area. But if you had some other way that you think it could possibly be laid out, I'd be open to hearing that. But yeah, like, but I don't think the AE map is 100% correct, but I do think it's within the general outline of that kind of layout. Obviously, Australia is not correct on the AE map. That's just way off. See, it's an easy thing. So if they do that on purpose, then they can have people be like, "Oh, look at that, it's way off." Then they just discard it altogether. So it's a good little psyop they've done with it, I guess. Seems to have thrown a lot of people off, especially a lot of people that even like debate this, and they find that, and then they get thrown off instantly from that, without even considering that the thing that the next thing they're given may also not be correct. Because yeah, I don't think the AE map is the map of the world, or the Gleasons. I don't think it's 100% correct.
Like when you're in the south, when you look to the southern pole, and you see the stars circling around the southern pole, doesn't that mean that there's another celestial center? So the whole idea that there's a celestial center in the north and that's the center of the world automatically then has to defer and have an equal claim about the south being at the center of the world as well, because that's also this is the center of the world because this is where the celestial pole is. Well, then someone could look at someone in Australia and be like, no, you're wrong. My center of the world's down here. So now we have two centers of the world. No, you can't. There's only one center of something. It's either or. It's not both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And so my proposition is that neither are the center. Both, and specifically, one is warned about, and that's where Satan lives, and he exalts himself over there. And then we have Santa and Krampus, Satan and his demons, on the 33rd section in the UN map, living there. And the 33rd degree is the shrine of like, bro. It's so funny, man. I don't know. I just really think that fucking North Pole being a center is a spiritual psyop in a sense, almost.
Well, I mean, so one thing that's different there's some different things though about the North and the South in terms of a lot of different factors, but one of them would be like just one phenomenon. It is related to the sky, but is the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis, and then the Australis.
The Prince of the Power of the Air emanating. I mean, dude, I think
there's like the difference of them in the North and the South, like the.
Where does Superman live? Doesn't he live at the pole or something in a fortress of solitude? Like Superman, and Superman represents the sun, Apollo. I don't know, dude. It's just I have like the most fucking bad feeling, and I'm just trying to like relate it to you, Gio, right, my friend. I'm not trying to debate you on it.
Well, what I think it is it's getting to the center of the entire magnetic field. At least within this bubble that we're in, as it were, if we want to call it that, like this whole azimuthal grid from that center, at least this grid, like being able to get beyond this one is because it seems like you get to Antarctica, it gets very cold. That makes sense that you're on the outer rim of something at that point, especially when the sun seems to be circling the center, or at least it seems to be circling Polaris, etc. And so it just gets colder and colder. And as far as we know, it just keeps getting colder and colder. And of course, other than in the realms of speculation or maybe some other metaphysical way to access this, knowledge of beyond, I mean, physically, if we have not been able to verify that anything beyond just cold and ice, as it were, of course, they're going to claim you get to the center of a globe, but whether it's just more cold and ice, but if there is like another sun out there that's circling another area, then, you would have to get far enough. If that in that idea, you'd have to get far enough out and maybe go through a lot of bitter cold to even get there. There is that idea, but within this, like, because there is like an azimuthal grid, it seems like from the sky, the way that all the stars pan out, the whole like all the 12 signs of the zodiac, as it were, like the 12 sections of the sky are all like in a perfect circle in terms of how they're all, and then all the other wandering stars and the sun and the moon between the tropics. So it seems to be like a whole like machine in a sense, like a whole functioning clock and system that's all based on an azimuth from a center, and at least from the Polaris center. Now, but I hear what you're saying. If you were to go to the one of the southern pole regions, and if you were to like continue going on the ice to where you would be under that thing, or if you were to go beyond it, that would be the question. Because yeah, you'd have to be able to either get beyond it or know that there is anything further. And then there's like, I mean, a lot of the ancient Mercator maps talk about the 4 islands and the 4 rivers that all go into the center. And that makes sense that would be like the center of a magnetic field, because if you have all the continents coming out in like 4 quadrants as well. And then there's a lot of like ancient practices where they would like do a lot of like meditation or different spiritual practices. Then they would make pilgrimages to the north. And even the idea that like the northern lights are actually there to like attract us there in a sense, to like even like bring like an allure.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's
to
just
naturally
sounding
bring
more
us
and more. It's just sounding more and more like Satan's base. The more I'm thinking about it, and the more I'm hearing you and myself talk about it, like I'm almost convincing myself now, dude. Like,
No, I think it
I was
is
just
now. It is now. Yeah, they've taken over now. Yeah, dude, that's true.
they, have,
Well,
they celebrate
it's more
Saturnalia.
than them though. They don't. They're just
Yeah,
controlling
but think
that
about this,
layer,
dude.
that layer of
Think
it.
about this, dude. Yeah,
Which,
that's where Satan went, and he controlled it. That's where he's exalting himself. But think about this, dude. In Christmas, Satan leaves the North Pole on Saturnalia. We're celebrating Saturnalia, and we're celebrating Santa going around and visiting little kids in their room. Like, I don't know, dude. It's just fucking.
So,
I'm convincing
dude,
myself the more I think about it, dude. Like everything seems
let
to
me
be
get in
lining
at
up
this.
in my mind.
with the threat that you're going to get a lump of coal because your militaristic overlord,
Dude, it's worse.
didn't
In
approve
the
of
old
your
days,
whatever you're not doing exactly every command they want you to do. You're like a kid, you want to like play and have fun, and they're like, oh man, it's brutal. Yeah, that
dude,
pattern, which
even
we
in
all probably experienced some aftermath of, like when we were growing up.
even in Christmas, they used to celebrate it that those Krampus demons or whatever, if you're a bad kid, it wasn't a lump of coal. They would like eat you or steal you, or you would be the lump of coal. They would burn you into a lump of coal. Like, it was pretty fucking bad, dude. The whole Saturnalia. I don't know. It's really weird, dude.
So Noah, you can have it both ways. Actually, in my understanding in biblical cosmology, the North Pole is the location of many things. It's the location of an accursed valley that Enoch talks about. This accursed valley shows up in Joel, the prophet Joel, shows up in Revelation at the end where all the knees shall bow, right? Where all the souls are collected. This place is known as the Valley of Yehoshaphat, the Valley of Yahuwah's judgment, right? And it's located at the North Pole at the base of Mount Zion. This is also the place where Hasatan accuses the brethren, right? When he makes proclamations against mankind, right? When he speaks to Yah, well, Yah hears him from his throne at the top of Mount Zion, the summit of Mount Zion. He looks down, and when he looks down, he's looking down at the accursed valley. This accursed valley is at the navel of the earth. It's the middle of the earth, right? And from the base of Mount Zion, which is located in Sheol, right? The base of Mount Zion is located in Sheol, from the navel of the earth. So you have Enoch 26. It says, "Then I said, what means this blessed land and all these lofty trees?" Right? There's a blessed land, but there's a dichotomy, because around this blessed land there's an accursed valley between them. Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who were with me, replied, "This valley is the accursed valley forever. Here shall be collected all who utter with their mouths unbecoming language against Elohim, and speak harsh things of his glory. Here shall they be collected. Here shall their territory be in the latter days. An example of judgment shall be made of them in righteousness before the Kodeshim."
All right. Well, I mean, it's kind of off topic, and is kind of like
I'm done. That
whole
was it. I'm just letting them know that at the North Pole there seems to be a giant mountain, and at the base of that mountain is an accursed valley. And this accursed valley is located in the earth. Inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in Lord of the Rings.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, Mordor.
Yeah, it's exactly the whole Lord of the Rings thing.
Dude, I'm saying, bro, they're fucking alluding to it. I mean, and Isaiah talks about it, and it's essentially alluded to that that's where Satan lives, dude.
Well,
Where
that's
he
why they had
fucking
to take. That
chills.
was the whole thing of Lord of the Rings. They had to get the ring to the center where it was this just lava and death, and it was like hell. And it was like demonic, and it was like they had to like get the ring through all of these like giant spiders and animals and creatures and like all this stuff trying to take them out to get it to like the center of the fire of the breathing demon or whatever to like drop it into the the ring, the one ring to rule them all, the whole Lord of the Rings. They had to get it into the lava to like dissolve it and then free themselves from this demonic force, So
One ring.
I
That
mean, they
ring
did it.
represents binding.
20 hours of movie, they finally got it there and melted it down, saved the world.
20 hours.
Just dramas about elves and dwarves and all these like different. I mean, I love it. I love Lord of the Rings actually, but it's like such a journey just to like get that ring there.
And that
Bro, it was
ending,
like
holy shit! It
Yeah.
was never ending. You know how many times I got up from my seat, and then I'm actually leaving the freaking hallway, and it starts back up. Like holy shit! When it
At any point, it's like, oh, the orcs are coming from the west, like they're coming for us, and then they're all like, yeah, it's a lot of war. It seems, at least a good part of it. It's kind of interesting to think why that agenda is so in the media through that.
Yeah, and then Middle Earth is what they actually call that region in the Middle East. The original name is actually Middle Earth. Like in Old English, if you had a map of the region, essentially beginning at the eastern shoreline of the Mediterranean, stretching out to ends about in Afghanistan, that whole area was known as Middle Earth. Literally, like that's what they called it. And before they called it that in English, they called the world Midgard in like the older Germanic tongue or whatever. Now they weren't referring. Now when they said Midgard, they weren't referring directly to the Middle East. But when early English came about, like in the 1500s, they literally called that Jerusalem, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey area. They literally called that place Middle Earth. Like that was the official name. That's when Tolkien's writing about Middle Earth. That's literally what he's describing, like in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, there is history in those areas, no, for sure. And what he's tapping into is pretty interesting. I think he pulled.
He apparently read.
He pulled stuff from others and then kind of added. There's like other stuff added in. Seems
apparently,
like
he read books that don't even like occulted books. He had access to some library of occulted books that doesn't even exist anymore. That was like destroyed in World War II or something. And the same thing with Hitler. Like Hitler had access to an occult library in Germany. And yeah, it's just weird, dude. All the connections that there are and stuff. And like J.R.R. Tolkien is a very influential man, right? His books are very influential on
That's when
history itself.
Like when Gandalf goes to the library, and then he discovers like who the true king is. It's because it was in the library. But yeah, like other people have thought that like a lot of the material for the book was developed off of stuff that was discovered in libraries, but transformed into a fiction for the purposes to protect the innocent.
And essentially, metaphorically telling a story of the past through fucking ridiculous creatures and shit and ridiculous concepts. A fucking myth, a fairy tale. That's what it is, right? But it's based on something that actually happened. It's not like it was just conjured up from nothing.
Yeah, well, there's some interesting ideas about where a lot of his ideas really actually originated from in terms of, even beyond him, basically, and, in some sense. Because, yeah, he was kind of more of like a modern day, like he was involved in the modern world. He was in the military, right? So, like, he kind of a mainstream dude in that way. Like, to even be in that at all. So yeah, I mean, is there something going on there to where maybe I always have had the sense that he must have found certain information or writings that he then, was able to, which this does kind of have a sense that there's some kind of elitism involved, that, he would basically like take some of those original ideas and writings and languages and all of that, and then kind of build upon it and then make it all look like it was his.
Yeah, like for me, dude, you look at the writing. Elvish definitely looks like Middle Eastern Sanskrit writing. The Dwarven writing definitely looks like Germanic, Nordic writing. You know what I'm saying? Like those languages that he invented. I think they're just analogizing essentially people groups. So I think the elves analogize some sort of people in the Middle East or something like that. And then the dwarves analogize people who live in Europe, essentially, in a sense. And maybe the orcs, well, I don't want to be racist, but essentially the orcs would represent another race that maybe people perceived as ugly back in the day. I'm not making any claims that's definitely it, but I mean, you look at the way he fucking made those languages, dude. It literally looks like Germanic runes, and the Elvish language literally looks like Sanskrit. And then they say the orcs don't have a written language. So I mean, who's
Well,
that?
the orcs are like the most evil, so I would think those are like the controllers. Like those are the evil dudes. Like those are the ones that are
No,
just
they're
like,
not smart.
they're like
The orcs are a
monsters.
race
Though.
of idiot.
They're just monsters.
Yeah, but like that, I think they're analogizing some actual nation of people who were like illiterate brutes, essentially.
Yeah, they're
that
just
cause
like
warfare, right?
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of being commandeered to do something. But I mean, yeah, we could talk about Lord of the Rings. We could keep on this because it's very interesting. But I'm just saying, I just want to say I did bring it up just because, yeah, like Lion was saying something about like, that type of thing at the North, and it is related to that. I mean, whether Tolkien got it from that, I think would be more likely, that he actually just pulled that from more ancient writings. That idea of that like evil control from the center. Which is actually, I mean, there's a lot of different like traditions and concepts around that in various ways, but yeah, dude, Lord of the Rings is fascinating. I have a colleague I know who actually like she got her PhD in studying Tolkien's work. So
that's fucking crazy, dude. You can get a PhD in Tolkien.
Yeah.
The Silmarillion or whatever. Something about the Silmarillion. And that too, bro, it has like in the Silmarillion in the beginning of the world, like the great spirit and his other spirits sung the world into existence, and then the lesser spirits like entered the world, and those are like became the evil guys and the good wizards. And like I don't know, dude. I think the whole thing is like essentially he compiled a bunch of occultic writings, histories of man that people don't know about, and essentially just put different names, different labels essentially on it so that we wouldn't recognize what they're talking about.
Just say real quick, this might be a topic change too, but like, what do you think that Game of Thrones also might have been written using the same kind of style, basically ripping off Tolkien, trying to paraphrase these different I don't know if you're familiar with that series.
You can make the claim that any fantasy writing essentially is ripping off of Tolkien's at this point because he kind of just laid the framework. Like you're never going to be able to escape from his shadow in a sense, right? Like you can say Skyrim rips off Tolkien's, or World of Warcraft rips off Tolkien's, Dungeons and Dragons rips off Tolkien's. He invented like a whole genre of storytelling in a sense. So I mean,
I get it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like,
is ripping off, but it's kind of like standing on the shoulders of giants more so.
Like Tartarian and like Targaryen sounds so similar, and then the Targaryens have their dragons, and the Tartarians have their dragons. It's just interesting.
Yeah, I definitely think dragons are real. I think they are
Right.
real even now. Like they're not like on our lands right now, but Yeah, I think they exist on multiple sizes. I think there's even been times where like we would have like dragons as pets and they fly and we can jump on them and fly around. For real. Like like pet dragon, like those like movies and stuff where it's like you have it. It's like your dog, instead of like your dog, it's just a dragon. And it's like, it doesn't have to be huge. It could just be like 6 foot tall or whatever, just like, or maybe even 3 feet, whatever it is. But no, it'd have to be big enough if it's going to like carry you, if it's going to fly. So obviously you'd have to have it'd have to be enough of a size. But I was thinking more like at least like well, it depends, yeah, how big it would be, but it's like a pet that wants to fly around and almost like a jet ski in the sky, but it's a dragon. Maybe like 10 or 15 feet big, and then you jump on that guy. And he just loves flying, and he'll go wherever you want, and he just loves flying, and then you love flying with him. Then you get to fly.
Yeah, and he gets fed. He gets fed like fucking steaks and shit. He doesn't have to hunt. Like he'll be stoked, man. He doesn't have to go fucking chase prey and shit. He just gets to get fed steaks all day and fly around. But I don't know. I think a hunting creature would want to hunt. Like even a cat, dude. Even though I feed my cat, it still goes into the neighborhood, kills birds, and brings it back. And it's like, what? They're just kind of. I don't know. I don't know if you could stop a fucking dragon from trying to eat shit. You know.
Yeah, there's all this like talk of hang gliders and stuff recently. But I just like looked up like what the longest hang gliding distance was, and it's like a lot farther than you think. It's like 200 kilometers or something. It's like,
Well, wouldn't the Tartarians have a Sanskrit fucking writing system, right? So they would be the elves, and then obviously the fucking European, like Germanic peoples, would be the dwarves, or whatever. I don't know who the orcs would be, but yeah, I don't know. I think he's talking about races of people, or not even like nations, essentially.
well, there are like different breeds of
Who's a group of people who don't read and write, or didn't read and write in history? Like, I don't know, like a warmongering. I don't know. And then they're themselves don't even have their own leaders. Their leader is like an evil sorcerer who's a human. Like he's not even the same race, and he's fucking commanding the orcs around. Like, so these fucking illiterate brutes don't even have the leader. Another guy leads. I don't know. The whole thing is weird, dude. I think he's really deeply talking about something else.
Yeah, there's a lot of themes in there for sure. Yep, there's like racial themes. There's like a whole division, and I was just thinking about these movies more because we're talking about them now. But like, dude, the amount of like war in those movies is so much. Like when I really think about, I mean, what percentage would you say is either like they're in fear, they're running for their lives, they're in full on battle, they're like they're being sneak attacked. Like how much of those movies is just war torn? And it just makes me think like, why are we? I mean, I guess it is in a way it is entertaining, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, I guess I have my own viewpoints on kind of war stuff like that. I mean, I've seen all those movies back in the day and I liked them all. And I mean, I wasn't really that into the war scene, but I mean, yeah, it's kind of part of it. And they're slicing each other up with swords and all that and screaming and yelling and shooting arrows at each other and all that. I mean, I can get into sort of an action thing just for the fun part of it, knowing it's a movie, but it's just interesting to think how much they focus on that. And then there also seem to be behind these militaries getting kids to actually do stuff that is even close to that as well. And then all the video games focus on that too. Just makes me think how much violence is being like sold to us. And we're just kind of, it's not that violence can't be fun or interesting at times, but it just seems like they've made it like the main focus to like put like a stress and anxiety on people. Because it's just not good energy at the end of the day. Like it still has kind of a low vibrational, just anytime that other like humans are like hurting each other or like threatening or just even things like that. Like that all has frequency that one is kind of like inviting in a sense to be engaging with it.
I personally think those hobbits, he's trying to analogize the hobbits as being like Jewish people or something, personally, or like the Israel or whatever, and that Frodo's the chosen one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And then they have the ring, and then he has the ring of power.
yeah, the band, the ring, the
Yeah.
fucking Saturn's. The ring is Saturn's rings, right? And then you have the Jewish
Saturn
six
cult.
star.
But what?
The
Yeah. What do you
Jews.
think?
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think it's a pretty deep analogy that he's essentially, because think about these what are those? The hobbits? They're not the dwarves. They're not the humans, but they live within the greater human society. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the same thing that Jews do. They don't have their own country. Well, now they do, but they never had their own country. They always lived within someone else's society, like in a little shire. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the halflings live in a shire within the greater human civilization. I think that's who he's analogizing. I mean, and bro, feel free to disagree with me. I think that's just what Tolkien's is indicating, what the metaphor is about, essentially.
Well, then they have
Aren't
that.
they the
so, like,
banksters?
they
Don't
have
they
that whole
show them
thing.
like
Oh, good. Well, I was just saying real quick. They have that whole thing with Sauron too, like at the center. There's like this demonic like eyeball in the sky.
Yeah,
Basically,
he's Satan.
That's like the all-seeing eye up at the center. Yeah, like at the North Pole. But see, the vibe I always got from it is that like that North Pole region in that movie or whatever that kind of center is, where that whole like where it's just like the wrath of just like fire and it's basically hell, but it's being controlled by whatever that Sauron thing, which is like a tower, and then it has like it's like a vortex, almost like a demonic eyeball or whatever it is.
All-seeing eye.
Yeah.
Sauron literally sounds like Satan. The name sounds like Satan. He lives
Yeah.
in a place known as hell, or is hell like, and he has a tower the Tower of Babel with an all-seeing eye on top. I mean, it can't get any more clear that what the metaphor for Sauron and Mordor is pretty clear, dude. It's who he is and stuff. But I'm just saying, like the other races, I think given Frodo Baggins is the chosen one, they say the chosen one come from the Jews. The halflings or hobbits literally live the same way Jews do, within a larger society, within like a little shire, separated from the rest, but still a part of the larger human society. I don't know, dude. I think he's telling like, I think he's mixing a couple ancient stories, but I think he's referring to actual nations. You know what I'm saying? Like actual people groups.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. That there's a lot of like underlying themes, because I mean that Sauron thing, I guess like the idea is that thing has somehow like cursed the land, like it came in, like meaning that Sauron thing, and it's turned that center area into like a hell of just like lava and just
Bro,
fire and brimstone. Meanwhile, it seems to have some kind of like effect, almost like through the ether of sorts, because in that whole movie, it's sort of like it's like Sauron's armies or whatever. So it's like somehow this force, this evil force or whatever, that has kind of taken over in the center, almost like a parasitic infection. It's now like just going after and like, threatening to just, take people out and kill them and all this stuff. That whole theme that actually you guys were talking about with the Palestine Israel thing as well, like the idea of like World War III, or it's like it's all coming for us kind of thing. So yeah, it's like it's in the movies too, like, and it's really strong in that sense, in that Lord of the Rings. And then like,
bro,
and then that evil thing, and then I guess the whole thing with the ring is they have to get the ring there
ring.
to like to dispel it all, and then to save
Solomon's ring.
everyone from all this war, war and death.
Yeah, Solomon's ring. Real quick before you talk about Solomon's ring, if you read the Silmarillion, Sauron is essentially a fallen angel, literally, and Gandalf is essentially a good angel incarnate into like a flesh body, essentially. Like Gandalf is not a human. Gandalf is literally an angel. He just appears like a human. And Sauron is also one of those angel races. Like they had an angel race, essentially, of spirit beings that came into the world in the Silmarillion. This is their backstory. Sauron's literal backstory is he's a fallen angel. Like it's so crazy, dude. Like it's so funny, dude.
didn't they have them as the banksters in Lord of the Rings? Am I thinking of the right movie?
No, you're thinking of Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, they had all
Is
the
it Harry Potter? Okay, yeah.
weird goblins or whatever were the banksters.
Yeah. With
Whoa,
rows
whoa.
and rows, floors and floors of money, like, yeah.
So the thing about the Lord of the Rings thing, like if they got the ring to the center and then that saved the people, what about the idea that we need to do something similar, ironically? Meaning if there is like an evil energy that is actually at the center, as it were, that does have some kind of control over this realm, like do you guys consider that? Does anyone consider that actually could be, even outside of the idea of Lord of the Rings, that there actually could be a way in which like this current system that we're in with clearly the control, the military, all the corruption, the lies, the deceptions, I mean, all of it. And we could go through the whole history of World War I, World War II, and how it all led up to this in terms of where we are now. And the kind of the matrix, quote unquote, meaning like the system of control. And then with the media and the propaganda, and then the military, police, politics, governments, finances, all of the different sectors of how this current system is. But do you guys consider
Bro, I have
that
something
there
to
actually
say.
could be something to the power center happening as something to do with the North, and that us getting there eventually, or waking up enough
I have a fat thing.
that we can be able to get the legal ability or like get actual control back or like sovereignty back, and then go there and rediscover it ourselves? But because I mean, there's a lot of so many like legends about what's there and how it connects to humans.
Bro, I have a fat fucking thing to say on that. So you know how Lion was talking about Solomon's ring? Well, the story of Solomon is Solomon essentially failed. He was a man. He was weak, like a man is weak. And in the analogy of Tolkien's, if Frodo is essentially Jesus, the Christ figure, the savior, no man could bear the ring of Solomon. No one could do it. You remember in the movies, bro? The other guy tried to fucking carry the ring and it made him go crazy.
Right.
All the people that ever fucking had tried to bear the ring couldn't do it. But then in the analogy, Christ is the only one who could bear the sins, right? And Frodo is Christ, right? He's the only one that was able to essentially bear it. And he comes from this set apart people that don't have their own country. They're a humble people that lives within someone else's country. And like Frodo's main ability was that he came from a humble people, and they didn't have a lust for power. And that's like, I don't know, dude. I think the analogy is so fucking deep, man. Like, bro, you remember the guy went crazy. He couldn't fucking handle it. And that's the same thing that the Bible's talking about, that you can't do it. You need a savior, that someone else can bear the weight for you. And it's not a physical weight, it's a spiritual weight, because the fucking heart of man is corrupt. That we're fucking prideful, envious, greedy. I don't know.
Yep, and then you got that Schmiegel character, the one that is like the really creepy one that just wants the ring.
Yeah, that's
like
the one who tried to bury himself.
Yeah, he's just like permanently like just.
That's Judaism. That's an analogy for Judaism. The guy who tried to bear the ring of Solomon by himself without Christ turned out to turn into a fucking goblin, because he was a hobbit. Remember? Schmiegel was born as a hobbit, dude.
And he was turned.
Schmiegel is literally a representation of Judaism, the religion of Judaism. And think about it. Schmiegel is never really powerful, but he always has his hand in the fucking mix somehow. He's one fucking little fucking thing, just like the Judaism today, dude. They're one ugly, small fucking group of people that are evil, yet through their Zionistic power, dude, they have their hands, everything, just like Schmiegel, bro. He was intricate to the plot the whole time. From the first movie, bro. It's good, bro. It's so crazy, man.
Yeah, and it's trippy too that when he puts the ring on, like he basically gets like transported to some kind of like, well, first of all, he turns invisible. So he just vanishes. So it's like when he puts the ring on, he vanishes. That's kind of an interesting concept in and of itself. But then like it seems like the way they in that movie, it's like he's like hearing like demons though. It's like this, it's like the void of darkness, and he hears like all this, and it's like all nightmarish and stuff. So it doesn't seem like either that he's like accomplished that within himself, or something's going on to where there's almost like a possession energy. You know, so it's interesting to like just even that symbology of like you put this ring on and then it's like you're transported to this like kind of overlapping realm that has all these like demonic just like energies. And I mean, when we see what's going on in the world today, like even just to bring it to today, like there are lies, there are wars, there are these things happening that are pretty dark. So it's
Were you talking about Lord of the Rings?
Yep, we were.
Bro, Jesus had to go to the heart of earth into Satan's kingdom for 3 days or whatever. And nobody else could do it. Nobody else could bear the weight of the cross. Nobody in the movie, nobody else could bear the weight of Frodo's ring. That ring being an analogy for Solomon's ring. And only Frodo, the Christ figure of the movie, was able to go to the center of the earth into hell and dude, it's such a fucking like that's crazy, man.
I thought it was based on World War One.
Well, he
So I
was
always
in,
heard
he was in the
that he was
military.
inspired by World War One.
Yeah,
Coach was
he does
killing
have
it. He's like
war. in-
No way, because the Silmarillion was written way before that, right?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm my memory is not very good, but that's what I remember is that it was inspired, or it was a reflection or inspired by or whatever of World War One.
It's the classical, sorry, it's the classical good against evil, right? They've been doing it. Certain people look at Star Trek, right? Look at the Klingons, right? Look at the good guys, shiny, shaved, right? It's this is the good against evil, empire, helping the innocent. This is all a play on all this stuff. They even did it with Star Trek. Look at the creators of Star Trek.
Yep. Well, that's all the space stuff as well. Well, J.R. Tolkien was in the military from it says here from 1915 to 1920. He was a lieutenant in this Lancashire Fusiliers. And then he was in multiple battles. World War I, he was in the Battle of Somme, the capture of Schwaben, Redoubt, the capture of Leipzig salient, and the capture of Regina Trench. So he was actually in like several battles, this guy, J.R. Tolkien. So it's, I guess, makes sense that his movies have a tremendous amount of battle in them. This guy was just traumatized by this stuff probably his whole life.
Well, it says that later he wrote that this is his writing. He says, personally, I do not think that either war had any influence upon either the plot or the manner of its unfolding. And then it also says that he forwarded the book to make clear references to his experience. So, like I said, he's saying that it's not mirroring it, but clearly it's influenced by his experience in it because there's a lot of parallels between.
Well, I mean, most of those Lord of the Rings movies, like there is some stuff that's not war, where there's like little scenes where they're calm or they're sharing knowledge or some kind of information or whatever drama. But so much of it is like either they're coming for us or they're here or we're escaping or they're coming from the north, they're coming from the west. And then the whole like Sauron and then the evil armies that are being built to take over and all these different captures and stuff. So the whole thing.
But it's really based on folk myth.
War
You just
torn.
combined a bunch of German, Nordic folk myths and English folk myths, and then made a story. But he definitely added in a lot of shit that is biblical because guess what? The entire Western world of Europe is the whole philosophy was based on Christianity for essentially a long time after the Roman Church came in. So it's intertwined, right?
Yeah.
I literally drew out the parallels for you about Frodo being Christ. I drew out the parallels for you, man. Like it's pretty evident.
I posted the Testament of Solomon, and if anybody's interested in reading, it's 19 pages. Pretty insane. I mean, I'm not saying it's inspired. I really don't know, but it has a lot of parallels with Lord of the Rings.
Was he Catholic or?
Solomon lived 3,000 years ago, and he was.
No, talking about Tolkien.
Oh, it doesn't matter. All of Europe was the whole culture of Europe is like intertwined with Catholicism, right? Which is itself
except for
intertwined,
UK.
which itself is intertwined with the scriptures, right? Being it the scriptures harken back to history of the Middle East, essentially, Middle Earth. So if he based his writings on European history, mythos, and what they knew and said, which is kind of all. There's two bases for the European, I guess, like culture. It's Rome and the Germanic basis, right? So we know he took inspiration from the Germanic basis, but he definitely took inspiration from the Roman basis, and Rome was based on Middle Eastern culture.
Dude, let me just
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Rome's not based on Middle Eastern culture. Far from it.
All right. Well, if you guys want to go on that, you can. Let me
Rome is based off of a lot of the governmental institutions of Rome is based off of things that they imported, ideas that they imported from Persia and Babylon, and even the Levant. Like it's a definite fact. I mean, they always say Rome never invented anything; they just absorbed things. Well, who do you think the cultures are that they absorbed the ideas from? It definitely wasn't the naked Germanic peoples with axes. Those guys didn't have much cultural. I mean, it was mostly from the Middle East, dude. What are you talking about?
I thought it was mostly from Greece.
I'll tell you what I'm talking
Greece
about.
was in the Middle East.
Let's not forget
Greece was all up
right?
in the Levant. Greece was all up in Egypt. Greece happened to occupy the Middle East, so that's still my point.
All right.
No, your point is.
Hold on. I just had something I wanted to read, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. I can wait.
I'm just gonna clarify my point because I heard Essie saying that he was gonna read my point is that European culture is based off of Germanic and Roman culture, and Roman culture is based off of the cultures of the Middle East. They didn't have their own culture, and they didn't learn their culture from the Germans. So where did they learn it from?
Wow, bro, you need to do some brushing up on your history. Have you heard of the Byzantine Empire? It was only around for 1,000 years.
That's the Roman Empire.
That's the East Roman Empire. Correct.
It's the same empire. Yeah. It's just two different governing.
No, it's not the same empire.
It is.
No.
It's the same
No,
empire.
it isn't. No.
It literally
it
is.
isn't.
There was no
No, it
Eastern
literally
Roman
isn't.
They literally
It
never
literally isn't.
They literally never called themselves the Eastern Romans. They had a court like judicial system in the east, and they had a court judicial system in the west. Just like if you had a court for Texas and you had a court for fucking Alabama, but they were both part of the same empire.
Yeah, but then they split. One side became the Greek side, which lasted for another 1,000 years after the other side fell. So let's not forget that part when you like try to say that Europeans they're based on Middle East. No, bro. No, we have our own history, bro.
Dude, the Roman Empire is based off of Middle Eastern cultures.
No,
there is literally a saying that the Romans never invented their own stuff. They just stole from other people. Who do you think they stole? Okay, if the Romans were stealing culture from somebody and just east of them was the Middle East, who do you think those people that Rome was getting its culture from was?
I don't know where your brain's at, bro, but the Romans did plenty of inventing on their own. Check out the aqueducts, check out all kinds of stuff. Then there was the Eastern Romans, which were the Greeks. They invented a whole bunch of things, bro. Check out the Clepsura, check out the first robot, check out the Antikythera mechanism. You need to do some studying, bro, on your history before you talk like you know stuff. I'm just saying, bro.
Why take it to a personal attack level? What's the benefit?
He always does that, which is what
that's what he does, bro. He never listens.
No, that is not what happened. You were literally talking about how I need to study history. There's a term. I mean, there's an old saying that Rome didn't invent shit. It just took over people, and then took their experts and imported their culture. I mean, this is documented throughout all of Roman history. Is that what they were good at was copying people, not inventing their own things, but copying people. Who were they copying? If not the people in the Middle East.
Right. You said that, and then I said how wrong you were. And if you want to call that personal, whatever. And then I proceeded to explain to you specific things that Romans and Greeks invented. So if you want to call that personal, then okay, it's personal.
No, you were doing all these like you were saying that he didn't know anything and he needs to brush up and he doesn't know things and he's all wrong. I mean, that's kind of more of an attack level. I mean, it's not really like it's essentially an ad hom.
Yeah, it is. It is because he was talking now for a while, like that he knows all this stuff and this and that, and I'm just trying to show him that no, he doesn't really know that stuff because he like left a whole 1,000 years go by and saying that Romans just like steal things. That's an ad hom right
I
there.
said that this is what I said. I said European culture is based off of two cultures, Roman culture and Germanic culture. Then I proceeded to say Rome, the Roman culture, is based off of the cultures of the Middle East. That's what I said.
Yeah, and
That
you
the
said they
Romans were
steal
gonna copy
everything from
people.
everybody. They don't invent anything. Did you say that?
Yeah, there's a fucking term for that. There's a whole fucking thing that the Romans were not particularly good at inventing things. Weren't the thing that made them successful, the thing that made them a particularly successful empire, and this is the opinion of like everyone, is that they went around and copied other cultures. They based their culture off the cream of the crop of other cultures. They didn't come up with their own culture. That's what I said. And I mean, you can disagree with that, but a lot of people, I'm just basing on what a lot of people say. And it would make sense, right? That they grew up around Middle Eastern cultures that already had everything figured out. And
There's
when
a
they're
lot of
expanding, they
crossovers.
would take that in. I mean,
There's a lot of crossovers, bro. Clearly,
yeah, they even
like,
synchronized all the gods, dude. They even
the
your god is
Babylonian
this.
crossovers
Let's add your
is
Babylonian god into our
irrefutable.
pantheon.
Sol
This Greek
Sol
god, even
Invictus.
the god, even the names of the gods are literally just stolen Greek gods. What are you talking about? The whole culture is just other cultures. It's not its own culture.
He called himself the Pontius Maximus or something like that, which is basically a high priest, Zeus and all this stuff, bro. It's a lot of crossovers, but that's expected, bro.
Dude, they're a culture based on the cultures of the Middle East. I mean, you can disagree with that all you like, SC.
I will, and I do disagree with it strongly. You're wrong, bro. You're just absolutely wrong. I'm sorry. It's their own culture. The Romans had their own culture. They lasted for 1,000 years. They invented many things. Yes. Did they take some stuff from the Greeks? Absolutely. But they invented their own stuff. Just to say that they were based in the Middle East, that is not a correct statement. So I'm sorry if I got a little excited, but it's just the truth, bro. You don't know your history. I'm sorry.
And what is your history? What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means the collective history of what's been written down. Now, you might choose to agree with it or not.
Are you
But
buying
to
it?
say,
Are you buying all of it?
sorry?
Are you buying all of it?
No.
I know you weren't alive thousands of years ago, or unless you're saying you have like psychic abilities or like a past lifetime or something. But if you're claiming you know, then what are you doing? Just believing something else that they say, that someone else says, or how does that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're both in the same boat.
So how could you tell him he's wrong for sure, and even kind of add him a bit if you are just believing something else that you don't actually know for sure?
That's a good point, but I'm using logic, right? I'm using logic and I'm going by history, by the things that we can see, that we know, right? So his claim was that the Romans stole everything. Like right there, you know that's a lie. If you have one bit of logic in you. So that's how I'm proceeding. And that's why I'm a little triggered. To call a whole nation of people thieves, yeah, that kind of triggers me a bit.
Okay, let me restate it so it doesn't trigger you. I'm gonna restate my statement, not use thief or whatever. They didn't have their own culture. They came up around a bunch of other cultures in the Mediterranean. Most of these cultures were actually in the Middle East. What made Rome great? There's no distinguishing factor of what made Rome great other than its ability to essentially subsume other cultures' ideas and implement those ideas in their own culture. So the Roman culture is essentially just an amalgamation of the best parts of all the cultures it was around. Those cultures that it was around were the Middle Eastern cultures. I mean, did you disagree with that? What about Rome made them different?
You're kidding me, right? The Caesars, the Colosseum, the aqueducts. You're kidding me, right?
Caesar.
You're kidding me.
I'll start with the Caesar alone. The idea of a Caesar came from Egypt's idea of a pharaoh. They imported that whole idea. So that's one. What was it, the Colosseums? I'm sure they got the idea of entertain their masses from someone else. I mean, I can go look into it if you want me to. The aqueducts, I'll give you that. That is something that they built that no one else built. I'll give you that. But where did they get the mason? Where did they get the mason? Where did they get the masons from? Who built the aqueducts? There's probably conquered people, and they took those conquered people and said, "Y'all are good at building. Build us these aqueducts." Like, dude.
But do you know how easy it would be for them to like just claim that aqueducts were created by certain peoples and then add a narrative to that and then convince people of that? Because I mean, who's to say, like, even in a lot of the architecture that's still left over, and even the way that they describe it, like, for example, how do we even know that these people even existed at all, that one would call Roman? Just because those physical things are linked to them, that there are actual like aqueducts or there are actual like stoneworks that's left over. How can we know for sure that the narrative they're attaching to it of who and when those people were that long ago actually is accurate? What if those things are linked to something else entirely, like a totally different type of people or totally different type of that's being linked to that falsely to hide like the actual true history?
That's a fair statement. And the only way that we can be sure is, and even then, right, is the statues, the buildings, the stones, right? Some can argue the books, but the books could all be remanufactured. So as a general statement, Gio, yeah, we can never be certain of anything.
Bro, the Greek, look, I just found it. The Romans learned entertaining their people from the Greeks. So you cited three things, right? You cited Caesar, the Colosseum, and the aqueducts. So here's my three responses. Caesar is actually just the Roman word for pharaoh. The entire idea of what Caesar was taken from the god king Pharaoh. Pharaoh is the god king, Caesar is the god king. They stole that idea. Okay, they didn't steal. I guess you can't really steal an idea. So I'm not trying to trick you.
How about appropriated?
They
appropriated.
They found these Egyptian guys. These Egyptian guys came up with an idea, and the Roman guys took that idea and put it into use as well. I.e., the pharaoh, the god king. That's what the Caesar is. Okay. Second, what was that? You said the circus. The Greeks found that they could placate their masses with entertainment. That whole idea of having bread in circuses is a Greek idea that the Romans borrowed or whatever. They didn't steal it, whatever you want to call it. I don't really know. They incorporated that idea. It's a Greek idea, not originally a Roman idea. The aqueducts, I'll give you. I don't think there's any aqueducts that reaches the same height that the Romans' aqueducts do. That I'll give it to you. But I can only give you a partial because the Romans didn't invent masonry. And those aqueducts are works of masonry. The Romans had to be taught masonry by someone. I don't know who they were taught masonry by. And maybe they took masonry and went farther with it and built these great aqueducts. I'll give you that. They were great at masonry, but they didn't invent masonry. They learned it from somewhere around there. So for me saying that the Roman culture is based on the cultures of the Middle East and the Mediterranean, mostly the Middle East though, I don't find that to be an incorrect statement. I don't believe those three citations really adequately refutes that statement.
I still say, mostly Greece, but I think the thing that's kind of unfair about them stealing is, I think of Rome a lot of the same ways like we think of the United States, which is like it doesn't have an identity of its own that goes back very far. Like it's built of cultures from all over the world. So, you know, some people might say like they stole the Greek culture, but it's the Greek people made up a large demographic of their population. So it's like, you know, I don't know if it's stealing as much as it's just like the melting pot of like what Rome became, basically. Just, you know, it was influenced by where the people came from.
Maybe it's not stealing, but whatever you could call it, subsuming. What made Rome a great empire building a pursuit, I guess, was they were very good at subsuming other cultures and their ideas that were already good. So they didn't have to really work to develop masonry by themselves. They already had that. They didn't work to have to figure out that you can placate the masses with bread and circuses. The Greeks already taught them that. They didn't have to like make up their own god king. The Egyptians already taught them that, right? Like these. So, I mean, the Roman culture is literally, I would say, literally based off its neighbors. It came from a small city surrounding by its neighbors, and it just incorporated all the good aspects of its neighbors. That would mean it's based off its neighbors. I don't see where that's incorrect.
I thought the Romans just took over areas, like set up their government, made them pay taxes, but pretty much like let the people, in a way, like kind of still rule themselves and stuff.
Yeah, vassal kings. But they learned vassal kings from the Middle East. Mesopotamia, Babylon, Assyria. Assyria was setting up vassal kings, vassal states long before Rome did it. So even Rome learned that. Like everything Rome did, it learned, except for maybe the aqueducts. I'll give you that, Essie. That's a good point. I'll give you that one. The aqueducts, but they did learn masonry from somewhere else. Like they didn't start from zero. They were sat there in the dust and then built an aqueduct. No, they already had people teach them how to lay bricks.
Just SC is rewarded 1 Bitcoin for succeeding in aqueducts.
I get 1 point only. Bro, just Google Roman inventions, bro, and blow your mind. That's all I'm
Romans.
That's
they
all
revolutionized concrete. They invented their own sort of concrete. I mean, you could say that's just changing something that already existed, but they made it.
They have malls.
Again, the roads. There's roads all over the UK that's from Rome. You know, well,
where do all
allegedly.
roads lead to? Where do all roads lead to?
And then obviously there's the calendar, the Roman numerals, you know, military.
Dude, they learned all that from other people, though.
Yeah, but they say that stuff was
they weren't sat there in the wilderness and came up with this and then duplicated into this great empire. They went around and they learned the best shit from the cultures around them, i.e. their culture was based on the cultures around them, not on themselves. If you were to sat there and put someone in a forest, they wouldn't do anything. What made Rome great is that they learned shit. They took shit. I guess, yeah, maybe it's not stealing, but they didn't come up with it on themselves, is what I'm saying. Is they had a basis. They were based on something. That something that they were based on was the Middle East, was the achievements of the Middle East, was the ideas.
Didn't everybody do that, though? I mean, you could argue the same about the Bible. They took these ancient ideas. You know, we were talking about Tolkien earlier. That's what he did. He based his he had a foundation of these old Norse mythologies.
Yeah,
you'd say the same about most
lineages. Exactly. There's all the different lineages. Like the Vedic mystics. There's the Christian mystics. There's many different lineages that go back into some of these, into the actual original forms of what some of these were. These lineages.
And only one. I don't want to keep correcting, but there's just one thing, and I could be wrong about this, but when you said about the Caesar, I thought the Caesar was just a permanent form of the dictator, and I thought that they actually did establish. I thought the dictator came from them, the role of the actual dictator, like Cincinnatus or whatever. I thought that they invented that role. But I thought a Caesar was just basically someone who assumed that role permanently.
Like a pharaoh or a king?
Well, no, a dictator was actually a very important role. Like Cincinnatus, when he was the first one to do it. It was specifically somebody who assumed this complete, overreaching role in an emergency time. So they were given emergency powers in emergency time, such that they could, complete the task or whatever, and then they would immediately give it up as soon as that emergency was over. And that's exactly what Cincinnatus did. But eventually people stopped giving it up until Caesar, who never gave it up, until he was killed.
Yeah, but Caesar's a title, and it's a title of a deity, God King, just like Pharaoh is a title of a deity, a God King. The whole idea of the title of Caesar is essentially, I'm trying to say this in a way that won't trigger him, but essentially it's a ripoff of what the Pharaoh is. That's what it is. Caesar and Pharaoh are identical. They're the same thing.
Okay, we'll give you that, but Noah, you don't seriously entertain the idea that an empire that lasted 1,000 years did not invent anything on their own, right? You can't seriously.
No, I can see to you on that point. Yeah, they did have their own inventions, but they're like the basis at which they started on. Like it's essentially they had a foundation that someone else built for them, in the intellectual sense. They didn't have to bumble through and make all these discoveries. It was already discovered for. They had a. I mean, bro, it's. Yeah, no, I agree with you. They had their own inventions, but the basis of their culture was not themselves. Like they like took the greatest ideas from Persia, from Babylon, from Israel or Judea, whatever you would call it, from the Greece, the Greeks, the Etruscans. Like their culture is not like essentially. It's not like the Germanic tribes who were there all alone and they developed the culture by themselves, right? Or like people in Africa. Like I don't know. Their culture is based off the culture of the Middle East. That was my main point.
I don't know, bro. Do you know the story of the two brothers that started Rome? They were brought up by wolves.
Yeah,
and then one brother killed the other brother. I mean, that's a pretty freaking amazing story. Like that starts like from the ground up, bro. So I don't know, man. I don't know why you're picking on the Romans for some. I don't get it, bro. Like I'm sorry for getting triggered, but I don't see logic behind why you're picking on one people.
Well, you're not using logic because I'm not picking on anyone, in a sense. I'm just stating the fact that Roman culture was based off other cultures. That's not a negative thing. That's just an observation in reality. That's not me picking on anyone.
Do you agree with what I said, though, that could be just in the same way America was formed? Like if you look at the Olympics and all this type of stuff, we have a lot of the best athletes, but they really ultimately came from all around the world because we're like the place where like it's like kind of a melting pot. I think Rome was, as it was increasingly getting bigger and bigger, that's kind of what it became, was especially, the more local people like Greece, but, even people from outside of that, it just became a melting pot of these cultures, which obviously influenced it. Yeah.
Look, Noah has a point, right? And I'll give him a credit where credit is due. The elite, they say in Rome, would send their children to Athens, to the biggest schools in Athens, right? So there's definitely cross-cultural stuff going on here, right? But if we go that route, then I could say, well, everything started in Samaria. Then when we find Göbekli Tepe, we'll say, well, no, everything started from Göbekli Tepe, right? And then we'll keep finding, I'm sure we're going to keep on finding people earlier and earlier, right? So, I mean, yeah, obviously one culture did influence the other culture, for sure.
Bro, like, it's accurate for me to say that most of the Greek culture is actually based off the Egyptian culture, right? Now, I'm not picking on Rome. That was just my example because we're talking about Europe. Europe is based on Rome, right? What is Rome based off of? Well, I could say the same thing for Greece. What did the Greeks base their stuff on? They were taught by the Egyptians. They went to the Egyptian. I mean, what is it? Pythagoras went to the Egyptian mystery schools. Pythagoras went around the Mediterranean to each nation and learn from them. He didn't stay in Greece and learn from the Greeks. He went outside of Greece, got the knowledge from outside of Greece, then came back to Greece and started his Pythagorean cult. So right there, the whole Pythagoreanism is not even a Greek idea. It's an amalgamation of other ideas that just so happen to be in Greece and that we know about today. Same thing with America. Kosho brings up America. Like the basis of America is very mixed now, but like if we go back to the beginning, those people that landed on the shores in America were English people, Spanish people, and French people. Those were their cultures, right? And you could go back and find where those cultures are based in, right? And how they mixed in with other cultures. But I mean, it's really not picking on any country. It's just observing, okay, who did these guys base their culture on? That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's cool. That's a little bit different than saying the Romans started from the Middle East and they stole everything. That's what triggered me a little bit. So yeah, okay, fine.
It's the way that I said it. I think the way that I said it. What I was putting down, you were picking up in a different way, and that's my fault because I should be communicating better.
Okay, fair enough. Kumbaya. We're all good.
Have you ever thought that all roads lead to Rome because perhaps they were stealing from everyone?
Well, Kumbaya.
I think all roads lead to summer. You know Samaria? Summer?
I don't even think those people called themselves the Sumerians, right? Or is that like what did they call themselves? Or is that what they call themselves?
That's a good point. I don't know, bro. I'm going by us Western, the way we call them. Like Hindu, right? There's no such thing as Hinduism, right? People, I hope people know that. It's like a Western word. I found this out a month ago and I was like, what? Really? Yeah, there's no such thing as Hinduism, right?
Hindu is just.
But anyways, yeah.
Hindu is Indu, and Indu refers to Indus Valley.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Indus Valley, it's just essentially a mispronunciation or attributing a new meaning to something. Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from, Essie.
Yeah. So the answer to your question, did they call themselves Sumerians? Probably not. That's what we call them. But yeah, if you want to go back, Noah, like take biblical stories, take agriculture, take geography, take astronomy, take anything you want, bro. You can find it in summer, and in clay tablets, not in paper. In clay tablets, which there's like hundreds of thousands of them. So yeah,
Don't you realize that everything we're talking about, this is what sets us aside from the animals, dude. Is this one amazing quality we have, ability we have to communicate abstract ideas and record them and share them through generations. And so that's why all these different concepts that came from, especially these places that we're talking about, where they're all right next to each other. That's why we are where we are today. Is because of all the amalgamation of all those everything that was learned in the past and taught to the people that it was taught to. Right.
SE, do you mind if I divert from the history topic real quick?
Of course not, bro. Oh, of course, go.
Doesn't that kind of destroy the idea of evolution right there? Doesn't that absolutely destroy evolution?
What do you mean?
Like, so us being able to have culture, that being an adaptation or some sort, I don't know how it really works, but that cultural thing that we came up with that distinguishes us from the animals wouldn't, if it was a random generator of traits, and we have a trait that gives us the ability to produce a culture, which then makes us thousands, if not millions and billions of times more successful on the basis of survival and reproduction, which is what natural selection and evolution is based on. Wouldn't another animal have developed culture first before us? So doesn't that kind of destroy the whole random trait idea? Because some other fucking animal would have developed culture along the way and been as successful as us if it was random, right?
Yeah, but it's not, the culture is not the thing. The thing that the attributes that we have, the two that in conjunction is our ability to both, have and share abstract concepts, memories, and whatever, and our ability to manipulate the world around us, with our hands, which gives us the ability to record those abstract ideas and shit like that. So those two things in sync, or working together, it's that I think sets us aside. And I don't think that result is not a guaranteed result. Like, there's probably other combinations that may make something in the future more successful than even that. But so far, as far as I know, that's the most successful combination of traits, because, we're set aside. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no guarantee that that's the that's the path every evolutionary, change, what do you call them?
Can you
Branches. They're not all they're not all supposed to lead there. That's just where that's just led to us.
Can you sum those 2 points up in a bite-sized, understandable, non-rambling? Can you just sum those 2 points up in a sentence each?
Yeah, the two traits. One would be the ability to perceive abstract concepts and share them. So basically, language and communication. And the other one is our ability to manipulate the world around us. So basically, our hands, our ability to grasp and move things like we can with our shoulders and our hands and everything. So those two things together, in sync with one another.
So the second one is just the ability to manipulate the environment. I think it has to be a little more specific, right?
I don't know. No, to do it as well as we can with that mobility, like with our hands allow us to do things like open doorknobs and stuff.
Animals who are have way more dexterity and mobility than we do.
Who does? You said
other animals.
Yeah, there are some that. Yeah, there's plenty that do, but I'm saying it's a combination of those two, which seems to set us aside.
So the combination of language, right? That's what I'm just going to call the first one, language. That's going to describe what you told me, right? So language, one, and number two, dexterity, right? Those are the two. Those, if you have simultaneously those two adaptations, naturally selection speaking, your success, your amount of healthy offsprings compared to the ones that die goes up 1 billion times if you have those two attributes together. Both these attributes are actually pretty common, language or communication and dexterity. So in the evolutionary model where things are just randomly getting attributes from essentially random mutations, wouldn't that mean that it is actually most probable that an animal did occur with these attributes, both in combination, the same way we did, and would have already had the success we seen way before us? And
what's another example?
We don't see that, so that would mean that we're living in a very improbable scenario, evolutionarily speaking.
Well, no, even in the scenario that we obtained both those traits, it's not like we overnight. In a way, population size is not even an indicator of the best success or whatever. If it is, then we're not the winners.
That is. But compared to ourselves, not to other animals, to our past self, the past animal that we evolved from we are way more successful, evolutionarily speaking, which is literally just percentage of offsprings, amount of offsprings, increase of offsprings, compared to our past selves, not to cockroaches. No, I'm comparing us to the apes that we came from. We went from apes that were surviving to essentially dominating the whole world in the evolutionary paradigm.
Yeah,
that was
but we had
that was caused by two traits in combination. I'm saying those traits are pretty common, and it would be very likely, given random chance and probability, that those two traits would have been expressed in an animal before us, and that animal would already show that culture, that combination of those two things, which we don't see, would be very improbable.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you that even though we had both those traits, it wasn't, even 10,000 years ago, we supposedly had less than 10,000 people in total on Earth, humans or whatever. And, we spent all that time not doing all these big civilization and agriculture. So most of our history, we're not even engaging in that stuff. So it's not just having those traits. It's, using them to putting them to good use. Like, it took a long time to actually develop the first tools and shit like that. It's not like an overnight success or anything. So, and also I'm curious, what other animal are you saying has both those traits the same way? I think an octopus kind of does, but not really. It's not that its dexterity is somewhat comparable, but it's also underwater. And it's supposedly pretty smart, but I don't know if it can
Yeah, but
communicate.
Kocho, Noah makes a very poignant point here, bro. Only one species, and I've argued this before myself with evolution, only one species got this intelligent trait. You got some explaining to do.
No. Intelligent
Yeah.
trait? No.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Why did we only have this intelligence?
We're
able
not
to
the only
communicate
ones.
with each other, able to make machines, able to write code and computer, write books. Why are we the only one that
didn't
can do that?
develop that overnight. You didn't listen to what I just said, dude. Even developing code or something, that only happened in the past like a couple hundred years.
Well, real quick before you fucking steamrail, you asked for an example. You asked me a question. I wasn't able to answer. Let me answer you. So, what other animal could develop these traits? Dude, I could pick any fucking animal. Let's pick praying mantis. Praying mantis has incredible dexterity. So, if they develop the ability to have language, which was the thing you said we had that set us apart, was language and dexterity. Praying mantis already has better dexterity than us. Check. That's the first one. The second one you said was the first one was language. They don't have language. But essentially what you're saying is if praying mantises figured out language, developed the trait for language, that they would automatically experience, or they would figure it out over time. Essentially, they would experience an explosion in success, natural selection, evolutionarily speaking.
So I didn't ask you what could possibly have these traits in some imaginary world. I said what animal has these traits, because a praying mantis, even though I disagree with what you said about the dexterity, they don't nearly have the type of brains we have. Our brains, we have the frontal cortex or whatever. That's what allows us to have these abstract ideas and, to communicate them to each other. That's a incredible concept. And there's other animals that can do that. Like whales supposedly are pretty smart, but whales live in the ocean and they don't have hands. They have no ability to like open a door, for example, or use a tool because they don't have the mobility we have.
You're saying if they had hands, they would experience the same development of culture, essentially. So that's one right there. If you want to come up
I'm not saying that either, though.
If you come up with a scenario where a fucking dolphin over time somehow evolves to gain the trait of having a hand with dexterity, they already have the communication language aspect. So essentially, they're going to experience what we call culture, and then their successfulness, evolutionarily speaking, will increase by millions. They'll start dominating the earth.
Yeah, one person could predict that they have the potential to, have a similar kind of progression. But like I said, the example of humans, that progression wasn't in any way immediate. As a matter of fact, most of the time that we existed as human beings, or human beings existed, we did not exist. We wouldn't behave in this way. Our communication was very minimum, and there wasn't any kind of cultures or anything. There was like small tribes of hunter gatherers or whatever.
What was
that's most of the history.
Physically speaking, when is the first modern human, like non-ape, non-Neanderthal human being that we could take from that time, and if it was born in our time, could be raised in our culture to be normal? When was that?
I mean, there's a range. I would say, I feel safe saying 80 to 100,000 years, but some people might say longer.
So real quick. So you're saying if I took if I had just hypothetically, I took a time travel thing, I went back 100,000 years and I fucking kidnapped the baby or whatever, and then I raised him as my own son, he would turn out pretty good, right? He would just be a normal human.
I wouldn't say that. I know you also want to make sure you're getting him from the human population, because there was other, types of people, like Neanderthals and stuff like that.
So you're saying for 100,000 years, and we know that writing and cultures only existed like 7,000 years. So you're saying 7% of the time in which we had these traits, culture only developed towards the last 7%, essentially. Which I guess that's that's an explanation.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm saying though about what we were talking about, the history. We were talking about history before, and like how people built on the people in the past. I think the only reason we even progressed to eventually build, the first cultures 6,000 years ago was because of all the collection of learning and passing down from before that, like all the lessons and any sort of shared thoughts or any kind of stuff. It wasn't as fast moving then, because they didn't actually have a language to write things down, and they probably had like many different languages. Like it was probably very small communication. That's what's interesting about the Sumerians, is because who knows where the math was developed? We just know that that's like the first example of us seeing like the math being used or whatever. But who knows who was the first person to come up with these concepts? The mathematics and geometry and that kind of stuff.
So far, we can trace it back to Sumeria.
Yeah, right. It's recorded though. That's what I'm saying. Like if you think about that our ability to record these things by making patterns on paper or stone, the same information was probably already being passed down and shared, just kind of through word of mouth and that kind of thing. And so it's like it wasn't the same. It wasn't as effective as a sharing method, because it's not as concrete, obviously, as something being written down that you can, you don't have to trust somebody's word and maybe interpreting it correctly. You can actually see this stuff. Anyways, that's how I think of it.
Yeah, the only reason why we know.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the only reason why we know about the Sumerians is because they did their stuff in stone, right? For all we know, there could have been another computer generation before us that were dumb enough to put their information in these disk things called CDs, and these other things called, what do we call them, solid state, that just disappeared. So for all we know, there could have been another us that we don't know about, because they used metal, plastic instead of stone. For sure. Kosho, that's a very good point there.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that there's inferences in that type of existence, like in our existence, for example. People 10,000 years from now, regardless of anything actually surviving to 10,000 years, they can look at the actual Earth and the kind of footprint that we left, and there's no sort of There's no signatures that anything like that existed. You know what I
Bro,
mean?
have you ever seen Life After Humans?
Yes.
Have you ever seen what happens to a city after
Yes.
yeah?
I just addressed it. I just said I just said even if everything is gone, the cars wither away, the CDs and the computers, even still, tens of thousands of years in the future, we would have left a footprint in the earth for the impact that those sort of technologies had.
You know what just came to my mind, bro? Planet of the Apes. That statue at the end there. You know when they're walking on the beach. Yeah, maybe that'll be left of our civilization. A statue like that, something in stone.
Mount Rushmore will be probably be a lot long, probably one of the longest lasting things, probably.
Yeah, Mount Rushmore is made of stone. Stone fucking lasts a long. But
Yeah.
even that scene is kind of stolen from Greek culture, from the poem of Ozymandias or whatever, the stone lying in the sand. Like,
yeah.
People don't really put their own ideas, man. But that's good though, because that's why we communicate, because the good ideas are hard to come up with, so we share them, right?
Yeah, as we were talking about this earlier, Jens, about that movie Bedazzled, where they're selling their soul to the devil or whatever. But I was comparing that to that old monkey's paw, like that old monkey's paw tale where like you get wishes from the monkey's paw. Basically, it's the same trope, and that it is the kind of thing that we do. We pass down these stories, and we may give them different legends and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. So hopefully my point's clear that I think that is a very powerful attribute, our ability to, effectively share these abstract thoughts and ideas in the ways that we do, to the point now that we have Wikipedia and the internet and stuff. I think that sets us aside by a long shot. I wish Jace would speak up.
We can argue day and night, right? We can't argue about this one fact, bro. We're the only animals that have intelligence.
No, that's not true, though. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want Jace to speak. No, there's animals that have like whales, for instance.
I've never seen a whale build a hospital.
Of course, because they don't have the combination of attributes that we do. Those two traits together.
No animal has the combination.
No.
Other than us.
No, they don't have the intelligence. That's the first part. You can argue about the other parts, right? Dexterities, thumbs. But bottom line is they don't have the intelligence. Because if they had the intelligence, they'd build a machine that would circumvent their not having hands or whatever. If they had the intelligence,
that's true.
They can do, yeah.
So you guys aren't listening, man.
They don't even have that much dexterity. That's why we invented tools to do things that we couldn't actually do with our hands.
Exactly. It takes both those things in conjunction.
Animals use tools, so animals would use tools, and I think that's evident. When you say they don't have intelligence, and think about all the inventions and the guys who invented those things, whether they stole them from someone else or where they said they got the idea from. Think about those things also.
Sure, you got the idea of flying from bird and all that. That doesn't still. I mean, you can't argue the fact that we're the only ones that can, let's put it this way, exchange information, collaborate, invent things, right? A monkey has the same dexterity features as we do. What's preventing it from making a car or writing a book? Intelligence.
It's brain. Exactly.
They can communicate and do many of the things you say we can do, but just not on the same scale. And not only do we look at creation like animals and things to get our inventions and ideas for our inventions, but we also have scientists and so-called scientists saying they get the ideas from these things from a spiritual realm also. So consider that also.
Yeah, animals don't really have religion, do they? They don't really have spirituality. They don't. They don't fucking. That's a good point, North.
Yeah, but that's a kind of a cultural thing. So you have to develop a culture first to really have something like that. Again, I must make this clear that those two attributes don't guarantee anything. Having those two things together can compound upon each other because now you have the ability to actually manipulate the world around you and communicate it. And obviously, like I said, for humans, supposedly it didn't happen overnight. It was a long amount of this building on each other for us to eventually start doing agriculture and writing shit down and stuff like that. You know, a long period of time. So a dolphin or a whale, for instance, which let's say they have brain capabilities, potential similar to humans. They don't have hands. They don't have any ability to share the information the same way we've learned to, because we can manipulate the world and actually, make recordings in rocks and paper and stuff, and pass it on that way. They don't have any ability to do that. Not in a, meaningful way, right?
I don't know, dude. If there was some fucking praying mantises that learned how to talk to each other about maths and then started writing it down and then started building fucking hospitals and shit using their fucking whatever, like, or dolphins did it. Like, if dolphins develop some sort of tool to help them, I don't see why this wouldn't be the case with dolphins.
Or reptiles.
Yeah, man. Or reptiles, dude. Why wouldn't a bunch of velociraptors would have developed culture? Why didn't they develop culture themselves? Why didn't they have buildings and shit? Why didn't your T-Rex have buildings? Why didn't your... it doesn't make any sense to me.
It makes perfect sense. It seems to me, and it's fine. I'm not gonna, because I don't want to keep. I sound like a broken record.
I said it doesn't make sense.
It's like I'm not being listened to, dude.
Making sense is subjective.
Yeah, but those
it makes sense to
those
me.
two attributes.
Me being the subject, you saying it makes perfect sense is not objective. So you must be only talking about yourself. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that what you're saying isn't even considering the point I've been making. A Velociraptor doesn't have either of those attributes. Neither does a T-Rex. Remember, they're completely
Velociraptors communicated,
in the
didn't
world
they?
around them.
Velociraptors had a communication, I thought, and they had their language.
They had
like dolphins.
They didn't have the selection pressures required to have their evolution go in that direction like we did. They were much more specialized for the niche that they were in, and they did that very well. The pressures that arose on them, they adapted to in the way that they needed to, but those pressures weren't in the same direction that the pressures that we had on us were.
So it's okay. So what Jace is saying, that it's the dexterity, it's the language, but then even if you have both of those traits, you also need the selective pressure to steer your group into that. Why wouldn't the Velociraptors have a pressure to have more meat on? Like, their objective is to get meat. Wouldn't it make sense if they built a fence and put their fucking cattle in there? Like, instead of going and hunting a Stegosaurus, wouldn't it make more sense if the Velociraptors just built a fence and then bred the fucking Stegosaurus in there like we do with cows? Wouldn't that be where the selective pressures are pushing them?
Well, it's much more traits than just dexterity and communication. It's way more than that. And there's a massive gap from the traits that Velociraptors had to things like us that would build these kind of structures, and there would have to be pressures to move in that direction, but they didn't have those pressures. They didn't need to farm and trap animals and fences and stuff. They were supreme hunters. The pressures that were placed on them gave them the traits to be supreme hunters that could get their prey at will without having to do any of those things. So there was no pressure on them to develop the traits to be able to do that because they were able to get their food easily without doing that.
Weren't humans supreme hunters before they domesticated the animals? Weren't they chasing fucking... That sounds like the exact same pressures to me. Weren't the human beings chasing down mammoths and killing mammoths? And then after a while they realized, wait, we don't have to hunt these fucking cows. We just have to capture them and let them fuck. Wouldn't the velociraptor come to the same conclusion after a certain amount of time? Instead of fighting the stegosaurus, let's just capture them and make them fuck. And the velociraptor mom has the exact same pressures of fucking human mom. Let's see. I only have enough food to produce 3 velociraptors. But if my husband starts farming stegosaurus, I'll have enough food to produce 8 velociraptors. Thus, the velociraptor who farms the stegosaurus would... it's the exact same pressures. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
We literally
but they didn't think in this. They didn't think in this like human-centric way, right? They had their own traits. There were pressures on them, and that's how they developed their traits and honed them. And they were easily able to get their prey. They didn't have to. They weren't struggling to eat and had to find some way to farm animals and get meat and stuff. That's not what was happening to them. They were
humans weren't struggling
already
with that either.
adapted. We were.
Humans were hunters.
We had
Humans were
many
hunters, also were
we
velociraptors.
had many population bottlenecks where we were struggling to get food and people were dying off. Because we were generalists, and our way of hunting was like marathon running and communication, and that's not the best way to do it when you can just fly, swoop down, grab your prey, and eat it like a velociraptor could, quick and easy. Right, we had to run these things down. We had to find them, run them down, and then we were also dependent on the climate too. There were the ice ages and things like the Younger Dryas, where large amounts of our populations were killed off because of the changing climate, the impact it had on us directly, and our animals that we hunted. Right, so we had pressures to figure out better ways to get food. Whereas velociraptors didn't. They could just fly, swoop down, grab their prey, eat it, basically at will at the time they were living. So there was no pressure on them to make to grow their brains to such an extent where they could make this sophisticated farming system like we have.
Yeah, but wait, if this is the problem of the Red Queen. The faster she runs, the faster the fucking wheel below her fucking turns. If the velociraptors were such good hunters, their population would have grown up to a point where the prey would go to be less, and then the population would die down and it would reach an equilibrium. The same thing with human beings. It would be an equilibrium that you always reach between the population of the prey and the population of the predator. They even have like mathematical fucking ways to predict this or whatever. But that would be the exact same pressure. The pressure of starvation versus the pressure of essentially a too large a predator population. Same thing with humans, bro. I really don't think you're like considering what I'm saying, dude. Is the pressures were not different. All living carnivorous animals, in a sense, have the same pressure. It's to find enough prey. That's every hunting animal. The pressure for every hunting animal is to find enough prey to produce enough offspring. And every hunting animal would benefit major if they just domesticated their prey.
Yeah, but the path to those things happening, these aren't conscious efforts. Like one example, so just take chimps and humans, for example.
Yeah, but once it randomly occurs, there's no one going back. A bunch of human beings could fail. A bunch of human beings could fail at being a farmer, but once the first farming population starts, that population explodes and actually
all the other human populations actually get kind of essentially destroyed by that one population. The same thing would be the case. No matter how many Velociraptor fucking random adaptations weren't farming the Stegosaurus, the population of Velociraptor that did start farming the Stegosaurus would immediately explode in population size and become extremely successful.
But you have to ask yourself, why would it have started? Why would it have had the impulse to do that? Like that's not something that it would have decided to do. No, but that's not the random chance doesn't.
Like if there's a random chance that every time you click the revolver that the bullet comes out like roulette, it's just an amount of time before your tick is up. The bullet comes out. Once the bullet comes out, it doesn't go back in. Just like once they develop domestication of animals, that's like when you land on the roulette, which has the bullet in it. You can't get the genie back in the bottle.
It's not just random, though. It's not random. Evolution is not random. The only thing that's random about it are the mutations.
Random mutation. That's what I'm saying.
The only part that's random. And farming animals is not a singular random mutation. That's an entire suite of characteristics that stems through like 300 or so clades over billions of years for that to develop, right? So there's no random mutation for farming animals. And like I said, the only thing that's random about it are the mutations. The selection process is not random.
That's what I'm saying. It's not guided based on.
Right. So there's random mutation. Go ahead.
I'm saying that those farming techniques would have developed from, the ability and also the concepts. It would have been thoughts and ideas and, in people's heads before, it was actually put in practice. It wouldn't have just been a random action from a random animal. You know what I mean? It's like Jace was saying, it's like a collection of attributes put together, but specifically, deep thought, abstract thoughts, in order to come up with an idea like that.
So let me just respond to Jake real quick. So we have random mutation, randomly developing new attributes onto the fucking population of creatures, right? That's one side. And then you're saying that there's an ordered natural selection and that the interaction between the random mutation characteristic trait generated and the ordered natural selection is what we call evolution. Now, what I'm saying is the natural selection towards having domesticated animals that you can eat as many as you want, whereas going out to find them and shit, that would always be the natural selection would always favor someone who has a stock of food versus someone who has to go and find it. And the randomness, essentially over a certain amount of time, would have to fucking generate this somewhere else, not just in humans. But the selection would always be the same. You said it's ordered. So it is exactly how I say. It's just an amount of time before something develops this. And once they develop this, they're heavily selected or there's a heavy selection on them. The genie can't go back in the bottle. They're one successful. Their population is going to explode. So it would be most probable that something else would have already developed this, what we call culture or domestication or whatever. They would have already developed it. That's the most probable route.
It's not, though, right? Just the fact that we're really the only species in the modern day that does this shows us that it's actually not the most probable route, because you're just totally neglecting that these animals fulfill a niche, and it's
That's not
the
how
niche
probability
that
works.
puts
You don't even understand how probability works, though.
It's the
Looking
niche.
at what is doesn't
It's
looking
the
at what
niche that
occurred
puts
doesn't
the
produce the
pressure.
probability.
It's
Wait, but you don't even understand. You just
the
misunderstood
dude.
probability.
What the fuck?
Hey, you
You just
guys.
It's the
misunderstood
niche
probability.
that puts the pressure
You
on
guys.
the animal.
Yeah, but this guy doesn't even understand basic probability. He
Yeah,
said
you can pretend that, dude.
we look around today and it shows us that that's not probable, but that's not how probability works. You don't look at the roulette table after the roulette ball lands and say, yep, it landed on 21. That means 21 was the most probable result. So right there, you just demonstrate that you don't even understand probability. So how can I trust the rest of what you say?
It doesn't matter what you think about probability. That's not how it works anyways.
Wow.
But we're the only animal that has gone in this direction to such an extent. So that shows that out of all the
this is
possible outcomes of an evolutionary lineage, that this one is very not very probable, because we're the one animal that really does this, where there's a whole bunch of other animals
He doesn't understand
that
probability.
do similar
Just
things.
rambles on.
Stop saying that. He
because
does understand
that's
it.
more probable.
He doesn't
for
understand
them to
probability,
do,
and he just
but you're
monologues
just
on.
totally neglecting that the niche is what puts the pressure on the animal. And there was something else you were neglecting, but you distracted me from it, of course, because that's what you do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't even understand basic probability. And when I pointed it out to you, you just decided to ignore it and monologue on about your point. This conversation is over. You're being dishonest.
But you're saying, hold on 1 second, real quick, because this is confusing. Because you're saying
Because
that
I
you
was having an
understand
honest
it.
conversation with
Hold on,
Kosho.
It is
hold on,
over
man.
because
Hold
I'm
on.
being muted while he's insulting me, and that's ridiculous. So yeah.
Well,
See ya.
the point is, I had heard Jay say exactly what you're inferring. Like, you're basically saying, that's the opposite of how probability works. But Jace had just said that the fact that it happened one time out of all these occurrences or whatever shows that it is a rare.
That's not how probability works. You're also wrong,
Yeah.
Kosho.
No,
But I
it
believe
is. Like,
you'll
what
actually
you said
listen.
about the
You'll
roulette
actually
wheel.
listen.
What you said about the roulette wheel, if it rolls, it rolls with the one number out of the 36 numbers, you can look at the number of numbers and the single one that you got. You can say this is a 1 in 36 chance. That's what he's saying. He's saying you can look at all the amount of variation and the fact that this is a niche one that we've established for ourselves or whatever. That tells you that it's not a common thing. It's a very rare thing, of course.
Yeah, most other mammals
This is fucking.
hunt
Hold on.
by
I need to make a
using.
closing statement because I'm leaving. This is fucking bullshit. You guys
Yeah,
start with false
hold on, you
premises.
guys. Hold
No,
on.
start with false.
Hold on, just
I'm just
hold
make a
on for a
closing
second.
statement.
Noah,
This
hold
is
on.
fucking
Bro,
bullshit.
hold on for a
This
second.
is fucking shit,
Noah,
dog.
hold on for a second. Okay. I'm only sitting here looking at it on my second screen. I did see you guys were being muted. I don't agree with the mod that's muting you, so please, moderators, stop muting these guys. I don't think that's the right thing to do. So, sorry you guys got muted. I think they were just trying to get control because you guys were talking over each other. It was getting kind of heated. Maybe they can't speak on their mic or whatever it is. Let's just chill for a second. No one has to be muted. So, apologies for that. Now, can we can we go one at a time? Maybe just bring down the heat and get back into a conversation because you guys are getting into some kind of like intense thing. So,
Dude, I'm telling them how their premise is wrong, and then they go ahead and say their premise again, and then monologue for 45 fucking seconds on some fucking non-point, not about the argument, while I'm fucking muted. And every time they say a wrong fucking premise, I always say, "Hey, that's wrong." And instead of being, "Oh wait, what's wrong about it? Tell me," or "Oh, tell me what is wrong." No, they just continue to fucking monologue. At this point, it's just a strategy. It's not even. They're not addressing my points. It's just dishonest. I mean, I can address what Kosho's saying, but I really don't want to have to deal with this fucking bullshit tactics anymore. It's getting on my nerves, dude. I'm just gonna address what Kosho said. I'm just gonna address what Kosho said, and I'm gonna leave the room just to keep myself in check and not fucking waste your guys' time. Kosho, you're wrong. What we can see in the past would be the numbers on the screen of what the roulette hit in the past. Probability does not have to do with what happened in the past. It has to do with the factors that are now. There's what, a 1 in 52 chance. I don't know how many. I think there's 52 blocks on the roulette table. There's a 1 in 52 chance. Don't correct me on the number. There's a 1 in 52 chance that it's going to land on the ball every single time. All we have, if you're going to talk about history and what was alive and what wasn't, would be a history of which roulettes were selected. You guys don't understand probability. You're saying that the past is influencing the current probability. We're looking at the past roulette rolls, and that's how we're going to determine what is probable on this roulette roll. Completely incorrect. Probability only takes into account the present factors. And I'm going to leave now because I'm getting emotionally fucking disturbed by this fucking bullshit and this dishonesty.
Well, I think we can just dial it back. I mean, you said a lot there. Okay, and then you just split. All right, well, then he didn't really want to have the... Okay, well...
Yeah, you can't handle the heat, you gotta leave. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
But actually, it
Well,
turns
once it
out
comes
if
to the
you
ad homs, that's just a good example of how ad homs start to just destroy the whole conversation. Because whatever you guys were talking about now has been kind of like fractured, and it's sort of like all... I think the mod was probably muting you guys because like maybe they couldn't say anything, so they were just trying to do something because you guys were getting super heated and talking over each other.
I just got into the room, Gio, so it wasn't me doing it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And they were probably just
I mean,
temporary mutes anyways. But yeah, it's never ideal in my opinion. I mean, that's not the ideal thing, obviously, but maybe they couldn't do anything else. They decided to do that. Either way, like, yeah, it seemed like you guys maybe couldn't continue at this time because, yeah, he split. But yeah, I guess carry on from here.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't
fair
want
enough.
to point
Coach Show. Let
point
me just say
fingers, but
something, Coach Show.
yeah, go ahead.
It was yeah, it was fair enough. You know, it happened. You know, gotta get control of the room. I understand that. No worries. But Coach, the last thing I'll say to you, right, when you're having these conversations, right, big thing that needs to be considered is the niche that the animal is fulfilling, and also that the second thing I wanted to say before was the energy trade-off, right? If you're going from like the brain of a velociraptor to our brain, which you need at least similar characteristics to our brain to have these kind of behaviors of farming animals and stuff. You need those cognitive traits to be there, right? There's a huge energy trade-off with that, and like these are things that have to be considered, how we were able to obtain the energy to have these traits develop in our lineage, etc.
No, yeah, exactly. And you know, before I respond to that, I just want to respond to the probability thing because if you're looking at it as an actual analogy, hold on. Give me a minute.
What happened? Coach Show just dropped out, or is it time for a topic change, or are we still on this? Like, because you guys were going deep into the evolution thing, but it seemed like you were more kind of debating Noah on it, and then now he split. So I don't know. Did you guys, I mean, it's not really my favorite topic personally, but I mean,
Yeah, Coach Show was saying something, and then I guess maybe someone who's there with him interrupted him to ask him or talk to him about something. He said he'd be right back. So unless if somebody wants to change the topic, go ahead.
I mean, unless there's any like, were there any like final points with that? Or well, I guess Coach Show's taking a break, but I mean, what? Like,
yeah, Noah left,
all
so
theories.
Yeah, well, Noah left, so I mean, that's pretty much it. And now Coach left too, so I don't have anything else really to say. So if you want to change the topic, go ahead.
I have a question, and it's mainly I came here late. The topic, just by listening from what I heard, it was that because it's something to do with probability and evolution, and that because whatever the odds are that it happened means that there has to be like some other factor at play. I'm guessing that's what he was saying. Am I wrong in like guessing that?
I don't know, really. I don't really get what he was saying. All we can do is look at the things that have happened in the past, right? From what we can see in the current, we can deduce what's happened in the past, right? We draw our probabilities from that.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking
Yeah.
he wanted to make it into like a roulette wheel, where like what are the chances of spam calls, an animal ending up with the like food gathering style of us, right? So that would be like a suite of different ways you can farm and cultivate animals, I guess, to eat. But there's a million other ways to hunt animals that other mammals do and reptiles do, right? So that
Yeah.
our little set would be an extremely small set amongst almost an infinite amount of other ways to hunt and obtain food. So that even in that kind of viewpoint, it would still be a very small probability.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me listening to what you're saying. But yeah, I don't know what he was trying to buy, but based off that, it just seemed weird to me. But it's whatever. He's gone now. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly certain either. So
So then, Jace, what somewhat still on this topic, what do you think designed like the entire like digestive system and the nervous system and the body and the organs and the brain and the all of the incredibly complicated tissues that go into all of that? Like, how did that all come about?
yeah, right. It's complicated, right? You'd have to. I spent many years studying these systems and the kind of clades in which certain traits have arisen and leading to the modern day. Um, but there are things to look up for how, like you said, like the digestive system, the circulatory system, and the nervous system, how those originated, certain changes that have come about, and then there's explanations for that stuff in studies. Have to go, so I can't really get too deep into it, but maybe another time.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, it's just like the idea of evolving, like what would actually like the intelligence that would have to be utilized to formulate like a nervous system, the brain, the liver, the heart, the blood, the digestive system, all of these components of the body that are so nuanced. And certainly the idea of things evolving over time, I think is definitely a thing that occurs, but the idea that it all could actually come from some kind of central source and not be unique, one would have to explain some kind of creative intelligence, as it were, or some intelligence that has created the actual systems that have function the way that they have function to them. Like that would have to come from something. It couldn't just come from some single cell.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a complex topic, so we'll have to do that discussion another time because I gotta take off. So it's good chatting. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, for sure, Jace. Cheers, bro. Well, it's like if we coagulated on a ball in outer space, then there would have to be some serious process that would create an entire human out of that. All of the unique tissues and organization to our bodies.